Metaphor ReFantazio is an amazing game, but it's too easy for my taste. So to make it harder, I have modded my game to completely disable normal experience gain. Now I'm stuck at level 1, but this doesn't only apply to me because every single one of my party members is also stuck at level 1 with very bad stats. Archetype experience hasn't been changed at all, so to survive, we have no other choice than to solely rely on the power of our classes called archetypes. This is the story of my grand fantasy, beating Metaphor ReFantazio at level 1. Our story begins in the desert of we are off to a great start. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like something is missing. Oh, right! Gallica, please turn on the music.
Music was the first magic this world ever knew, after all. Makes the road a little easier.
Thanks, Gallica. Before heading towards the royal capital, there is something that I would like to tell you about regarding this challenge. As I said in the intro, I am doing this run on Regicide. While Regicide is indeed the highest difficulty in the game, it comes with a major downside. Regicide is a difficulty that you can only access in the New Game Plus playthrough after beating the game. And unfortunately, in this game, there is no way to choose what gets carried over in New Game Plus. Meaning that playing on Regicide forces you to carry over multiple things from your previous playthrough like money, items, and a ton of other things that make the overall experience a lot easier. This was a big no-no for me, which is why I searched for a workaround. Fortunately, the Steam user Albioris found a way to activate Regicide difficulty on a fresh save file. As they put it, this save has no extra items or abilities. Just pure suffering for you, which is exactly what I needed. After getting pushed down the cliff, I decided to test my mettle by defeating a couple of early game enemies. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No! Oh, there's one more here too. No, it's chasing me. No. Run, Gallica! Run! The road was bumpier than expected, but we finally made it. Welcome to Grand Trad. I then made my way to the recruitment center, and it was there that I had to make a choice. Here you have to choose one of 5 answers, and the answer you pick will decide what your starting stats will look like. Personally, I went with the answer most befitting for a self-proclaimed masochist.
I can take a lot of punishment.
Really now?
Then I had to pick a name, and for once, I decided to go with Will because Will is the canon name of the protagonist. No, of course not, I'm lying. I gave myself the most shameless name I could think of, and just like that, I was able to join the Guard Corps.
Welcome to the Guard, where it'll be your privilege to die screaming and bloody in service of your country.
Rousing words, Captain. You think threats will buy loyalty? No wonder nobody respects the Guard anymore.
Be gone, and be thankful you're still in one piece.
I really don't like this captain guy, but I'm glad that I came here because it allowed me to meet one of the best characters in the entire game, my man Stroll. We then made our way to the northern border fort, only to realize that the place had been completely ravaged by a mysterious creature known as a human. Speaking of humans, here comes our regularly scheduled tutorial battle against Homo Hoppo, and I think now is as good a time as any to go over what the Regicide difficulty actually does. In addition to increasing the amount of damage dealt to you, the main defining feature of Regicide is that... Ah, how convenient! We get to see it in action. Yeah, so on Regicide difficulty, you receive double the damage from critical hits and triple the damage from attacks targeting your weakness. What you just saw is an event that I commonly refer to as a Regicide moment. And the fact that I already got a Regicide moment in the tutorial is truly an ill omen of things to come. Since I can't earn EXP, there is really no point in fighting the enemies in this area, so I made sure to grab all the items I could find, and then I opened the door to face the first boss, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇. Unfortunately, this is a fight that we have to lose. Stroll got absolutely wasted, and it looked like my fantasy was about to end prematurely. But then...
Oh, fate-saddled child. Oh, anguished traveler. Thy path may fork, but only one may be chosen. Confront the threat before thee, or die here in obscurity. Now choose.
I choose.
So be it. Heroism lies in the soul that stands firm against its fears. Power awaits thy command. The time is come to awaken the hero within. Engrave thy very heart.
Well, it looks like fantasy will live on for a little while longer because I've just awakened to the power of the archetype. Thanks to the Seeker archetype, I was able to heal myself when needed, as well as targeting the boss's weakness. From there, all I had to do was land enough wind attacks to blow away 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀.
Let's go! Wind!
Now that the human threat is no more, there are two things that I would like to address. The first one is this tiny number that you can see in the EXP section of the results screen. Fret not, my friend. I am not a liar. This is just a visual bug. Now, put the gun away, please. Thank you. I'm not gonna go into the details too much, but essentially, this game really wants to make sure you get EXP. So much so that it has some kind of fail-safe function that tries to give EXP even when you can't earn any during battles. Fortunately, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙑 was able to fix this on the backend. So while you may see a number displayed here, in reality it won't matter at all because my EXP bar will never get filled. Hey, I said put the gun away! Now, as for my second point. In this game, there are two distinct forms of experience. Regular experience that goes to your characters, and archetype experience, or AEXP for short. While I can't earn regular EXP, archetype EXP hasn't been changed at all. I will still be able to level up my archetypes, and nurturing those archetypes is going to be an absolute must to stand a chance against the insane obstacles that I will have to face. Right. With 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀 out of the picture, I can introduce you to another one of my favorite characters, 𝙀𝙀𝙀.
I'm counting on you.
What a lovely accent this man has. I have to say though, I am really worried for this dude because by God, this man has so many death flags floating around him, it's insane. So, 𝙀𝙀𝙀, let me get this straight. You are an old man in an RPG, your face doesn't show up in the list of followers, you have suspiciously high stats compared to the rest of the party, and you want to kill Louis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. The Archmage 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇, the guy on the cover, the man who can literally be seen murdering the king in the opening cutscene of the game. It's only been an hour of playtime, and you are already talking about killing that man, that 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀.
He will die by my hand.
I don't know, dude. I have a bad feeling about this. You know what? That's enough for today. Oh, yeah, allow me to introduce you to this place. Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadow... no, wait. Welcome to the Velvet Room... No, that's not it. Welcome to Academia, a hall of wisdom purpose-built for the research of archetypes. This handsome fellow with an amazing sense for fashion is Moore. Since there was more that I wished to know about Moore, I decided to form an alliance with Moore to learn more about archetypes. And by shaking his hand, I unlocked a new bond with my first social media follower. There is more that I could tell you about Moore, but as the saying goes, less is more, so for now, let's go back to our mission. In order to reach the mines, we have to go through the Nord Forest Trail, and it is in this area that we can already see one of the complications caused by this run. So one of the things that Metaphor does differently compared to other Atlus games is that it lets you engage in some overworld combat before starting a turn-based encounter. What's interesting about this system is that the outcome of the overworld combat will change based on your level. If the enemies are significantly weaker than you level-wise, you can quickly defeat them without needing to go into a turn-based battle. Normally, at this point in the game, you should be at level 4, a level that is high enough to trash these monsters. However, this time around, I am at level 1, and the Hundles are also at level 1. Since my enemies and I are at the same level, they aren't considered weak enemies. Therefore, I cannot one-shot them. These guys are the weakest enemies in the entire game, by the way, so if I can't even one-shot them, this means that I will never be able to one-shot anything in this entire run. As I was trying to leave, I got ambushed by 2 State Army soldiers, and it's here that a really cool mechanic gets introduced. Formations. If you are in the front row, you will deal more damage with melee attacks, but you will also take full damage. If you are in the back row, your melee damage will go down, but you will also take less damage from enemies. Now, what's really interesting is that you can always change the formation of a character right before they act, and I really like this because it makes the mechanic so much more dynamic. Since I still can't directly control my allies, I made sure to guard before the fire moves would come out, as well as attacking whenever it was appropriate, until Grius and Stroll were able to defeat the soldiers. With that done, I entered inside the mines, and it was there that my allies and I met a familiar face.
O thou who art seared with bitterness, O thou anguished traveler, it is time for thou to choose thy path. O lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
What?
What the? Oh, no! I can't fail Lord Louis! Without him, I've got nothing left! You struggle in vain! I won't let you rob me of my glory! This is the way of the real world, little lordling!
You call this real? Leaders abandon their people and the innocent die by their scorn. If that's the real world, then it can die alongside you! My name is Leon Stroll 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. My home and my family were taken from me. I am the last of my house, I am the last of my noble bloodline, and in the name of my people, I will strike you down where you stand! Come! I will show you a world with honor!
Dude, That performance right there is top-notch. Absolute fantasy. Shout out to Stuart Clark, the voice actor of Stroll, for absolutely nailing this moment. Also, this is a minor thing, but you see that stance that Stroll is taking? I am not sure if it has a name, but this greatsword stance, with this particular camera angle, is actually quite popular in mecha anime like in the Gundam series. It's one of those things that you immediately notice after seeing it once. In a way, it's kinda like how so many shows love referencing the iconic bike slide from the animated movie Akira, and I find stuff like this pretty neat. So, for this fight, the main issue comes from the fact that Captain Klinger exclusively spams fire spells. This is quite unfortunate for our protagonist because the Seeker has a fire weakness and I can't change my archetype right now. Eventually, Klinger went for the right target and my guy got absolutely regicided. Luckily for me, in this game you don't get a game over if the protagonist gets KO'd, so I was able to continue. Also, I have now gained control of Stroll, and because he awakened to the warrior archetype, he gained a fire resistance. Thanks to Stroll's durability, he was easily able to shrug off those fire spells while slowly whittling down the captain. And then, once Klinger got low enough, I used the revival medicine to bring back our protag just in time to land the finishing blow, thus ensuring that he would get some AE XP from the fight.
Scour!
Louise!
With this victory under my belt, I then shook the hand of Best Noble Stroll and he became my most recent follower on Twitter. And now, all I need to do is unlock an archetype for 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀 to use.
That is...
Oh, I don't have enough mag to purchase anything. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess I will do that later. Oh, wait. Why can't I leave this menu? Oh, no, wait. So, here is a fun, not so fun fact that I just learned. On Regicide difficulty, the amount of magla you need for studying an archetype is doubled. Normally, this isn't an issue because to play on Regicide, you need to go in New Game Plus. And when you go in New Game Plus, the amount of mag you had in your cleared save data gets carried over. However, because my Regicide save is just a modified basic save file, I don't get that kind of luxury, so I am literally soft-locked by the archetype tutorial. Unable to do anything, I closed the game and then I reloaded an earlier save file to restart the entire Nord Trail segment while making sure that I defeated every single enemy to squeeze as much magla as I could. So in other words, I had to
Kill every last one of them!
And while I was killing every last one of them, I had to make sure that I would do so without getting hit. You see, in this game, when you win a battle without getting hit, you get a bonus applied to the resources that can be obtained at the end of the battle, mag included. If the enemies were able to attack right away, this would be borderline impossible, but luckily for me, this issue can be remedied by abusing the stun mechanic. Enemies in this game have a yellow bar that's called a break gauge. By attacking them repeatedly, you will be able to deplete the gauge, and once it's fully empty, you will stun them. Stunning enemies is extremely useful because it allows you to deal damage with a preemptive strike before they get to play the game, and because they are stunned, they are guaranteed to spend their first turn doing absolutely nothing. Well, kinda. See, while attacking a stunned enemy, there is a chance that one of your attacks will make them recover from the stun. This means that sometimes it's actually better to not attack as hard as you could to make sure that your foes will remain stunned during the first enemy turn. This might sound simple to do, but remember, at this point in time, I still can't control what Stroll and 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀, do. So I can't just spam attacks and win. I have to purposefully guard as well as make use of my magic spell to get as many unscathed triumphs as possible while killing every last one of them. After decimating the entire population of the forest, I then proceeded to enter inside the mines where I killed every last one of Klinger's men without getting hit. As for the head honcho himself, he got clapped very easily, and now for the moment of truth. Oh, that was close. By the way, at that point, I hadn't lost a single battle yet, so funnily enough, the first loss I ever suffered in this run wasn't against a random encounter or a boss fight, but a tutorial menu. In preparation for the horrors that awaited us inside the mines, I gave 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 the mage archetype, and now that I have gained full access to Academia, I can show you a little something. So Metaphor has a bunch of iconic DLC outfits from previous Atlas games that you can purchase. You've got your Persona outfits, some Etrian Odyssey costumes, hell, there is even the Join High School uniform from Shin Megami Tensei 5. All these outfits are cool and all, but I didn't get them. Instead, I bought the one DLC set that resonates with me on a personal level, the Samurai Garb DLC. These lovely clothes come from Shin Megami Tensei 4, a game that is very dear to me because it's the first SMT game I ever played. Since Metaphor is in many ways a celebration of Atlus's history, I felt like it was only fitting for me to wear the outfit from the game that got me where I am today. At last I can finally equip the Samurai Garb on all my allies. Wait. For some reason, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 is the only one who cannot equip the Samurai Garb. Oh my god, no. Well, in any case, now we can finally focus on our new objective, the flight from the mines. First, I bought all 5 ice chunks from the merchant, then I tried to see how long it would take to kill a slime by just playing Dark Souls. It took God knows how many slashes, but eventually, the slime was bested. How long did that take, you may ask? Well, it only took 2 minutes to kill 1 slime. So, yeah, let's not do that again. Watch closely. You are about to experience a regicide moment. A regicide moment is a moment where a seemingly fine battle goes out of control because an enemy whose moveset you do not know decided to hit your weakness or land a bullshit critical hit out of nowhere. Thank you very much, ballsack snake. Hold up. This snake has a ballsack hanging below its jaw? Why does this snake have a ballsack hanging below it? After gaining enough mag, I unlocked the Mage for Will, and then I made sure that both 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 and him reached rank 2 in order to unlock the ice spell Blaze. Speaking of 𝙇𝙀𝙀, from time to time he can use a move called Phantom Dance. I am really glad that he is on the team because I would hate to be on the receiving end of his Shadow Clone Jutsu. Getting through this section was tougher than expected, but eventually I found a weird Magla crystal guarded by a human. So Homo Full Kilo has a pattern. At specific intervals, he will use Hyper and then prepare an attack that targets the front row. That attack is Bonfire of Vanities, and it's really powerful, but since it only targets party members in the front row, you can just bring everyone to the back row to avoid it. The tricky part in this fight is surviving whatever the Homo decides to do in between those scripted moments. But by making use of the guard mechanic, we were able to endure the onslaught until Full Kilo decided to go for his scripted combo a second time. I attacked with everyone, made sure to bring Stroll in the back row to dodge the bonfire, and then on the following turn, a Blizz and a Bonk were more than enough to defeat the human. Right after that, we've got a stealth section where you have to sneak around to avoid waking up the sleeping dragon. Now, I could play this segment as intended to leave this area without going through a mental breakdown,
but where would the sport be in that?
The pain is what makes battles worthwhile, so I skipped the stealth segment to go straight towards the dragon.
What have I done? What have I done? I'm well. Sorry. Forgive me. I'm well and worse.
Oh boy, first thing first, let's go over the pros. The battle system in this game is just like the press turn system from the Shin Megami Tensei series. This thing is weak to ice, so at the very least we can exploit that weakness to act more often. And that's it for the pros. As for the cons, this thing is a level 12 fire dragon who has 2 press turns and hits so hard, dude. Wow! It was rough, but eventually, after many losses, I got an attempt where we were able to survive the first couple of turns, so now I can actually show you what this boss does. Oh my god! But of course, Regicide Memento. The fire dragon always alternates between using physical and magic attacks, and what this thing does during the first 3 turns of the fight is essentially guaranteed. Turn 1 it uses Scratch, turn 2 it uses Fireballs, and then on turn 3 it goes for the dreaded Tail Swipe move. The real problem in this fight is the Tail Swipe because it hits multiple characters all at once. If everyone gets hit by it, it's almost impossible to keep going, but it turns out that this skill has an interesting quirk. This Tail Swipe can only target a specific row. So if I leave one ally in the front row and the dragon targets them with the Tail Swipe, the other allies in the back row will not get hit. Initially, I thought that the full mage squad was the way to go, but through testing, I realized that keeping Stroll on warrior was a lot better. With the built-in fire resistance, Stroll is able to tank the fireballs decently well whenever he gets targeted. Also, after reaching rank 8 with warrior, my man unlocked Slicer, a pretty good slash attack that hits 2 to 4 times. Another thing that I did was using my corrosive acid. This item is dropped by the green gelatinos, and it's really useful because it allows you to debuff the defense of the enemy by 1 stage for 3 turns. Of course, the dragon kept regiciding me many times, forcing me to watch the "Fantasy is dead" screen very often, but eventually, after dozens of tries, I got what looked like a good attempt.
Can't say I was expecting you, Doc, to fight. You're either bloody bold or too confident for your own good. Listen, keep an eye on its movements. Be ready for anything. If you sense it bracing to strike, stand your ground and shield yourself. Do not waste your lives in a place like this. Now, let's go, lads!
At the start of the battle, the mages kept hitting the weakness, while Stroll used those extra actions to bring the dragon to -2 defense. And then the dragon obliterated Stroll by targeting him twice in a row. Fortunately, I had a revival medicine on hand, so while 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 kept hitting the dragon, I was able to bring Stroll back and fully heal him. We then survived the fireballs, and once turn 2 ended, I had to find what would be my best course of action. We were at the dawn of the 3rd turn, and the defense debuffs were blinking. Knowing that a Tail Swipe was coming, I sent 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 to the front row, healed the squad as best as I could, and then Stroll ended the turn by finally using my last corrosive acid. After that, Stroll tanked a Scratch, and fortunately for us, the dragon ended his turn by targeting 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 with the Tail Swipe. I was relieved to see that we survived the terrifying turn 3, but deep down, I knew that this was no cause for celebration. The fire dragon hits really hard, and with how difficult it is to bring everyone back to full HP, I knew that we wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. We had to end this fight as soon as possible. Oh, we live. Oh. I think I have to attack. Everyone has to attack. Okay, I believe.
You hit their weakness.
The power of heroes.
Got them right in their
Come on, Stroll. Come on, Stroll. Let's do this. Yes.
Let's stay calm.
Oh, the crit. Come on, boys. We can do this. Come on.
I call upon Roy.
Do it, Stroll. Yes. Yeah. I beat the dragon at level 1.
Not bad.
God, I am so proud of myself. The fire dragon has been repelled, and that allowed me to get the treasure it was guarding. The dragon's indignation. A great sword that's going to be pretty decent for the early game. Now, all that remains is leaving these mines. You know, playing a Crash Bandicoot level while escaping the mines wasn't on my bingo card, but yeah, Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody, my game of the year 2024.
We actually made it out.
And in one piece, no less.
Guys, I just remembered something. You saw how I used all my corrosive acids during the Fire Dragon fight, right? Well, the thing is, these items are extremely important for an upcoming boss fight, and the only consistent way to farm those during the early game is defeating those gelatinos inside the mines. Sorry, Grius, we have to go back.
What?
Also, we have to fight the dragon again.
I disagree.
Funnily enough, this time I was actually able to beat the Fire Dragon on my first try. After grabbing enough corrosive acids, we made it back to Grand Trad, then we went to the Hush Honeybee where we met two lovely characters. The beautiful Miss Fabienne and the sweet little Maria, Grius' daughter. Speaking of Maria, I spent some time reading a book with her, and that allowed me to unlock the healer archetype.
Papa.
I'll be back tonight. Be a good girl while I'm gone, eh?
Once we're back, let's all have dinner together.
Yes, please.
Ah, Grius. Maria. No, it's too early for the depression to kick in. We've got a job to do. Well, we've made it to the Grand Cathedral. Louise Guyaburn should be here any minute now. Any minute now.
Your fool of a king is dead!
Huh, speak of the devil. By the way, here is a cool thing that I noticed while replaying this game. Louis's gauntlet runner is called the Caradrius. And while it might seem like it came out of nowhere, his arrival was actually foreshadowed early on. During the Tradia Desert segment, if you look up, you can actually see a massive ship in the sky heading towards Grand Trad, and that ship is none other than the Caradrius. This game is full of little things like that, and I really appreciate this level of attention to details. Alright, time to set our plan in motion.
I am Hythlodius V. The people of my land desire a new king, and I shall provide. Heed me, O kingless. Time is finite before my soul departs this benighted world. In 4 moons of life past death, there shall come a reckoning, a day of the hero. Upon that day, whosoever hath truly earned my greatest treasure, the One Piece, shall ascend to throne and crown by right of kings.
Hold on. Did the king... Did he just say the One Piece?
Impressive. One of the royal family's dogs. Rather poetic, I suppose.
See how he has rewarded your loyalty.
Oh, Grius, you old goat, I told you this was not a good idea. Immediately after the cutscene, you get thrown into a fight against the Skeleton Gang Squad. This one is actually pretty annoying because it is yet another run-ending tutorial masquerading as a fight. The skeletons in this battle always go first, and one of them is guaranteed to crit stroll just so that the game can teach you about the anxiety status.
What is this? What the hell is this?
Anxiety is a status that you can be afflicted with if you get ambushed, get your attacks blocked, or when you receive a critical hit. This status effect prevents you from controlling your archetype abilities, but what's really dangerous about it is that attacks against an anxious ally will not consume enemy turn icons. Much like in real life, anxiety really sucks, but the silver lining is that it will go away as soon as you get hit by one attack. Getting wrecked by these skeletons made me pretty anxious, but that was before I realized something. These guys are weak to light, and this is perfect because the healer archetype that I got from Maria just so happens to come with the light skill Hammer. Wait, do I have enough mag to study the healer? Thankfully, this time I have enough mag to unlock the archetype right away, so I won't need to go back to the mines again. One thing that's good to know about anxiety is that you can still use items freely when you are anxious, so Stroll was able to heal the squad while I kept hitting weaknesses. I was pretty worried about the enemy phase, but fortunately, putting everyone in the back row allowed us to survive the barrage of attacks. And from there, all it took was a combination of Hammer and Stroll doing Stroll things to defeat the gang squad.
Closing the distance.
Now, I would love to continue exploring the cathedral, but yeah, that's not happening. Luckily for us, Hulkenberg knows another way to get inside. By following her lead, we were able to go through the mausoleum, which is connected to the cathedral.
What? It can't be.
No way.
Alsus, stop it! Don't! I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
O lodestar who wanders in solemn duty, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Hear now my new calling, transcending all oaths. I choose life of my own will!
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Now, awaken.
My name is Iselin Pacelli Majal Hulkenberg. I am knight, I am commander, and last of the honor guard! Once more, I take up arms in my liege's name! Alsus, I will see you freed.
Alas, the time has come to deal with undead 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. This battle has the potential to be nightmarish because of one single move: Phantom Dance.
Your Highness.
Fortunately for me, Hulkenberg absolutely carries during this fight because of her skill called Knight's Proclamation. This move allows Hulky to draw the aggro towards her for one turn. When used during this fight, Knight's Proclamation guarantees that 𝙇𝙀𝙀's attacks will always target Hulkenberg, but that's not all. This move will also force undead 𝙇𝙀𝙀 to replace his Phantom Dance with Mocking Phantasm, a single-target version of his Shadow Clone Jutsu. So for this fight, Hulky went for Proclamation every turn, while the others kept dealing damage as well as healing her when needed. Just like the skeletons we faced previously, 𝙇𝙀𝙀 also has a light weakness. And by exploiting it with my healer, I was able to let Hulkenberg draw the aggro and then act a second time to guard, allowing her to take even less damage. This strategy proved to be solid, and after landing one last hammer, I was able to put our old friend to rest for good.
It's okay, let's go!
Alsus!
His Highness and Maria's home. I leave them in your hands.
We'll do as you ask, friend. I swear it.
Okay.
Alright, there is something important that I want to point out. Something that really shook me to my core once I noticed it. This is 𝙀𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀's first battle, and as you can see here, she is at level 1. This is worth mentioning because normally 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 does not join you at level 1. So what the hell is going on here? Typically, in a run like this where you can't earn EXP, party members who join late are a lot more valuable because they come at a higher level while also boasting higher stats. I was under the impression that party members in this game joined at a fixed level, but that isn't the case. In reality, they start at level 1 and then, behind the scenes, a function levels them up to bring them to the level you see in-game. This is how it normally works, but because my fantasy completely turns off any source of EXP gain whatsoever, the game is unable to do that. So what this means is that every single new party member I will get will also join me at level 1 with extremely low stats. Wow, the more I learn about this run, the worse it gets, and between you and me, I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh man, now that 𝙀𝙀 is gone, Miss Fabienne is heartbroken, Maria is in shambles, this is too depressing. I'm just gonna go to bed early today.
Really? What exactly do you have against sleep?
In other news, it's finally time to add a new member to our ranks. The ravenous she-beast 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. This marks the end of the prologue and the beginning of our first operation.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
So, our mission is as follows. To prevent the Day of Calamity from happening, we've got 10 days to climb the Grand Cathedral and defeat the Necromancer. Now that the prologue is over, I can freely choose how I want to use my day and night slots on any given day to prepare as best as I can for the task at hand. The first thing I wanted to do was ranking up my Wisdom virtue ASAP, and fortunately, there is a really convenient way to do that. On day 1, I did an activity to raise my wisdom, and I also accepted the Help the Hushed Honeybee side quest. To complete this one, you just need to cook at the inn during the night. This quest increases your wisdom, and when combined with the wisdom activity I did the day prior, I got enough points to reach rank 2. Reaching wisdom rank 2 is really useful for 2 reasons. First, it lets you talk to the beautiful Brigitta, and by doing so, I was able to obtain a special side quest. I've got more important fish to fry at the moment, but don't you worry, we will get back to this one in due time. And second, rank 2 wisdom grants you the right to purify items at the St. Fermis Church. Remember the great sword I got from repelling that one dragon? Well, thanks to purification, I was able to turn that weapon into the Dragon's Judgment, a stronger greatsword whose basic attacks become fire affinity. With that done, I went straight to the mausoleum entrance and began my ascent of the desecrated cathedral. My top priority here was snatching the key to free the hostages in the prayer chamber, because doing that earned me the trust of my newest follower on Tumblr, the bounty hunter Katharina, whose bond unlocks the brawler archetype. Despite all the suffering it caused me, I am really glad that I got the Dragon's Judgment greatsword, because many of the enemies you face in this dungeon are weak to fire. This weapon is particularly useful for defeating your foes while saving MP, like these guys. These little balls are called Elementa. They are metaphors take on that one enemy archetype that RPGs are so fond of. I am of course talking about that one enemy that runs away a lot but gives really good rewards if you manage to beat it. Seriously, can you stand still for a second? My god, why are you so slippery? As you would expect with this enemy type, they are always going to run away once they get their turn. Fortunately, Metaphor allows us to stun enemies before entering in a battle, so we can use that to make sure they don't get to play the game.
There they go!
Beating these guys is pretty useful because they drop a good amount of mag and archetype EXP. So, if I had to describe how exploring this dungeon has felt so far, I would say that it's been mostly good, all things considered. That was until I stumbled upon a white-clad soldier accompanied by another skeleton gang squad. Oh god, not the skeletons again! This time, we've got a dude who's busy buffing 24/7 and 4 angry skeletons whose attacks are simply too hard-hitting to survive. After many tries, I concluded that offense was the best defense, so I unlocked the brawler archetype on both Stroll and Hulkenberg, and then I tried to kill my enemies before they would kill me. But between the frequent misses and the lack of damage, it became pretty clear that my enemies were better at killing every last one of us. The losses I suffered were not very pleasant, but at the very least I did get to learn some valuable piece of intel. Defeating all the skeletons before the white-clad is not a good idea because that makes him go on the offensive. As long as at least one skeleton is alive, the white-clad will never attack, so this is something that I can abuse to keep this dude out of the fight. Another important thing I learned is that Knight's Proclamation is a godsend for this fight. Normally, the skeletons love going for their multi-target nonsense, but using Proclamation forces these guys to spam basic attacks, an outcome that's a lot easier to deal with. It took a lot of trial and error, but eventually I found what looked like a solid team comp: Brawler, Healer, and Knight. I went with this team comp because it allows me to use a brand new mechanic: Synthesis Skills. These are powerful skills that you can only perform when multiple party members with specific archetypes are on the field. By having one healer and one brawler, Stroll was able to use the powerful synthesis skill called Energy Ray to one-shot 2 of the 4 skeletons, while Hulkenberg went for Knight's Proclamation. And to ensure that my favorite knight would survive, I purposefully left the skeleton sword captain alive so that she would take reduced damage from their slash attacks. With only 2 foes to worry about, Hulky was able to consistently tank the blows, while Stroll and I kept landing hits on the mage. Once the skeleton mage went down, I brought the last 2 remaining enemies low enough, and then the Hulk gave us the win on a silver platter.
Oi! This is ridiculous! How are we losing? We have a bloody army!
And we have a Hulk. Alright, Hulkenberg, do your thing.
I'm counting on you!
Hulk! Smash!
The next roadblock in my way was a group of Spectres who proved to be more challenging than I expected because of the curse spam. Hex Chant has a chance to inflict Hex, and this status is pretty nasty because being hexed triples the amount of damage you take from dark attacks. Ah yes, they have Mudo, because of course they do. One thing that I love about Metaphor is that it has a bunch of skill names that most Atlus fans aren't used to, like Bot, Blaze or Conde, but every once in a while you see a word that makes you go, I've seen this before. Now, regarding this fight, something that I noticed is that the Spectres have an interesting AI quirk. They will only start attacking after someone gets hexed. In other words, so long as no party member has been hexed, the Spectres will keep spamming Curse Chant, and this is something that I can use to my advantage thanks to the guard mechanic. One thing that the game doesn't tell you about guarding is that it makes you immune to status effects. So by guarding with everyone, I can force the Spectres to keep going for an attack that's never going to land. Now, if all I did was guard, then winning this fight wouldn't be possible. And that's why I decided to abuse another mechanic: the turn order. In the Mega 10 games, the way the turn order is handled tends to change from one game to another. For example, in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, the turn order is dictated by the agility stat. Whoever has the highest agility goes first. In Shin Megami Tensei 5, the turn order is solely decided by the slot position of your allies. As for Metaphor, this mechanic actually works in a pretty interesting way. In this game, the turn order for the very first player phase is entirely dependent on the agility of your party. So, with my current setup of 2 mages and 1 healer, Hulkenberg will go first, Stroll will go second, and then will act last. However, for each subsequent player phase after the first one, the turn order isn't determined by agility anymore, but by whoever acted last. The easiest way to understand how it works is to think of it like this. In games like Nocturne and SMT5, the turn order always gets reset every player phase. So in those games, It doesn't matter who acts last, because number 1 will always be the one who gets to act first every player phase. But in Metaphor, the turn order continues as if you kept getting turns. So in this party of 3, if the player phase ends with number 2, in the next player phase, the person who will get to act first is not number 1, it is number 3. So by changing who acts last, I can manipulate the turn order for the next player phase, and luckily for me, I can do that with the pass command. Passing cycles control to the next character while only consuming half of a turn icon. Normally, if I just spam guard, every player phase is always going to play out the same. Hulky will go first, Stroll will go second, and Will move last. However, if I pass with Hulkenberg, I can ensure that she will be the last one to act while still having enough press turn icons to guard with everyone. And whenever that happens, Stroll is guaranteed to get the first turn on the following player phase. I can then pass his turn to Will and go for the synthesis skill Mahama to hit all the Spectos. And because my synthesis skill hit a weakness, I still have enough press turn icons to guard with everyone. So by combining all these mechanics together, I can safely exploit the weakness of my enemies while also making sure that they will never be able to attack me. Thanks to this flawless strategy, we managed to defeat all the Spectos without taking damage. With the jobbers gone, I was able to destroy the Melancholia Crystal, and that lifted the veil blocking the lift. The path to the upper floors has been cleared, but before we can go any further, we have to win the last mini-boss fight of this dungeon against 3 Louisian soldiers. Okay, so I know that these guys are called Louisian soldiers because they are from the army of Louis Guillaburn, but whenever I see their names, I feel the urge to call them the Louisiana soldiers. This is yet another matchup where Knight Hulkenberg is really good, but every time I attempted that fight, the Louisiana soldiers would go "It's Regicide time," kill her with a crit, and then proceed to Regicide all over us. Now, fixing this isn't too bad. I just have to make sure that Hulkenberg is able to guard, because guarding prevents critical hit from happening. No, the more pressing matter is the fact that all the fighting has seriously depleted our supply of MP. I could use a couple of Magla pills to fix that, but considering how valuable these items are, this is something that I would rather not do. I had to find a way to restore my party's MP that didn't involve using my precious items. And thankfully for me, there is another mechanic that I can use to achieve that: hero passives. So when you, the hero, equip an archetype, you get a unique ability called a hero passive that gets activated during overworld combat. Equipping the mage gives me access to magic recovery, a hero passive that recovers 1 MP each time an enemy is stunned or defeated. When playing normally, this passive is actually pretty good because it's very easy to one-shot enemies at a lower level than you. Now, because I'm at level 1, this ability is not as convenient as it should be, since I cannot one-shot anything, but with a bit of thinking, I was able to find a reasonable method to farm MP. In the Servant's Chamber, there is this one room with a bunch of tooth monsters. These guys are the weakest enemies in the entire dungeon. This makes them the perfect target because it's fairly easy to break and defeat them in overworld combat. So what I did is that I killed every last one of them by playing Dark Souls, then I went in and out of a Magla Hollow to make them respawn, and I returned to the room once again to start the cycle anew. And after many sessions of playing Dark Souls, I managed to bring everyone back to full MP without using a single item. The only price I had to pay was trading some of the limited amount of time I have left on this earth. Thanks to our hefty supply of MP, as well as the ice chunks I had been saving this entire time, we were able to defeat the Louisiana soldiers fairly quickly. With that taken care of, the only thing left is stopping Zorba.
Look out! Take cover!
We cannot evade such a barrage, nor will our armor protect us fully. There has to be a better way.
We could use a shield, or something close enough to it.
A shield?
Well, for lack of a shield proper, can you think of anything we might use?
If we shield ourselves with Luis's portrait, Zorba may well refuse to fire upon us.
But it's just a flimsy painting.
A painting that he took the trouble to protect, transport, and mount. If he truly worships Luis, might he not hesitate to shoot it?
Point taken. I suppose it's our best shot. What? You degenerates! That's...
Don't mind us. We've rubbish to dispose of.
rubbish! You heathens! I'll pulverize you!
Try if you like. Be ashamed to destroy your Lord Luis's pretty face, though.
Ah! Underhanded, treacherous little...
That's rich coming from you!
Silence! You witless incompetents! I can't tarry here any longer. I have important things to do.
Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody. My game of the year 2024. Now, while I could fight Zorba right here and there, I am not going to do that. You see, challenging Zorba locks you in a sequence where you have to win 2 boss fights back to back. And at the moment, I just don't have the tools to do that. This marked the end of my day 2 exploration, but before leaving the cathedral, I made sure to collect all the loot I could find, and I made sure that everyone would reach rank 6 with the Brawler to unlock Skullcracker, an attack with a pretty decent chance to inflict the status ailment called Forget. Now, I would love to tell you what Forget actually does, but unfortunately, I forgot. As for why I wanted to unlock this skill in particular, well, you will get your answer in the near future. After leaving the cathedral, I spent my time raising my tolerance until Idol's Day finally came around. Idol's Day is always a good time because it's the day where all the city shops have discounts. And speaking of shops, there is one in particular that I would like to show you. In Grand Trad, there is a shop that's only open at night where you can buy damage-dealing items. Thanks to the Idol's Day discount, I bought a ton of ice chunks, and on the following day, I decided to go to the Belega corridor to tackle Brigitte's quest. But between you and me, I prefer calling this place Naraku. While exploring Naraku, I went out of my way to fight an enemy called the Hexer Goborn, and I did that because I was after a specific item dropped by this disgusting-looking goblin. It took way longer than I thought it would, but one of these Goborns finally gave me what I was after, the Tinned Torpor, an item that debuffs attack by 1 stage. Getting through this place was a relatively simple affair.
Brace yourselves!
Anxiety and they're targeting him! What's wrong? Hulkenberg's down! Get her back
I'm
up!
sorry, everyone.
We reached the final floor of the corridor, and shortly after, we found ourselves inside the Hall of the Minotaur. This is the grotesque Goptorus, a level 22 boss. This boss has 2 weaknesses, Pierce and Ice. By the way, if you were thinking about bringing some mages to this fight, don't. While the mage archetype can exploit the ice weakness of this boss, bringing a mage is still a bad idea because it will anger the Gop. And when the Gop is angry, nothing can survive his frenzy. Since exploiting that Pierce weakness isn't really practical, I decided to focus on the ice one. With the ice chunks, I can consistently deal 100 damage, and since the Gop has around 2500 HP, I just need to throw 25 of those chunks to win. But this begs the question, how do we survive long enough to do that?
That's the neat thing. You don't.
Yeah, no. Tanking hits is simply not going to work with this guy. We are talking about a boss who can straight up one-shot everyone from the back row. Luckily for you and I, while I was working on this run, something absolutely crazy got discovered, and that very thing was exactly the answer I was looking for. What I'm talking about is an exploit that was discovered by my fellow challenge runner Zero with the assistance of the data miner CTOBN. This exploit has to do with a unique interaction between ailments and support effects. So in this game, each ailment starts with some number of turns remaining, and that number goes down at the start of each turn. Normally, once that number goes down to 0, the ailment will wear off on its own. But there is an oversight. If any support effect like a buff or debuff expires at the start of a turn, the ailment timer does not go down for that turn. It gets paused. So if I inflict an ailment on an enemy, and then time my debuffs in such a way that they expire one after another, this exploit essentially allows me to extend the duration of that ailment. And this is something that we can abuse against the Gop. You see, unlike most story bosses who are immune to all status ailments, bounty targets like the Gop aren't immune to everything. They just have a really high resistance to most ailments, meaning that while tough, it is actually possible to give them the flu. So in order to pull off this exploit, we are gonna need two things: a way to inflict an ailment, and some support effects that we can apply to the boss. My options for inflicting ailments are fairly limited at the moment, but I have made sure to unlock the only ailment-inducing move that is available at this point in the game. That move is Skullcracker. As for the support effects, while I still don't have a way to learn debuffing spells, I have made sure to obtain the two items in this entire segment that can be used to debuff my enemy: the Corrosive Acid and the Tinned Topper. And now that all the pieces of the puzzle are in place, it's time to show you the strategy for the first turn of the fight. The plan is to go with a squad of 3 brawlers, use one debuff item, and then crack the skull of the gup until the ailment lands. Skullcracker has a 40% chance to inflict Forget, so you would think that this would be a simple affair, but unfortunately there is an issue. Remember how I said that bosses like the gup have a resistance to most ailments? Yeah, that resistance is really high. So high, in fact, that it reduces my 40% chance to inflict Forget to a measly 4%. I optimized the first turn to allow the squad to click Skullcracker more often, but with odds this low, it simply wasn't working out. No matter how many times we tried, nothing would land. With each new defeat, I was becoming less confident in this strategy, and with how badly my attempt was going, it looked like my fantasy was about to die.
Just the thing.
It's okay. We can hear.
You hit their weakness!
I call upon royal power within!
With a single fist. Here!
Hulkenberg got
Come
tired
forth,
of it.
royal soul!
Yes! But it didn't. As you just saw, Forget prevents the afflicted from using their skills, and thanks to that, I don't have to worry about getting hit by the gup anymore. Once turn 2 rolled around, I used my Tinned Topper, and I really thought that I had this in the bag, but then, out of nowhere, the gup went for a basic attack. Yeah, while Forget prevents a foe from using their skills, they can still go for the silly basic attack. It was at this point that the battle became really stressful. Thanks to the way I timed my debuffs, I was able to ensure that the gup would remain afflicted by Alzheimer for 2 additional turns, but with the threat of the basic attacks looming over my head, I had to do everything in my power to win before the gup could remember how to play the game. Defense return to normal, takes aim.
Let's try this.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna get close.
Let's stay calm. Take it.
Come on.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's
back.
your opening, Captain.
From our provisions.
Come on.
Careful.
Please do not. Oh, why?
Get her back up.
Oh, the basic attack. Oh, man.
Someone
should
help
work.
her get back in the fight.
It's okay. Let's try this.
You hit their weakness.
With these fists, this
That's
calls
your
for one of
opening,
these.
Captain. You hit their weak point.
Let's stay calm.
Keep it up, Stroll.
Take it.
Yes. Oh, I managed to do it. With the Minotaur defeated, I was able to complete Brigitte's request, allowing me to unlock her as a new follower on LinkedIn. And by reaching Brigitte's rank 1, I finally got access to one of the best archetypes in the entire game, the Merchant.
Hello, I like money.
Then, after unlocking this archetype on Will, I went back to Naraku to get all the tools I needed to defeat the last 2 bosses gatekeeping the early game. And now that I've got access to the Merchant, I can finally indulge in my capitalistic ambitions by farming as much money as I want! Wait, only 15 reeves? That doesn't make sense. The amount of money I'm getting is way too low. This shouldn't be possible unless... Let me explain. So one of the reasons why I wanted to unlock the Merchant so badly is because of its godly hero passive called Alchemy. The way alchemy works is that it gives you a sum of money each time an enemy is stunned or defeated in overworld combat. In regular play, this is an amazing ability that allows you to get a ton of money by collecting taxes, but here is the thing. What I didn't know before starting this run is that the game has a specific formula for calculating how much money alchemy gives you. That formula is 15 multiplied by your level. Yes, that's right. Your level affects how much money you get from alchemy, and since I'm gonna be stuck at level 1 for the entire game, 15 is the highest amount of money that I will ever be able to get from that ability. This essentially means that money farming with Merchant is impossible. Let me say that again. I cannot money farm with the class that was designed for money farming. Ridiculous. Since I couldn't get any use out of alchemy, I decided to focus on the second reason behind my return to the Naraku corridor: item farming. So there is an enemy inside this dungeon called the Vicious Hondo, and what's interesting about this doggo is that it can drop the Fire Fang, an item that deals 150 fire damage to all enemies. This item is fantastic, but there is a catch. It's a rare drop. Normally, this would make farming Fire Fangs pretty tedious, but thanks to Regicide difficulty, this isn't so bad. You see, one of the quirks of Regicide that I didn't tell you about is that this difficulty doubles the drop rate for items. This alone makes item farming a lot better by default, but to increase my odds as much as possible, I made sure to reach rank 2 with my Merchant to unlock Lucky Find, a passive skill that increases the likelihood of receiving items after battles by 20%. Thanks to these mechanics, I was able to get a decent amount of Fire Fangs. I also got a ton of Tint Torpor, and I'm sure that these will come in handy in the future. And after doing that, I began what would be my longest grinding session of the early game, bringing one archetype to rank 20 for every character. As for what would motivate someone to go through so much pain this early into the game, well, there are two reasons. The first one is that reaching rank 20 allows you to master an archetype, and this is important because it gives us access to the archetype experience bonus mechanic. So as you can see here, despite having reached rank 20, my Merchant is still able to earn AEXP. When you equip a mastered archetype, you receive additional experience, and when you get enough to fill the bar, that experience you collected will be converted into a Hero's Leaf of Light, an item that increases archetype experience by 1000. So by keeping mastered archetypes on everyone, I will be able to passively collect archetype experience items that can then be used to rank up my other archetypes, and this is easily one of my favorite mechanics in this game. As for the second reason, it's tied to my stats. Since EXP has been completely disabled, I can't raise my stats via leveling up. This means that I can't directly raise my HP or MP, and when you consider the fact that enemies are going to hit harder the further I get, having a low HP stat is a massive issue. Now, while I can't raise my stats the traditional way, there are actually 3 interesting mechanics that I can use to achieve that desired result. The first one is pretty self-explanatory, it's using stat boosters, but there is a caveat. In Metaphor, it's pretty much impossible to farm stat boosters until the final dungeon, so while these items are definitely useful, I will not be able to rely on them during this run. Now the second mechanic is really cool because it's tied to the archetype system. So when you rank up an archetype, you get a bonus point in a specific stat. And when you master an archetype by reaching rank 20, you get an even bigger boost, also in a specific stat. These bonuses are permanent, and what's pretty cool about the system is that the stat boosts you get will depend on the archetype you have mastered. Most archetypes give you a boost in one of the 5 main stats, but some archetypes will grant you a permanent HP or MP increase if you master them. So mastering those specific archetypes is going to be my primary way of increasing the HP and MP of all my party members. As for the third mechanic, well, this one hasn't been introduced yet, so we will get back to this conversation in due time. Also, it's worth mentioning that in this game, you can get stat bonuses from equipping various pieces of gear. Reaching master rank with the Brawler permanently increases the HP of a character by 20, so I made sure to master Brawler on both Stroll and Hulkenberg. And as a nice bonus for reaching rank 20, they unlocked Hellfont, a passive that raises max HP by 15%. I also acquired enough mag to unlock the merchant for these two, and once that was done, I made sure that each of them reached rank 5 to unlock an amazing skill called Trader's Summit. Oh, also, since Will has mastered the merchant, he has unlocked Debt Collection, a skill that lets you steal mag from an enemy. This is an amazing skill that will allow me to farm mag. Wait. Debt Collection costs 100 MP. I have 75 MP at the moment, so I can't even cast the skill once. So yeah, let's talk about this skill again when I have enough MP to cast it. After doing everything that I set out to achieve, I finally left the Naraku corridor. All in all, this little prep session didn't last that long. It only took 8 hours. On the following day, I played with Brigitte's dog to reach her rank 2, and then I waited for Idol's Day to sell all the loot I had amassed from Naraku. Doing that gave me enough money to purchase the Noble Tuxedo, which is the best piece of armor that I can get my hands on at this point in time. Then, when nighttime came around, I made sure to replenish my supply of damage-dealing items. And, on the last day that I was given to complete the deadline, I returned to the Grand Cathedral. Oh look, that's the gigantic human corpse that Louis Guillabern brought with him. Surely, the fact that this monstrosity can be seen from all the way up here isn't going to be an ill omen of things to come. Hello Zorba, long time no see. There are 3 things that you need to know about Zorba. The first one is, I pull your strings! The second one is, I've bodies to spare! And last but not least, this boss has no weakness. So Zorba's fighting style is pretty in line with his personality. He summons corpses and then lets them do the dirty work. If you can't defeat the bodies he has to spare quickly, then this fight has the potential to spiral out of control, but unfortunately for Zorba, I came prepared. The bodies whose strings he pulls have a pretty convenient fire weakness, so I can just throw Fire Fangs to destroy them while also hitting our Necromancer friend. Now, if you pay close attention to my damage numbers, you can see that my Fire Fang that's supposed to deal 150 damage is hitting for 225. If you are wondering where this boost is coming from, it's all thanks to this skill I got back in Naraku. Trader's Summit is a passive that increases the effects of consumables by 1.2. But what's really fascinating about this skill is that the boost it gives increases further if archetypes of the same lineage are present on the field. So by having a squad of 3 merchants, I can increase the boost from 1.2 to 1.5. Oh, and regarding items, one thing that's really cool about those is that in Metaphor, the damage they deal is fixed. And because they still abide by the weakness system, hitting the corpses with my Fire Fangs allows me to act more often, while also completely disregarding Zorba's fire resistance. The plan worked out just as well as I expected, and after easily destroying the second corpse, Zorba had no other choice than to bend the knee.
This should work!
Impossible! This can't be happening! Lord Luis!
That'll do.
Okay then. Oh.
His Highness's home must still stand when he returns.
I will end this here!
Another city in ruins. Never again. It dies or I do.
It's coming!
This is Homo Avades, the last boss fight of the back-to-back sequence. This fight has the potential to be difficult at level 1, but unfortunately for the boss, this guy also gets destroyed by Fire Fangs. By throwing a couple of those, I was able to break the shell, and that gave me 2 free turns to go ham on the exposed heart. Eventually, the creature got up, then it summoned a bunch of tiny dudes. And to this day, I still don't know what the tiny dudes are supposed to do, because right after they showed up, One last Fire Fang was more than enough to fell the giant beast without taking any damage.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
Use any skills.
This calls for one of these.
I like how the little guys on top are still spinning around as if nothing happened.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
Winning this fight made me feel pretty great, but after everything settled down, I started thinking about 𝙇𝙀𝙑, and that's when the melancholia kicked in. Death is a saddening experience, not just for the departed, but also for those who are left behind. Now that he is gone, the poor little Maria has to come to terms with the loss of her dad, and at such a young age too. Back when he was still with us, I told 𝙇𝙀𝙑 that I will keep visiting Maria, and this is a promise that I plan to keep. Hold strong, Maria. We will get through this together. With the Day of Calamity behind us, we can focus on our next objective.
Oh, you have any idea who that is? If you imbeciles can't even get that straight, you've no chance at winning. They want kingly types, not children play acting.
Stuck-up little...
Ah, right. This is 𝙇𝙀𝙑. And the only thing you need to know about him is that I hate 𝙇𝙀𝙑. What was I saying again? Ah, right! The tournament for the One Piece is about to start. If only we had the Gauntlet Runner.
What the heck is that?
Wonderful. So much for a first impression.
Right! I'd call that a full roster. Ladies and gentlemen, race across the land. Go! Prove yourself worthy and earn your crown. For the people, for the throne. Let the games begin!
Come on, come on! So fast! Gotta hold on to something or I'll get blown up!
It's incredible!
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
My friend, welcome aboard our Gauntlet Runner. This lovely fella over here is Nuras, our pilot, mechanic, mad scientist. Super! You get the picture. As you can see, he has a few screws loose, but I can guarantee you, Nuras is a great guy. You know, now that I think about it, I am slowly starting to get my very own crew. We have someone who can cook, we have a navigator, we have a 𝙀𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. With a crew like this, it's only a matter of time before we find the One Piece. Wait, Nuras, if you are here with me, who is driving the Gauntlet Runner?
Oh no, this is bad! Someone, help, please!
So in metaphor, traveling to a new location can take a couple of days. Fortunately, there are a bunch of activities that you can do inside the runner to kill time, like taking a dump. Yeah, you might think that I'm joking, but going to the bathroom is actually pretty useful in this game because of a unique mechanic. In metaphor, the calendar only has 5 days. Wait. I'm sorry, what? Only 5 days? So Idol's Day is the last day of the week. And if you go to the bathroom on every Idol's Day specifically, your luck will increase by 1. I have no idea why unclogging your bowels is a source of a stat boost in this game, but if there are any metaphor scholars watching, please feel free to explain to us the lore ramifications behind this event. Now, outside of that, there are other activities that you can do, like raising your virtues by reading books or talking to your comrades, but personally, I decided to forego these options to focus on something else entirely. Another activity that you can do here is cleaning the runner. Remember the 3 mechanics I told you about? The ones that I can use to raise my stats? Yeah, cleaning is that third mechanic I was alluding to. And what's great about cleaning is that doing it permanently increases the max HP of the protagonist by 5. In my first playthrough, I never felt the need to use this mechanic, but right now, I am so glad that it exists, because in this game there are a couple of solo fights, and I'm definitely gonna need as much HP as possible for those. All in all, the Gauntlet Runner is an amazing facility that's going to benefit us greatly during the run. Well, except for Stroll. The poor guy does not handle Gauntlet Runners very well. After my cleaning session, we took a break to gaze at the magnificent Tree of Prophecy. This is one of the many gorgeous places that you get to visit in this game, and every time you find a new location like this one, you will get a good amount of wisdom points. Additionally, Nuras will also produce a drawing of the landscape for you, and I have a feeling that a little girl I know from Grand Trad is going to enjoy these drawings quite a lot. During this 4-day trip, I spent my entire time cleaning the runner like my life depended on it, and then I took a break on June 26th to admire the view.
My star is rising! Ah!
Sanctism will reign!
Oh look, these two butt heads are fighting. And of course, one of them had to be that 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙇 prick. I can't stand that guy, but considering the fact that he supports Louis Guillaburn, I guess we should go ahead and help him out.
Hey Guido, I heard you like pineapple on pizza. You disgust me.
In this fight, we've got to deal with Guido as well as his 2 cronies. This encounter is kinda tricky, and if you are wondering what makes the fight difficult, it's because of the king. The king has erected multiple coronation rocks around the world. And on these rocks, as well as on the rocky visage of the king himself, you can see some faces. These are the faces of the candidates who are deemed the most likely to find the One Piece. Unfortunately for us, these candidates are under the protection of the king's magic. And because Guido is one such candidate, we have no way to hit him, so the win condition is to defeat his 2 monks. If you think about it, this means that Guido has no weakness. And you can't even use AoE items like Fire Fang, since those would inevitably target Guido as well, so you gotta attack each monk individually. Fortunately for us, Guido doesn't attack. He just really likes to put on a cocky smirk, so this gives me all the time in the world
Now, feel the righteous truth of Sanctism engraved upon your flesh! Sanctism will reign!
So after 2 turns of doing nothing but smirking, on the 3rd turn, Guido will heal his monks and then send you back to the fantasy is dead screen. Considering his damage output, I really can't take too long to finish this fight, and that's why I tried to look for a way to win the battle before the 3rd enemy phase. Finding the right archetypes for this fight is pretty tough because both monks have a variety of powerful single-target and multi-target moves, but ultimately, I went with Merchant Gaming. By throwing ice chunks at the spear monk, we were able to generate extra actions by hitting his weakness, and then we used those extra actions to hit the mage monk. Surviving the enemy phase was tough, but thanks to the back row damage reduction, we were able to soak up the hits. On turn 2, another ice chunk dealt enough damage to get rid of the spear monk, and on turn 3, after Stroll tanked a mage gust, our combined efforts were just enough to get rid of the mage monk before Guido got to play the game.
Here.
Still up? I could do with this. Tougher than I thought.
I've just the thing.
To him. So, the faithful are broken before you, yet your desperate struggling is for naught. You cannot defy the inevitable. I am immune to all your wicked...
I think not, you rotter!
Thank you, Nuras. You are truly the GOAT.
What are you playing at? You think I owe you now or something? I would have been fine without your...
So you're not just a pretty face. You were more help than my useless driver, at least.
Yeah, that's right. Eat shit, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀. Allow me to introduce you to one of the best characters in the entire game. My man, Batlin. Right now, you probably don't understand why I'm mentioning him, but don't worry. In due time, you will be able to see why I like Batlin so much. Okay, I'm really tired of seeing 𝙇𝙀𝙀's face, so let's get... Oh my god! It's 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀! Oh my god! That was 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀! Well, after this little kerfuffle, we continued our journey, and then on the 27th of June, we finally arrived at our destination. Welcome to Martira, the old castle town. The music that plays in this town is so calm and soothing. It's great. We've got some work to do, but before getting started, we were treated to some of the, local delicacies.
Roasted larvae of the giant sandworm. It's Martira's culinary speciality.
Tis a unique texture, to be sure, but the taste is divine. Exquisite.
You're completely serious, aren't you?
Yes. Of all people, Hulkenberg is the one who's enjoying these meals.
Something the matter? Do try some of your own before it gets cold.
Yes, absolutely right. I'll be cheering you on. And, I'll see to the funeral plans.
Please, rest your weary heads for today.
If they aren't here, con a free meal out of us, that is.
Oh, right. This is Morris. He doesn't seem to like us, and trust me, that goes both ways because I cannot stand him either. I do like Bardon though. His smile gives me life. Alright, now that our bellies aren't empty anymore, let's talk about the mission. Our goal is to capture 𝙇𝙀𝙀, a dangerous criminal and child kidnapper who has been targeting the peaceful town of Martira. According to Morris, in 5 days from now, there is going to be a sand flash. This is a natural phenomenon that puts all the wild beasts to sleep, so that should allow us to reach 𝙇𝙀𝙀's lair safely. Oh, thanks for the tip, Morris. I guess I owe you an apology. It looks like I misjudged you. It's also around this point that I unlocked a new feature, teleportation. Now I can fast travel to towns I have previously visited, and this is going to be really useful for completing side quests and working on my follower bonds. I paid a visit to Moore to make use of a pretty cool mechanic, skill inheritance. As the name implies, this feature allows you to inherit skills you've learned in other archetype trees. All you need to do is purchase the skill you want, and just like that, you can equip that skill on all your other archetypes. Since I had enough mag, I was able to unlock Trader Summit on everyone, so now we can all make use of this amazing passive without needing to equip the Merchant archetype. Oh, also, as you can see here, there is a hard limit on the number of inherited skills that you can equip at once. But luckily for us, I just so happen to know a way to unlock more slots. Each of your followers is tied to a specific archetype lineage, and every time you raise your bond with a follower, you will unlock a bunch of useful features, like reducing the mag cost for studying an archetype, or unlocking more slots for skill inheritance. Out of all the ranks I can start raising right now, I decided to prioritize Maria. At rank 4, she unlocks a really useful ability for the Gauntlet Runner, and that's what I'm currently working towards. I was able to reach rank 3 with my dear Maria, and that gave me access to the Cleric archetype. I also gave her the drawing Nura's made, and she really liked it. Maria is a strong kid, but I can tell that she is still hurting from the loss of her father, and honestly, so am I. So whenever I can, I will come back to Grand Trial to tell her the stories of our journey. I then purchased as many damage-dealing items as I could, and once the time came, we all departed for our next destination, the giant sandworm neck. Oh look, Katharina is back. Except this time, she's more interested in throwing hands than shaking hands. I'm really glad that I bought a bunch of Flamma bottles because they completely melt her HP bar. Sadly, Stroll got dumpstered by a charging punch, but luckily for him, Hulky and I were able to end the fight before things got ugly. Winning this fight allowed me to reach rank 2 with Katharina, and after parting ways with her, we finally made it to the nest. Normally this area is very dangerous, but thanks to Maurice's tip, we should be able to get through the entire place.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the?
Thanks, Maurice. I hate you, Maurice. Burn in hell! This thing is the freaky worm Homo butera, and I've got good news and bad news regarding this fight. The good news is that we don't need to fully deplete its HP bar. We just need to bring it low enough. As for the bad news... Hey, can you let me finish my sentence, you savage beast? So, when I saw that this thing was able to straight up one-shot us in the back row, I started considering all my options. The first thing I tried was fully debuffing the attack of the boss, but in spite of that, the freaky worm was still able to clap us all. After paying close attention to its moveset, I noticed that most of its attacks are of the strike affinity. So, to increase our odds of survival, I swapped everyone to the Brawler because this archetype has a built-in strike resistance. It also has the passive skill Strike Dodge, and that should increase my odds of dodging strike attacks by a decent amount. As per usual, I opened the fight by throwing ice chunks to hit the weakness, and I used our 3 extra actions to fully debuff the worm. I then braced myself for impact, but Stroll, being the Gigacha that he is, actually avoided the attack altogether thanks to Strike Dodge. And since a miss forces the attacker to lose 2 press turn icons instead of just 1, that clutch dodge allowed us to avoid taking any damage during the enemy phase. We then unloaded as much as possible, but that still wasn't enough to repel the beast. And on the following turn, the worm went for the extremely hard-hitting Sandstorm, followed by a Swiping Arc which killed Hulky, but again, Stroll being Stroll, my man got another Strike Dodge. And once the player phase came around, one last ice chunk was more than enough to drive back the beast.
This'll do it.
You hit their... It went underground! I think we managed to drive it back!
Okay, so the good news is that we are still alive. The bad news is that we are inside the worm. Hold up. There is an old man living inside the sandworm? Why is this old man living inside the sand? Alright, never mind. Let's focus on what truly matters right now. Getting through the belly of the beast. So, our objective in this dungeon is fairly simple. We must escape from inside the monster. And in order to do that, we need to get to the anus as soon as possible because we are on a timer. If we take too long to escape, we will all get digested by the worm's gastric acids. And while I'm sure that there is someone out there who is really into that for some reason, what a freak, that is not my case, so let's get moving. It's time to get to the rear end of the worm, or as Gallica would put it, alright, let's go! Onward to the butthole of salvation! So instead of going straight to the anus, I took a detour to grab all the loot I could find. Unfortunately, this meant that I had to go through the swamp. And by going through the swamp, I mean spamming rolls repeatedly because in typical swamp fashion, this swamp reduces your mobility all the while your health keeps going down because of the acid. Ah, yes, of course, poison swamps. That's exactly what this game needed. Is this supposed to be a metaphor for why Metaphor ReFantazio is the Dark Souls of poison swamps? Oh, by the way, I hope you don't get a game over in here, because if you get the fantasy is dead, then you have to restart the entire segment from the very beginning. And I can guarantee you that this definitely didn't happen to me. Now, if you've played Metaphor ReFantazio, then you probably remember this segment fondly for 2 reasons. The first one is, well, anus, but I am willing to bet that the second thing you vividly remember is this boss. This is Fish Matador. Well, officially it's called Homo Theos, but personally, I prefer calling it Fish Matador because of the fun and engaging strategy that this boss employs. This boss always gets the first turn, and as soon as it gets to play the game, he's guaranteed to do two things. He will use Fishy Fandango to raise his evasion all the way to the max, and then he will use Masukunda to decrease the accuracy of your entire party by 1 stage. So when you combine these two spells, what you get is a slippery boss who is really good at wasting your time. You know what they say, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Now, as annoying as this boss can be, there is actually a pretty easy way to counter him. One crucial detail that I didn't tell you about regarding items is that in this game, items cannot miss. By abusing this mechanic, the stupid fish got absolutely cooked in a single turn, and I was able to win the fight without taking any damage. And then, after more riveting Poison Swamp gameplay, we finally reached the last boss blocking the way to the anus. It's a worm. We are fighting a worm inside a worm. Can somebody pinch me, please? I feel like I'm having a dream within a dream right now. The prep I did before leaving Martyra absolutely paid off for this fight because my hefty supply of Thunderstones was more than enough to zap the worm out of existence with plenty of time to spare. This was definitely one of the video game moments of our time, but hey, at least now we can resume our mission. I made sure to grab whatever looked valuable, and after a couple of minutes, we finally arrived at 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇's lair. Okay everyone, the vile criminal known as 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀 should show up—
We're but another lesser tribe the city dwellers don't care for.
Wait, this is 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀? People described him as a terrifying monster, but he's just a tiny man-bat dude. And his voice...
Here I come!
His voice is so deep. Sorry, now is not the time to feel sympathy for the enemy. We've got a fight to deal with. 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 has a pretty interesting gimmick. The ex-knight of the Shadow Guard can use Shadow Clone Jutsu to summon more copies of himself. And in order to deal damage to him, you will need to figure out which one is the real 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀. During my first playthrough, this gimmick confused me for a bit, but that was until I looked at the ground and noticed that, curiously, only one of the 4 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀s has a shadow. As soon as I saw this, I realized that this was the very same gimmick that the boss Ongyoki used in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Hulkenberg and Stroll both went down, but by the time that happened, I had dealt enough damage to secure the win. So it looks like 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 is hiding somewhere. It's a good strategy. Unfortunately...
𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀, come out!
Show yourself!
Hey! Big ugly sandwormy human thing! Even Hulkenberg wouldn't eat you!
Gasp! Rejected by Hulkenberg! The ravenous, all-devouring she-beast of the Knight's Order!
Ah! Enough! Stop this infernal din!
Okay, time for round 2. By the way, there is something that I didn't tell you regarding these fights. While 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 won't hesitate to take down your comrades, he will never land a finishing blow on you because you have main character privilege. So I just kept chucking stones at him until the Ujif was forced to submit.
Help, please!
Then my fight ends here. What are those strange powers you possess? Fine. Investigate this as you see fit. And if you think I'm guilty by the end of it, put me in chains. A strange lot indeed. And My God, a foul-smelling one to boot.
Ugh, don't remind me.
Come on, get the bait moving already. If that thing goes out of control, we'll be dinner.
You can't run from us!
Well, if it isn't our friend Maurice.
O lodestar, who falters in memory, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Choose? My choice is already made.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. O lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
I am 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 Noctul. I believe the arc of life depends not upon birth. By these hands, soiled or sinless, I fight!
Go! Rip them apart!
On guard!
I really like this awakening scene, but if I'm being honest, I kinda wish the boss fight that followed was a bit more interesting. Hulkenberg and Stroll both got some pretty cool fights, but then you get to 𝙇𝙀𝙑 and you end up fighting a bunch of dogs. After burning the Hondos to a crisp, I was looking forward to fighting Maurice, but that rascal managed to get away before I could punch him in the face. Very frustrating. In any case, this marks the beginning of our next deadline. I've got a bunch of things that I need to take care of, but first, allow me to properly introduce the newest member of our merry crew. He is a former knight of the Shadow Guard and a master of some darker art. He is a Ujif whose agility is unmatched and a thief who knows how to steal your heart. He is the one and only 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀!
You think yourself equal to a Ujif's agility? Be neither timid nor arrogant. Oh, power of kings!
My power support you.
My heart and soul are one!
Now that 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 has officially followed me on Facebook, our crew is able to study a brand new archetype, the Thief. Hulkenberg and Stroll don't really need to study this one right now, so I prioritize unlocking the Thief for Will. In my first playthrough, I found the Thief to be a pretty underwhelming archetype, but let me tell you, in this run, this archetype is actually extremely good because of the utility it provides, and you will see what I mean pretty soon. I then started thinking about the next problem I needed to solve. Training 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀. In normal circumstances, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 should join the crew around level 22, but because of my fantasy, he is now stuck at level 1 just like the rest of us. This unfortunately means that all his stats are scaled down to his level, but that's not all. 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 is also really far behind everyone else because outside of his own archetype, he hasn't unlocked any archetype at all. This means that I'm gonna have to spend a ton of resources just to get him up to speed. Since I didn't have enough Magla to unlock everything, I taught 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 the way of the merchant, money, and then to further his training, I jumped straight into the next dungeon, the Castle of Dread. Welcome to Krigante Castle, one of my favorite dungeons in the game, in part due to the music that plays here. After getting destroyed by the local residents of the sewers, I used some of my AEXP items on 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 to bring his merchant to rank 5. This gave him access to the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 Trader Summit, and now that all 4 of our party members have access to this skill, we can finally unleash its full potential. When you go from 3 to 4 archetypes of the same lineage, the boost you get from Trader Summit will go from 1.5 to ×2. That's right, now our items can deal double damage, and that DPS boost is amazing for quickly defeating the Elementas. So the first level of this dungeon is called the Rotting Waterway, and within this place you can find a pretty interesting chest. Yup, this game has mimics, because of course everyone needed to feel that paranoia before opening every single chest. The mimics in this game can be pretty annoying to take down, but fortunately, they have a quirk that we can exploit. See, these guys really like gold. So much so in fact that if you use a money skill like the merchant's gold attack, you can make them waste some of their press turns, and that creates more openings for you to whack them until there are no more. Now, the reason why I wanted to defeat this mimic in particular is because beating it unlocks an amazing accessory, the Prowler's Pipe. This accessory increases the success rate of stealing skills by a lot, and this is going to be extremely useful later on. Also, with the Thief archetype in my possession, I can finally show you its amazing hero passive in action. So in this game, enemies have 2 different drops, a common drop and a rare drop. The Thief's hero passive is called Pickpocket, and this ability gives you a 50% chance of receiving an enemy's common drop when stunning or killing them. So thanks to the Thief, it's possible to farm items without needing to enter in a battle, and this is pretty convenient because some enemies drop really good loot, like the Red Homotenta. Their common drop is the Lava Crystal, a single target fire item that deals 200 fixed damage. With Trader Summit, this item can deal 400 damage, so naturally, I tried to farm those crystals, but I encountered an issue. At level 1, killing anything in a reasonable amount of time is impossible, so you can't just spam attacks, you also need to dodge. When there is only one foe to worry about, dodging is fairly easy, but these little guys always move in packs. When you are surrounded, it's really difficult to avoid getting hit. And if you get hit, you will get ambushed. And if you get ambushed, you will die. I was scratching my head trying to find a solution until I realized that an item that I never used during my first playthrough was exactly the answer I was looking for: the Invincible Noodles. When consumed, for 60 seconds, the noodles will ensure that you take no damage while traversing dungeons. This was exactly the answer I was looking for, and thanks to the noodles, I got a good amount of lava crystals. I also bullied a bunch of fish matadors to get my hands on some demonic icicle, and then I came face to face with the main gimmick of this dungeon. In certain sections of the castle, you will have to move around while avoiding the gaze of this shadowy figure. Now, if you are confident in your skills, you can try to take this thing on, but personally, I am not going to do that. Beating this thing would require using a ton of resources, and the reward you get for winning is simply not worth the effort. Alright, I think we should be safe for now. Ah, of course, how could I forget the mandatory Crash Bandicoot level? I don't know why everything is exploding, but I'm all for it. Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody, my game of the year 2024. At last, the time has finally come to confront more... I like how Gallica is also falling like the rest of us despite having wings. She even comments on it. So for this segment, everyone has been trapped and we need to liberate them one by one. The thing is, the cells inside the Sinner's dungeon are linked, so every time we save a teammate, we also have to deal with the enemies that got freed. For the first fight, I have to deal with a bunch of wolves all alone. Fighting them normally is really scary because they can easily kill me in one turn. So instead of jumping straight into a battle, I spent 5 minutes playing Dark Souls until every wolf was low.
We'll hold our ground.
Bad. Let's get him some healing.
Take it.
You hit their weakness. That's
This'll
your
do it.
opening, Captain.
Close one.
Close one. But hey, a win's a win. Phew.
Next, I had to choose who I wanted to save first. I decided to go with the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 and oh look, it's the green dogs again. Fortunately, the two of us were able to dispatch these hondos with relative ease. Hulky was the next party member I freed, and her enemies were also very easy to defeat. Then came the turn to free my bro Stroll, and if you are wondering why I saved him for last, it's because his cell is right next to this big guy. Facing the Kaimenza head-on is way too difficult, so instead of doing that, I decided to use my secret technique. Dark Souls, of course. By playing Dark Souls, I was able to stun the Kaimenza. Stunning the beast ensured that I would start every battle with an opening volley, and it's thanks to the damage of this preemptive strike that we were able to defeat the monster before it got a chance to play the game. And with that, we've reached the end of this dungeon. Now, I could go straight into the next fight, but yeah, the main boss of this area is easily one of the hardest bosses in the entire game. So before tackling this abomination, I'm gonna use the rest of my days to prepare as much as I can. Before leaving the dungeon, I made sure that all my party members mastered the merchant, and then I went back to Grand Tri to spend some time with Maria. Thanks to this little chit-chat, I reached rank 4, and that finally gave me access to an amazing ability, Purpose. An ability that increases post-battle EXP. No, wait, wrong one. That's completely useless for me. I meant speed cooking. So one thing that I haven't really talked about yet is that you can cook inside the Gauntlet Runner. Normally, time will pass if you decide to cook, meaning that cooking does compete with other activities you could be doing. Fortunately, this isn't an issue anymore because this ability will make it so time won't elapse while cooking. Cooking is extremely useful in this game because it gives you access to meals that can grant your party various positive effects. I did some cooking with Stroll because he is one of the only characters in this game who cooks like a decent human being. A man gave me a strange item called a poneglyph. It seems like Nuras can solve that mystery for us, so from now on, I will be sending him all the poneglyphs I can find. Speaking of Nuras, he became my latest follower on Reddit, and thanks to that, I was able to unlock a brand new archetype, the Gunner. With that done, I accepted a quest from this mysterious guy called Cuculus, and then I made my way to the abandoned tomb to complete his...
What's your problem?
Tax the young, bankroll the elderly. Those too old to work will know prosperity under my rule. You little jackanapes will kneel before your betters and elders. And...
Anyways, getting to the tomb wasn't too difficult, but it's only after reaching my destination that I noticed something. You see, sometimes dungeons can have this pink effect called inclement weather. If you explore a dungeon while the weather is bad, the enemies will be stronger. This is sort of a high-risk, high-reward scenario because stronger enemies grant you more experience, but there is a catch. When the weather is bad, you will not receive a turn icon bonus when striking weaknesses or landing critical hits. This penalty makes every single battle a lot harder, including the fight against the boss of this area. Oh, of course it's a mimic. Actually, I am really thankful that this boss is a mimic because this is a great matchup for my merchant squad. So long as someone clicks gold attack, I can permanently take away one of the mimic's press turn icons. This thing hits pretty hard, but reducing its press turn count from 2 to 1 makes the battle easier to handle. And after 4 minutes of throwing money at it, the mimic finally collapsed. Now that I've got my hands on the Malvino ring, I could get out of here, but I decided to stay a little while longer to fight the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. A flawless victory against these guys nets you 1370 AEXP, and when you have 4 mastered archetypes equipped, that translates to getting around 4 to 7 Heroes Leaf of Light per fight. Enemies in this game will disappear after getting defeated, but if you go back to the entrance of the dungeon and then go in again, that will make them respawn. Thanks to that, I was able to farm the 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 to my heart's content. Farming this guy is also useful because he drops the Ghoul Stone, an item that deals 200 dark damage. After farming enough heroes' leaves, I left the tomb and then I gave the Malvino ring to Cuculus. Oh, by the way, Cuculus isn't his name. His real name is Alonso, and by completing his request, I was able to earn a new follower on Instagram as well as a brand new archetype, the Faker. Now I know that this guy might look like the most untrustworthy dude ever, but I can assure you, yeah, he's pretty shady. Like really shady. like really shady. But Alonso has easily one of the best follower bonds in this game, both in terms of gameplay and story, so focusing on this bond is gonna be one of my top priorities. The time I spent inside the tomb was pretty productive because it also allowed me to get a good amount of money. With this small fortune, I went back to the Glumhole shop at Grand Trad to purchase an item called the Praetorian Cloth. This accessory reduces the turn icon cost of the guard command by half. This is an item that I never used during my first playthrough, and quite frankly, I don't think that it will be useful in this one either, but since you never know, I decided to buy enough of those for all 4 of my party members. And then, after doing everything I could think of, I went back to Krigante Castle to take my revenge on Morris.
What? Here already?
Is that a baby?
Nope, not a baby.
Are you hungry? Oh, so fussy today. This monster. Is it a human?
This is the child you hold so dear? So, all the victims you kidnapped?
Oh, my darling has a hearty appetite. I had Morris deliver us food. But no matter. You look tender enough for my darling's liking.
What?
Darling, are you still hungry? Mother wants you to play with your food!
Oh boy, here we go. It's finally time to talk about the Demon Baby. This thing is easily the creepiest enemy in the entire game. Whenever I look at it, I feel so conflicted. At times, it looks like an innocent and cute child that I really don't want to hurt. But then, it gives you that side glance filled with malice, and suddenly, you get snapped back to reality. You see the tail, the jaws full of sharp teeth, the disproportionate curled up tongue, and those eyes. That's when you realize...
Please?
The kids you saw...
Help!
All the people who disappeared. They were kidnapped for the sole purpose of feeding this monster. This is the last thing they ever saw, and if we aren't careful, it will be the last thing we will ever see. So, for the sake of all the victims, my comrade and I will do...
This is it.
Someone...
Your Highness,
Okay, this is easily one of the hardest boss fights in the entire game. And if you are wondering what makes this fight so tough, you can boil it down to 2 things. First, the Demon Baby hits ridiculously hard, and second, this boss has no weakness. Now, the lack of weakness is obviously pretty bad, but you see, the real problem here is... Yeah, that damage is insane. The baby can straight up one-shot everyone, even with the damage reduction from the back row. We have finally reached the point where the low HP stats have become a hindrance. To put this into perspective, in a normal playthrough, you should be around level 26 or higher for this boss. And at that level, everyone should have a bit more than 320 HP. However, in this playthrough that is anything but normal, most of my crew doesn't even reach half of 320 HP. Like, look at Puhai's mace HP stat. The difference between level 26 and level 1 is wild. He has an almost 200 deficit in his HP stat. Now, you might think that my meager HP stat is the sole reason why I'm getting one-hit KO'd here, but that's not quite accurate. In this level 1 run, the Demon Baby is hitting way harder than he normally should. In truth, all the enemies in this run are hitting way harder than usual, and this is due to a hidden mechanic. You see, in this game, the level difference between the player and the enemy affects the amount of damage dealt and taken. When calculating damage, the game looks for a value called level correction. That value is determined by the difference in level between the attacker and the defender. Once the game has found that number, it will then apply a corresponding damage multiplier based on what that number is. For every level advantage that the attacker has, the level correction multiplier will get stronger and stronger until it reaches the cap. Once the level difference reaches the cap of 25 or higher, the game will apply its strongest damage multiplier, times 3. So, if we apply what I just said to our current example, the level difference between the Demon Baby and my crew is 29, meaning that this thing is hitting 3 times harder than normal. This is obviously really bad, but there is a silver lining. There is no damage penalty from being underleveled against bosses, so at least I don't have to worry about the game decreasing my damage. After seeing Fantasy is dead time and time again, it became pretty clear that I had to find a way to deal with the two issues posed by this fight: surviving and the fact that this thing has no weakness. Kinda. I will elaborate later. While the lack of weakness complicates things, it's not too bad because I can consistently deal 400 damage to the Demon Baby thanks to Trader's Summit. As for finding a way to survive, yeah, that's far more difficult. The first thing I did was debuffing the Demon Baby with my items. And while putting the thing at -3 attack was certainly useful, that alone wasn't enough to tank 2 attacks. I kept checking the resistances of my archetypes to see which one would be ideal for this fight, but eventually, I realized that focusing on resistances was pointless because of the moveset of this boss. The Demon Baby has 2 moves in particular that are extremely difficult to handle: Eager Bite and Deafening Din. And if you are wondering why they are so dangerous, it's because they are almighty. Much like in the other Megaten games, almighty attacks disregard the resistance system, and what I mean by that is that there is no way to resist, block, repel, or even drain them. Eager Bite is pretty ridiculous, but at least it's a single target move. Deafening Din, on the other hand, is way scarier. Not only does it hit the entire field, oh, it can crit too? Why is this move allowed to crit? But it also decreases your defense by 1 stage. So the more that baby screams, the harder it becomes to stay alive. Since there is no way to decrease almighty damage by tweaking your resistances, I looked for an archetype that could allow me to decrease the amount of damage taken in general, and that's why I went with the Knight. This archetype heavily favors the endurance stat, and that's the stat that reduces the amount of damage you take. This is pretty convenient because ranking up this archetype allows me to raise the endurance of my entire crew, but what truly makes the Knight so good in this scenario is that it gets 2 interesting skills: Ironclad Bond and Guard Lore. Ironclad Bond is a passive that increases defense by 10%, and the boost you get from it will increase further if archetypes of the same lineage are present. So if you have 4 archetypes of the same lineage on the field, the boost you get from Ironclad will go from 10% to a whopping 50% defense increase. As for Guard Lore, it's a passive that automatically increases the defense of the wielder at the start of battle. Starting the fight at +1 defense is great because it delays how quickly Deafening Din can decrease my stat. As for the inherited skills, since I only have 1 slot to play with, I made sure to equip Trader's Summit on my comrades. I also decided to unlock and master the Seeker and Brawler archetypes on everyone to give them a permanent HP boost. Most of my guys had already mastered the Brawler archetype, so mastering the Seeker gave them 20 more HP. As for Heisme, since he hadn't unlocked those 2 archetypes yet, he was able to get a +40 boost to his HP stat. After implementing all these little tweaks, I challenged the Demon Baby. The Dean. That's even with my... in the back row with the defense boost. My god. Yeah, in spite of all that optimization, the demon baby was still hitting too hard. This was honestly pretty demoralizing. I kept flexing my thinking muscles in hopes of finding my eureka moment. However, nothing came up. But then, as I kept getting pummeled by the spawn of Satan, something came to me. I realized that the answer I was seeking was inside my inventory this entire time. And funnily enough, it's an accessory that I never got to use in my first playthrough. That accessory is none other than the one that improves the guard command, the Praetorian Cloth. So in metaphor, guarding reduces incoming damage by 50%. This is obviously a really powerful mechanic, but in this specific scenario, it's not practical. Since the boss baby has no weakness, I have no way to consistently generate extra actions in this fight. This is problematic because guarding consumes a full press turn icon. So if I guard with everyone, my turn is always going to end, and if my turn ends, then I can't do stuff like attacking or healing myself. However, when you factor in the Praetorian Cloth, that dynamic changes completely. With this accessory equipped on everyone, instead of spending 4 turn icons, it only costs 2 turn icons to guard with my entire squad. So now I can use 2 of my press turn icons to damage the demon baby, and then with my 2 remaining press turns, I can make my whole squad guard. And thanks to this tech, I am finally able to survive the rampage of this nightmarish creature. In order to deal with this level of damage, I'm gonna need powerful healing items, and fortunately for me, this is where Trader's Summit comes in. What's cool about this skill is that it's not just useful offensively. It's also a great defensive tool because Trader's Summit also increases the potency of healing items. So having 4 archetypes of the same lineage doesn't just double the damage of my items, it also doubles the recovery I get from them. And this makes getting back to full health a lot easier. After combining all these mechanics together, I had finally managed to keep this fight under control. The demon baby was still hitting harder than a grown-ass man, but thanks to my attack debuffs, healing items, as well as the guard tech, I was able to keep everyone alive. And by improving our survivability, dealing damage became a lot easier. We kept pushing the creature lower and lower until the demon baby could no longer recover.
Oh, my darling, Mama's here. Mama will always be here for you. Here, take all the magic I have. She healed the demon baby?
Ah, yeah, she can do that. Alright, this isn't too bad. I just need to throw more items. Oh, wait. The baby is preparing something. I have no idea what it's going to do, but as long as everyone guards, we should be fine. Yeah, as you just saw, Joanna will restore half of the demon baby's HP after you bring it low enough.
She healed the demon baby?
This didn't surprise me since I had already played the game before, but this? I didn't know the boss baby had this move. What? So, the demon baby has a pattern it likes to follow. It spends 2 turns attacking you, and then on the 3rd turn, it will aim at you and gather power. Typically, when you see this, it means that the demon baby will go for jumping playtime on the following turn, but apparently it can just go for Soul Scream instead. Soul Scream is an enemy-only move that grants 4 blinking turn icons, and if this thing is allowed to use it, it's pretty much a game over. At first, I thought that this was a random occurrence, but after looking back on my losses, I was able to pinpoint what triggered Soul Scream. The demon baby will only use Soul Scream if its HP is really low while it's gathering power. So as long as you keep this in mind, you won't have to deal with this move. After absorbing all that knowledge, I prepared my troops, and then we went back inside the cursed room to slay the beast of the Castle of Dread. This time, everything that could go wrong went wrong. The demon baby was spamming Deafening Din non-stop, and it was such a struggle to keep everyone alive. The attack debuffs helped a lot, but they weren't enough to fully protect us from the rampage, and eventually Hulkenberg went down. Fortunately, we were able to withstand the assault long enough for the defense debuffs to wear off on their own, and it was at that moment that I got the special Gallica dialogue. After enough time has passed, Gallica will suggest attacking the eyes of the creature, and after she says that, you will be able to target both the left and the right eye. While the boss itself has no weakness, the eyes are actually weak to pierce. Because I optimized my team for survival, I have no way to exploit that pierce weakness, but that's not that big of a deal because they aren't immune to items. So after reviving Hulky, I targeted both eyes until, oh my god, look at these bloodshot eyes! This thing looks even scarier! Okay, while it does make the demon baby look creepier, targeting the eyes is still really useful because it makes the boss's attacks less accurate. This will also force the boss to waste a full turn to regenerate them. So by blinding the boss, we were able to create more openings to target it. And eventually, after throwing countless items, the demon baby's stance changed. As pleasing as it was to see the creature in its weakened state, it was too early to celebrate. Joanna was about to heal the monster, and I knew that none of us would be able to stay alive if this battle kept going any longer. We had to do everything we could to slay the beast before it would devour us.
Here, take all the magic I have.
She healed the demon baby? Ah!
This should work.
A noble's duty is to protect their people, staying on the defense.
Freezing! They'll not break my defenses.
I stand ready.
Here!
Let's stay calm. This'll do.
Observe the enemy. Adjust the thing. A worthy foe after
Be
all.
neither timid nor arrogant. 'Tis best used.
That helped.
Trust me.
No thanks.
Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him? Hulkenberg's down. Get her back up.
Where it ends.
Hulkenberg's down. Someone help her get back in the fight.
This should work.
My spirit
Stroll
is
can't take anymore.
unbroken.
Someone heal him.
Let's try this.
I owe you.
Is everyone all right? There!
Think?
Oh, my mind fades.
Stroll's dazed.
I was saving this. Formidable
Tyson
indeed.
is dazed.
Here!
He's gonna have trouble aiming.
Tougher than I thought.
This'll do.
What the hell was that? That was insane!
Good. 'Tis done.
Now that the demon baby is no more, we've got 5 days to do whatever we want before we depart from Martira, and I figured that this was the perfect time to take care of some bounties. The first one I went for was the Valmo duo inside the Man-Eater Grotto. This is one of those fights where you need to defeat both enemies in one fell swoop. So long as you keep that in mind, the fight shouldn't be too difficult.
Not like this.
Forgive me.
Yeah, this isn't a good matchup for the merchant, but contrary to what you might think, I don't need to change my archetype for this fight. Guarding makes it impossible for enemies to exploit your weakness, so thanks to the guard tech, I was able to prevent another regicide memento. And from there, getting rid of the worms was just a formality. Oh, and while we are here, I wanna show you something. So before reaching the grotto, I used the laundry activity to increase my MP by 3. I also maxed out the mage archetype to get a permanent boost of 20 MP. Doing this allowed me to reach 98 MP with Will, and after using an energy incense, I was able to reach 100 MP. I finally have enough MP to cast a Debt Collection once, so now I can get a ton of mag from enemies. Really? Only 200 mag? How is that even possible? Oh, I get it. Yeah, so it turns out that the formula for Debt Collection is affected by 2 things. The rank of your archetype and your level. This unfortunately means that I will never be able to get more than 200 mag per Debt Collection. This is pretty bad, honestly, but one thing that's good to know about that collection is that the mag you gain from it is added to the battle reward screen, meaning that it's affected by the Unscathed Triumph bonus. The Elementals are the perfect target for tax collection because they give a lot more mag than regular enemies. So before leaving a dungeon, you can jump one of those little balls and collect as much taxes as possible before winning the battle to get a good amount of magla. After leaving the grotto, I went to the imp's den to get rid of the Goborn King, and then I took care of the man-eater Manjula in the Tradia Desert. When I was going through this area for the first time, I had no other choice than to run away from everything like a coward, but now I can finally go toe-to-toe with the creatures of the desert, and that feels great. While exploring the grotto, I found another one of those poneglyphs. Giving it to Nuras allowed me to reach his rank 2, and that unlocked the ability Bombardier. From now on, Nuras will be able to deal damage to the enemies at the start of every battle that takes place on the Gauntlet Runner's deck. I also spent some time with best boy Leon Stroll Kennedy. Rank 3 has been unlocked, so now everyone can study a new adept archetype, the Sword Master, an archetype that's going to be really useful in a specific boss fight from the next arc. Now that I take a good look at this archetype, the Sword Master has this crescent-shaped ornament on its helmet that kinda looks like a mustache. Interesting. It reminds me of a certain someone. And right before leaving, I went to see the lovely big man Bardon. He became my newest follower on YouTube, and just like that, I unlocked a new archetype, the Commander. And with that done, all that remains is to ride to Oceania, towards our next destination.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
You know, one thing that I like about my crew is that each of us has their own dream. Nuras wants to create a gauntlet runner that can fly, Stroll wants to rebuild his village, Hulkenberg wants to save the prince, and Heismay's child tragically passed away during a riot. The urn he carries with him contains the bones of his late son. Ever since that day, Heismay has been on a difficult quest. His dearest wish is to find a suitable place to lay the bones of his son to rest. In other news, we've got some time to kill before we get to the next city, so I decided to focus on cleaning to raise my max HP.
It's you! So we meet again! Maybe you got the better of me last time, but you're about to get some
Commendable.
And just like that, Katharina's rank 3 has been reached, so now the party can study a new adept archetype, the Pugilist. And then on the following day, we finally arrived at our destination, the City of Water, Brylehaven.
In that case, we should look for an inn about the city. And we must sample the local delights. They've far better seafood than in the capital.
Hope it's nothing too weird.
You've nothing to fear. Truly, I find most living things are edible.
You need higher standards, lady.
You know what? Let's go to the tavern. Brylehaven is known for having some of the best seafood in the entire kingdom of Uchronia, so I can't wait to see what kind of delicious meal...
Is that really edible? It doesn't look quite... natural.
Why, 'tis delicious!
You need way higher standards, lady.
Alright, we are done with the shenanigans, so it's time to focus on our main objective.
Someone fill me in. I've been literally living in a hole.
We need to find a way to get in the good graces of Count... It's Louis Guyaburn! That was 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇! God, why does he keep jump scaring me like that?
Master Luis? Master Luis was just here. What happened?
Well, he just left. You weren't told?
Eat shit, 𝙀𝙀𝙀. We've confirmed that Count Louis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 is in the possession of a special artifact. A map that supposedly has the exact coordinate leading towards the One Piece. On August 12, he, and by he I mean Count Louis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀, will organize a soirée with all his supporters here at Brilhaven. This means that we have 20 days to secure an infiltration route leading to Louis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀's private quarters. The first thing I did was accept all the side quests I could find, and then I went to the arena front wharf to talk to the mysterious old man. In case you are curious, this is the very same old man that we met inside the sandworm. Apparently, he managed to get out the same way we did. Please do not ask me about the details. I would rather not remember the heinous incident. The reason why I'm bringing him up is because you can exchange gold beetles for juicy rewards by talking to this old man. Because I've been taking this bug-catching contest very seriously, I was able to collect 12 gold beetles, the exact number you need to obtain the Venom Ward Charm. This is an accessory that protects you from all the physical status ailments, and being able to get it this early is fantastic. Also, in the arena front wharf, there is a cool facility that I should be telling you about, but... no, I don't want to talk about it right now. We will do that later. After getting my reward, I went back to the Gauntlet Runner to prepare for my Dungeon Ward tour. There are 3 areas that I want to take care of: Gracia Forest, the Forsaken Tower, and the Abandoned Tomb. The order in which you explore these areas is completely up to you, so in my case, I decided to start with the forest. Right. From time to time, while moving with your Gauntlet Runner, you will get attacked by a bunch of monsters. Typically, in these gauntlet fights, you have to clear 2 waves of enemies, and what's really cool about those fights is that one of the waves is guaranteed to have an Elementar.
There they go!
I made sure to save right before this encounter, so I reloaded the previous save file, and then I made Hulkenberg study the Faker archetype. I did this not because I wanted to actually use the Faker, but because studying this archetype allows you to inherit one of the strongest, most degenerate skills in the entire game: Faker's Roguery, or as I like to call it, let's go gambling! Faker's Gamblery is a move that removes or adds turn icons at random. This is what the description states, and while this explanation is indeed correct, it doesn't begin to describe how good this move truly is. So whenever you use Faker's Gamblery, you will get 1 out of 5 outcomes. You can lose all your turn icons, make all your turn icons blink, gain 2 turn icons, gain 3 turn icons, and if you are really lucky, you can gain 4 turn icons. The way it works is that the game has a hidden counter that keeps track of how many times you are using Faker's Gamblery during a turn. So the more you use it, the more likely it is that you will get a bad result. Additionally, the game always resets that hidden counter at the start of the player's turn. Now, the thing about this move is that the odds of getting a bad outcome are actually not as punishing as you might think. Faker's Gamblery only starts becoming a liability the 3rd time you use it and onwards, so using that move is fairly safe if you only go for it once or twice per turn. After these moveset tweaks, I retried the fight, cleared the first wave, then after shaking her abacus, Hulkenberg gave the squad 3 extra turn icons, and thanks to the Gamblery, we got enough press turn to defeat the Elementar before it got a chance to run away. I also made sure to use Dead Collection twice during that battle to squeeze as much Magla as I could from that one fight. Now we can start exploring the So the boss of this dungeon is the Kokassados, and wow, this stupid bird hits a lot harder than I thought. Every 3rd turn, the Kokassados will use Peck of Death on whoever doesn't have a defense buff active. This attack is a guaranteed instant kill, and sadly, none of us can wait. The end of the Kokassados' tail is the head of a snake. I never noticed that before. What the?
Everyone, forgive me.
As annoying as Peck of Death can be, dealing with this move is actually not that bad when you have Trader's Summit. Normally, a revival medicine revives one ally at 50% health, but when you have a squad of 4 traders, every revival medicine you use is going to revive an ally at 100% health. This essentially turns the revival medicine into a balm of life, so you don't have to worry about healing someone after they have been revived. Poor Stroll got pecked to death near the end, but by that point, we had dealt enough damage to secure the victory. After slaying the bird, I raised my wisdom to rank 3, and then I started my journey towards the Forsaken Tower. Oh, that reminds me. Today is Idol's Day. Do you know what that means? Ah, I feel much better. Oh, right, I forgot about the gauntlet fight against candidate Lina. I don't recall this battle being particularly challenging, so it should be a piece.
Here's a little
Like this.
Here's a case of
Okay, I take it back. The main issue here is that it's really difficult to deal with Lina's insane coverage. Compared to other Atlus titles, in Metaphor ReFantazio, it's a lot harder to tweak your resistances. Archetypes do not come with crazy good resistances, and 99.9% of them can't even learn stuff like the typical resist passive skills. Your primary way to improve your resistances comes from pieces of gear, and since those are few and far between, covering your weaknesses is a lot harder, so you have to find more creative ways to deal with what the enemy can do to you. By the way, Lina can also buff her attack, so you actively need to debuff her to keep her damage in check. And if everything I just said wasn't bad enough, she can also use Mage Transcendence to deal a ridiculous amount of damage with her spells. Simply put, no archetype has the right set of resistances to handle Lina's moveset. So to find an answer, I looked at the skills that each archetype could learn, and that's when I found the perfect counter. So the Knight has access to a synthesis skill called Magic Guard. This skill raises a barrier that nullifies one elemental attack for all allies in the same row as the caster. So by putting everyone in the back row, I can invalidate 2 of her most dangerous moves, while also reducing the damage of her Slam Strike. Magic Guard requires both the Knight and the Seeker archetype, so for this fight, I went with 1 Knight and 3 Seekers. Thanks to Magic Guard, Stroll was able to protect the entire squad from Lina's magic spells, and that gave us the openings we needed to throw as many ice chunks as we could. The strategy worked just as well as I had hoped, and then, fittingly, Heisme was the one who landed the final blow. Ooh, we managed to survive. Oh, come on, dude! Yeah, Katharina is back for round 3. Her training with Son Goku really paid off because she's a lot harder to deal with this time. Not only is she hitting way harder, she can also recover 600 HP every time she goes for Undisturbed Serenity. And when you consider how often she loves spamming that move, it can be pretty challenging to outdamage her healing. After getting clapped, I pulled out the Brawler squad, and thanks to our resistance to strike, we were finally able to survive. Just so you understand, Katharina is at -3 attack, Hulkenberg is guarding in the back row, and despite all that, Hulky still got 1 shot. Ridiculous. As annoying as this fight can be, I have to thank Katharina because it's thanks to her that I learned something valuable about the guard mechanic in this game. Unlike games like Shin Megami Tensei 5 where it's possible to dodge while guarding, in Metaphor, guarding completely disables your ability to dodge. This creates an interesting scenario where you have to choose between the guaranteed damage reduction or the chance of avoiding damage altogether. Thanks to the strike-dodge passive of the Brawler, evading some attacks is actually fairly doable. So for this fight, I decided to go for a mix of guarding and dodging. Eventually, she KO'd Hulkenberg, so naturally, I decided to bring my comrade back, only for Katharina to one-shot Hulkenberg again. At that point, I got really tired of her shenanigans, so I just kept attacking with reckless abandon. The heal spam was really annoying to deal with, but luckily, Strike Dodge activated at the perfect moment. That dodge robbed Katharina of her 2 press turns, thus preventing her from going for her healing move. From there, all it took was 5 more items to defeat the bounty hunter. I've managed to win the final Katharina fight, and thanks to that, I was able to reach rank 4 with her. It will take a while before we see Katharina again, so I wished her the best with her own endeavors, and then I made my way to the Forsaken Tower.
What? It was a demon?
Orgas the Giant is the boss of this area, and this guy definitely packs a punch. First of all, this boss is level 38. Not only can he debuff your defense and buff all his stats, he can also use charge to deal an obscene amount of damage. Just like Katharina, Orgas is a strike spammer, so going in with a full brawler squad is the right play. Combining my attack debuffs with the guard mechanic significantly reduces the damage dealt by the giant, but what truly makes a difference here is the fact that this boss has a weakness. Orgas is weak to dark, and because he has a weakness, I am able to optimize my guard tech even further. First, 2 of my characters hit Orgas' weakness with dark items. This allows me to generate 2 blinking turn icons. Then, with my other 2 characters, I purposefully avoid hitting the weakness by doing stuff like healing, debuffing, or attacking with an element that the boss is neutral to. Doing that allows me to get rid of the 2 blinking turn icons I generated, and since I didn't hit a weakness, I still have 2 full press turn icons left. And because everyone is wearing the Praetorian Cloth accessory, I can use these 2 full turn icons to make my entire squad guard. So by playing this way, I can maximize the amount of actions I take during a turn, while ensuring that I will always have enough turn icons to go for the guard tech. Thanks to all these mechanics, I was able to keep the fight under control, and after 7 minutes of combat, Orgas was no more. We got what we were looking for, so I could leave the tower right away, but before doing that, I stunned the green Elementa, and I clicked Debt Collection with all 4 of my merchants before going for the flawless victory. I could have easily not mentioned any of this to you, but I decided to keep this part in the script to show you how much of a struggle it is to get Magla in this run. Even when I can only get 200 mag per Debt Collection, I still need to use that move every single time one of these little balls shows up to squeeze as much Magla as possible. Magla, give me your Magla! I need more Magla! After turning in various quests to get a lot of cash, I returned to Grand Triad to explore the catacombs of the Mausoleum. The main reason why I came here wasn't so much because of the boss fight of this area, I mean the Cadableach and his gankers went down fairly easily, but it was more so because of the red gelatinos that you can find here. You can pickpocket lava crystals from these guys, so I equipped the thief to commit some crimes. I also made sure to defeat the green gelatinos to stock up on corrosive acids. One thing that makes farming pretty convenient is that I can just go in and out of a Magla Hollow to make those guys respawn. Oh, and speaking of Magla Hollows, there is something really cool that I wanna show you. 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 hangs upside down inside Magla Hollows. It's a minor thing, but I find that pretty cute. Once I had my fill, I left the mausoleum and I spent the next couple of days raising the bonds of my followers. The main one I focused on was Bardon, and I did that for 2 reasons. The first one is that reaching rank 3 with him unlocks a new adept archetype, the General. Oh, and during his rank 3 combo, Bardon said something very interesting. Now that I'm governor, it falls to me to take care of anyone who is disturbing that peace. The second reason is that reaching rank 4 with Bardon unlocks one of the best abilities in the entire game, Protective Formation. This ability decreases the amount of damage you take when everyone is in the back row, and what's cool about it is that Protective Formation stacks with the back row defense boost. Normally, being in the back row grants you a 20% damage reduction, but when Protective Formation is active, that damage reduction goes from 20% to 60%. This ability is amazing, and it's gonna make surviving attacks a lot more manageable now. Thank you, Bardon. I went to the Merchant Bazaar in Bridlehaven to talk to a special NPC. This is the Nidia shopkeeper, and what's interesting about this merchant is that his wares change daily. This is cool and all, but in my case, I talked to the shopkeeper on Flames Day specifically because that's when he sells an item called the Stormy Sea Ring. This accessory guarantees that physical attacks will always deal critical hits in stormy weather. And if you are wondering what the game means by stormy weather, don't worry. You will see this ring in action fairly soon. After grabbing the ring, Stroll and I decided to train with Hulkenberg to kill some time. What?
Are you serious?
What the? Is she trying to kill him? I have no idea what the point of this training session was, but at least it allowed me to reach rank 3 with Hulkenberg, and that unlocked a new adept archetype for us to study, the Magic Knight. Shortly after whatever that was, we got to the abandoned tomb, and it's there that I decided to do a couple of things. After maxing out the warrior on Stroll, I made him study the Swordmaster, and then I used my remaining hero leaves to power level that archetype all the way to rank 20. Currently, this is the only adept archetype that I've bothered studying, and if you are wondering why I haven't been studying more archetypes, the answer is fairly simple. Magla. In a level 1 run like this one, mastering archetypes is really important because it's my primary way to increase my stats. Ideally, I would love to master as many archetypes as possible, but doing that is really difficult when archetypes are so expensive. Unlocking the basic archetypes isn't too bad, but once you get to the adept forms, you really start feeling the effect of the regicide inflation. Unlocking one adept archetype is already expensive as is, but if you wanna unlock it for the entire squad, then you need to quadruple that price. And this doesn't even factor in the Magla you need to use for skill inheritance. So yeah, until I can find a more effective way to farm Magla, I will need to be very careful with how I use my mag. After exploring for a bit, I found another poneglyph, and then I reached the end of the tomb to fight my bounty. This is the Fatal Lich, a monster who has a name that kinda sounds like a slur. Attacking this boss right away is kinda pointless because he will always start the fight by summoning a Kaimenza that will fully heal him. These two are pretty tough to deal with, mostly because I came to this dungeon while the weather is bad. Not being able to generate extra actions is pretty annoying, but it's not that big of a deal because I have the perfect accessory for this kind of situations. The Stormy Sea Ring. As some of you might have guessed, the real ability of this item is that it turns any physical attack into a critical hit during inclement weather. And now that Stroll has a decent amount of strength, he can finally combine that ring with a very special synthesis skill.
You will taste justice!
This is Peerless Stone Cleaver, but personally, I prefer calling this attack Peerless Troll Cleaver. This skill requires 3 characters, so in order to use it, you need to sacrifice 3 turn icons. Giving up on 3 press turns is a pretty big deal, but it's 100% worth it, because in terms of power, Peerless Troll Cleaver is one of, if not the strongest synthesis skill in the entire game. The bad weather penalty made this encounter trickier, but with the support of Faker's Gamblery, Hulkenberg gave us enough press turn icons to let Stroll do what he does best, slashing his enemies to bits. After grabbing the Chalice of Legends, I decided to stay in this dungeon for a more nefarious reason. The reason why I wanted to explore this dungeon so badly is because this is the first dungeon where you can find these mimics roaming around. The Pirate Imitek drops a hero Leaf of Light upon defeat, but here is the thing. If you kill this mimic, it will permanently disappear, so you won't be able to make it respawn. Normally, this prevents you from farming those guys, but there is a loophole that I can abuse to achieve just that. The hero's Leaf of Light is the common drop of the Pirate Imitek. This is very convenient because it means that I can use Pickpocket to get a 50% chance to steal a leaf every time I stun a mimic. And because I'm at level 1, I deal no damage to the mimic, so I don't have to worry about killing it. Thanks to this degenerate grinding strategy, I was able to get a ton of hero leaves, and that allowed our squad to master more archetypes. Oh, by the way, I would like to share with you a cool tech regarding those elemental balls. So in this game, your weapon will change based on the archetype you are using. Most weapons have a melee moveset, but some of them can be used to attack from a distance, like the crossbows from the gunner lineage. Fighting these little balls with a melee weapon is really annoying because you have to chase them constantly. However, with the gunner, if you stand far enough, it's actually possible to hit them without triggering their flight response, and that makes stunning those guys a lot easier. Oh right, before I forget, Magla, 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 give me your magla! Magla, 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 magla! Also, while taking care of some quests, I found this dude who was looking for a toothbrush. Yeah, so I went to the nearby village to buy that toothbrush, and this is what he had to say after I told him that tooth monsters are actually real.
You're a stand-up fellow, but not a great comedian. Though, I see. It's a metaphor.
This is our chance.
No, straight! This could be our chance. Let's take them all out.
Well done, Captain. To battle!
Alright, everything is in order, so we can proceed with the mission. Wait. It's currently raining in Brilhaven. Interesting. In any case, the time has finally come to infiltrate the Skyrunner 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀. The 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 is a pretty unique dungeon to explore because of the stealth segments. In this dungeon, there are a couple of sections with a top-down camera angle where you sneak around and knock out all the guards. I find these segments really cool. They remind me of another series whose name I can't seem to recall for some reason. After knocking out all the guards, I regrouped with my comrades, and then we challenge our first enemy. This is Sergeant 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. In normal circumstances, beating him should be fairly simple, but you see, there is one condition that turns this straightforward encounter into a difficult puzzle to solve: the turn limit. Every battle in the 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 needs to be won in 3 turns or less. And there is no leeway here. If you take too long, your fantasy will die, so you absolutely need to finish this fight as fast as possible. It's really unfortunate that we must go through him first, because this guy was designed to be tanky. Sergeant 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 has 4k HP, so he can actually take a beating. And if that wasn't bad enough, this boss has no weakness. 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 hits really hard. So hard, in fact, that he is pretty much knocking out at least one person every time he attacks. And under these conditions, it's really difficult to focus on offense. At first, I didn't know how I should approach this fight, until I remembered something. While 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 isn't weak to any of the 9 elements, he does have weaknesses. This guy is weak to a ton of ailments. This is pretty convenient because I have the perfect tool to abuse that: Faker's Gamblery. One thing that I didn't tell you about this move is that it has a chance to inflict Forget. Forget in particular is really useful in this fight because it prevents 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 from playing the game, thus giving you ample time to deal damage. So thanks to the Gamblery, a piece of the puzzle has been solved. Now we need to figure out the other half, dealing a ton of damage in a short amount of time. After considering all my options, I decided to put my faith in Peerless Troll Cleaver. This move definitely has the potential to end the fight quickly, but in order to do that, I need to crit. And regrettably, the tools I have access to at the moment are simply not enough to guarantee a critical hit. Or are they? You see, if I was playing normally, then I would be forced to roll the dice for those crits, yes. However, thanks to my keen sense of observation, I was able to spot something. And that something completely changed the way I approached this fight. Do you recall how it was raining before I entered inside the dungeon? So the reason why this caught me by surprise is because of this pink symbol over here. That's the symbol of inclement weather. I was under the impression that the bad weather mechanic was only a thing for optional dungeons, but no! Main story dungeons can be affected by it. I didn't think much of this at first, until I noticed something else. Right now, all the guards inside the 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 have the purple aura effect. All the guards except 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. This got me thinking, if the inclement weather effect is truly active, then what would happen if I were to use an accessory which only functions during inclement weather? So to find the answer, I equipped the Stormy Sea Ring, started a battle with a grunt, and then once my turn came around, I discovered something huge.
The blade's edge! I should have done it!
My turn now!
As you can see here, I got a guaranteed crit, and the said crit did not grant me a turn icon bonus. This is typical bad weather behavior, so it is to be expected. However, check out what happens when I use the Stormy Sea Ring against Zant.
Nice! That was perfect!
As you just saw, in this scenario, I still got a guaranteed crit. However, unlike what happened in the other example, this time I did get a turn icon bonus. Unlike optional boss fights where you get a turn icon penalty, when you face a story boss during a bad weather, you get no turn icon penalty whatsoever. And what this means is that I can abuse the effect of the Stormy Sea Ring without any downside. As soon as I realized this, I immediately switched to a full warrior squad. Doing this allows Troll to benefit from Heat Up. This passive increases physical skill attack, and when you have 4 archetypes of the same lineage, the boost it grants goes from 10% to 30%. This is also convenient because Peerless Troll Cleaver is one of the only synthesis skills in the game that can be used with 3 archetypes of the same lineage. So now that all the pieces of the puzzle are in place, it's time to show you the strat. As soon as Hulkenberg gets to act, she goes for Faker's Gamblery. This applies for Get, so it prevents Zant from playing the game. Thanks to the extra actions, we can focus on buffing Stroll's attack and also debuffing the defense of the boss, while Stroll deals some cheap damage with the help of his guaranteed crits. And then, on turn 2, I can let Stroll do his thing.
Let's get on with it!
You can do this!
You will taste justice!
Not bad!
Right after Zant, you will notice that the path diverges. There are 2 corridors that we can explore, and each corridor will lead you to a unique boss fight. You only need to complete one of these to progress, but for the sake of the challenge, I'm going to finish both. Our first foe resides in the starboard corridor. It's Maintenance Chief Siba. Siba is pretty interesting because he only has 1 press turn icon and is weak to all the physical elements. If that sounds too good to be true, well, that's because it is. The catch is that he always gets the first turn and he always spams Mage Wall, a spell that allows him to repel all physical elements back at you. Repelling an attack completely ends the turn, meaning that so long as the shield will be up, you won't be able to use physical attacks. So basically, you have 2 ways to approach this fight. You can disregard the shield, or you can try to break through it. Personally, I decided to break through the shield with my warrior squad. There is an item called the Matter Break Hammer that can dispel an enemy's Tetrakarn effect. Since Siba doesn't attack at all, I can apply buffs and debuffs freely. Then, when the time is right, I use the Matter Break Hammer to remove his Mage Wall, and then I let Stroll do his thing. Some of you might be wondering why Stroll is still using the warrior even though he has access to the Swordmaster. Well, the answer is fairly simple, you see. It's because it's Magla. Yeah, dude, it's Magla. It's always about the Magla. The warrior naturally gets access to 2 amazing passives, Heat Up and Slash Boost, a passive that increases slash damage by 20%. These 2 passives are not present in the moveset of the Swordmaster, so if you want to have them on this archetype, you need to inherit them. Inheriting Heat Up isn't too bad, since it only costs 6k. Slash Boost, however... Nope, I am not spending 20k mag for 1 skill. So in this particular scenario, going with the Swordmaster would result in dealing less damage. But if I go with the warrior instead, then I get this.
We'll combine our strength! This is it! As my age caught up to me.
Our next foe is the Warden of the Port Corridor, Master Sergeant 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙑𝙀. The main thing that you need to know about him is that he is drunk, hyped, and ready to rumble. Much like Siba, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 always acts first, and this is pretty bad because...
Wasn't enough. Get back
His ear-splitting shriek can give you daze, a status that greatly reduces your hit rate. Accuracy issues aside, what's really annoying about this move is the fact that it can inflict an ailment. Synthesis skills can't be used if even one of the required party members has a bad status effect. He also has an AoE attack called Punishing Blow that deals a lot of One thing that's interesting about 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙑 is that he becomes more predictable when he is drunk. This guy always does the same thing every turn, shouting and blowing. With that in mind, I can swap to a full brawler squad to reduce the damage of his blows, and then I can start throwing items. Since items can't miss, I can completely disregard the day's status. And after making 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 drink 6 lava crystals and 1 flamma bottle, I gave him a hangover that he couldn't recover from.
From our provisions.
There you go, whelps. Felt that one.
And now we can move to the final fight of this segment. A fight that should be
military discipline is absolute.
Ha! Right he is. Now brace yourself, you amateur. Wipes you out!
Yes, so about that fight. This time we gotta deal with not one, but 2 enemies. Helmsman Cabio and Guard Chief Salva. These 2 always get the first turn, and that's a big problem because Salva has Mage Almighty, aka Megiddola. Wow, the battle has barely started and is already hitting me with a good strategy. Unfortunately, Megiddola. Also, Cabio is really good at landing crits for some reason. The fact that these 2 get to play the game before we do is so vicious because it completely changes the dynamic of this fight. Instead of focusing on your strategy, you have to find a way to recover from a bad start. And when you are up against enemies who hit as hard as they do, keeping your squad alive becomes quite the ordeal. Since this situation felt very similar to the Demon Baby incident, I figured that using the Knight archetype could also work here. So to capitalize on the fact that Salva has a Pierce weakness, I went with a squad of 3 Knights and 1 Brawler. The idea behind this formation is to put 1 Brawler in there to allow my Knights to use their synthesis skills. In practice, that did not work out. While the Knight is great at defense, its offense leaves a lot to be desired. Because some characters had to go in the front row to attack, I couldn't keep everyone in the back row, meaning that I couldn't trigger Bardon's protective formation to decrease the insane amount of damage we were taking. I was seriously contemplating leaving the Caradrius to go prepare, but then I remembered something. Cabio is weak to Elec. So after my brain cells started working properly, I swapped everyone to the Knight archetype to execute one of my favorite strategies, the Fourth Knight. By stacking Ironclad Bond, Guard Lore, the defense bonus from the back row, and Bardon's protective formation, we were finally able to survive the attack that used to decimate our party. Going with 4 Knights also made Cabio less scary because of our innate resistance to slash. With survival achieved, the next step became quite clear. I threw Thunderstones at Cabio to hit his weakness, and then I used the extra actions I generated to hit Salva with lava crystals. Thanks to this strat, I was able to get rid of Salva on turn 2, and when turn 3 came around, Cabio also went down.
Opening, Captain.
Just the thing.
I can't take much more.
My dream. Count Louis trusted us to handle things in his absence. How could we fail him like this?
By the way, just so you know, I don't plan to keep abusing Faker's Gamblery for future main story boss fights. Don't get me wrong, the skill is really good, but see, that's precisely the issue. Faker's Gamblery promotes what I consider to be a degenerate playstyle that reduces the quality of your strategies.
I can't stop winning!
And that's on Regicide difficulty where the clock is disabled. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, on any difficulty other than Regicide, you get this feature that lets you rewind the clock back to the start of the battle. It essentially lets you retry the battle without needing to go through the fantasy is dead screen. So when you pair that feature with Faker's Gamblery, what you get is absolute peak degeneracy. You can literally fake it until you make it. So yeah, while I don't mind using it against Elementars or side dungeon bosses, I will refrain from using Faker's Gamblery during important boss fights to keep things more interesting. Our job here is done, but before we leave, there are some things that I want to show you. While exploring the port corridor, I found an item called the Weighted Mail. Purifying this piece of equipment turns it into the Bronze Breastplate, a fantastic armor part that increases max HP by 30%. Much like weapons, the type of armor you can equip will depend on the archetype you have channeled. So while I won't be able to use the Bronze Breastplate with every archetype, I will still be able to get some good mileage out of it whenever I use archetypes of the warrior or knight lineage. Also, while exploring the starboard corridor, I found an item called Matador Shoes. I got to rank 6 with Brigitte. I also made sure to rank up with Alonso, and then I dedicated the rest of my time to Stroll. Getting to rank 7 with him gave me access to my first elite archetype, the Samurai. And shortly after, I managed to max out his rank. This unlocked a couple of new abilities, including one called Grand Fantasy. This ability allows Stroll to acquire a new heroic embodiment. In due time, you will understand what that means. And eventually, the day of the soirée came around. A soirée organized by none other than Count Louis Guyaburn.
Count Louis will be king!
Okay, everyone is busy, so it's time to sneak out.
Hey, new boy. Slow down. Wouldn't be wise to...
Well, look who it is. The only blowhard who showed up to the competition with a head smaller than his own.
You little red-eyed! You want to say that again?
Yeah, that's right. Eat shit, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. Okay, I have made it to the Caradrius, so all that remains is going through the Tony Hawk Pro Skater segment. Yeah, I'm not kidding. There is a Tony Hawk Pro Skater segment in this game. Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody. My game of the year.
No.
Okay, so you are supposed to use the areas wider than normal as scaffold. You know what? I'm sick of this. Time to lock in.
Sweet!
This was harder than I expected, but we've managed to access Reese's quarters, and what's more, we also found the map we were looking for. The One Piece will soon be in my grasp.
What are you doing here?
Uh-oh.
So, remember how I said I'd keep my eyes on you? Well, I have to say, I like what I see.
You know, I wouldn't mind if you gave my lips a thorough examination.
What?
What?
Well. The occupant's absent, but the door's locked.
Oh my god, of all people! Of course it had to be this loser. Alright everyone, it's time to deal with 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 for good. Wait, I can't even do anything.
Spectacular! A fitting end for a pack of rats. Get them, Hector!
Rand. Oh my god, it deals 161?
Isn't there anything we can do?
Dude! That is so much damage.
I'm sorry.
Wait, you can die. You can fail this. I never knew you could fail this. What? Okay, we have a problem. So this is the part where we take on 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 and Hector all at once. However, before you get to do that, you have to survive the 1v1 against the doggo. This is a short fight that only lasts 2 turns. However, the catch is that you are not allowed to play the game because 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 is holding Juna hostage. So what that means is that you need to survive 2 consecutive attacks from Hector. I thought that the extra HP I got from all that cleaning would be enough, but I was mistaken. The fact that I can't even guard is pretty annoying, but the real issue with this fight is that Hector kinda cheats. You see, the attack Hector uses is called Rend. Slaughter. Devour your enemies. This move deals medium slash damage, so by equipping an archetype with a slash resistance, you can easily reduce its damage. However, in this 1v1 against Hector specifically, Rend gets replaced with another attack which has the exact same name, but that attack deals almighty damage instead of slash. This one sneaky tweak changes everything, and it's at that point that I realized that the man I had been making fun of this entire time was about to kill the entire run. This was something that I could not allow, so I started considering my options. And it was at that moment that I was reminded of a quote from the ravenous she-beast Hulkenberg. When they pull out the Almighty, put the Knight in your party. Every time I had to deal with powerful Almighty attacks, this Knight in shining armor always came to my rescue. So once again, I decided to put the fate of the run on the shoulders of the stoic Bulwark. In addition to channeling the Knight archetype, I made sure that each piece of gear I equipped would give me an endurance boost, from the weapon all the way to the accessory. Also, going with the Knight allowed me to equip the Bronze Breastplate to increase my max HP by 30%, as well as getting a +5 endurance boost. And now, the time has come to see if all this prep will be enough to keep my fantasy alive.
We're not careful about this. Juna might...
Spectacular! A fitting end for a pack of rats. Get them, Hector!
No. Isn't there anything we can do? Captain's hurt.
Fortunately, the prep paid off, so now we can move to the second fight.
Very well, O lodestar who wanders in sorrow. O thou anguished traveler who hath borne the weight of parting from the start. Awaken.
Look at me. What you see now is my commitment to my song!
How does she have the same power? She's just a damned singer!
I have sung 1,000 songs. I've known their power my whole life! Whereas all you've ever been is a lackey. My music is lost on you. Listen and learn!
Do it! Chew them up! Tear them limb from bloody limb!
Regarding this battle, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that Juna joins you for this one, so this is going to be a 2v2. The bad news is that Juna joins you for this one. I am really happy that she got her archetype awakening and all, but that doesn't change the fact that she is stuck at level 1 with piss poor stats. Poor girl cannot take a hit, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as that thought crossed my mind, she got pulverized by Hector. Reviving her felt pointless, so I decided to keep pushing all by myself. This made the fight a lot harder, but I knew that victory was still within reach.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Ah, Regicide, how exciting. As embarrassing as it was to lose to this guy, I have to say that these losses taught me something really valuable. You see, 𝙇𝙀 is more of a Pokémon trainer than a fighter. What I mean by that is that he prefers using X items to buff his Houndoom rather than attacking you directly. This effectively turns the fight into a 2v1. So the real issue here is finding a way to keep Juna alive. And luckily for us, the Knight just so happens to be very good at this. After hitting a weakness, I can just click Knight's Proclamation with my extra action to redirect every attack towards myself. Another thing to keep in mind for this fight is that you only need to defeat 𝙇𝙀 in order to win. That's why I decided to completely ignore Hector to target his master. The strategy proved to be solid, and after 6 minutes of beating the shite out of him, 𝙇𝙀 went down.
I'll go with this.
Help me! Damn you! What's going on? Why? What's happened? I can't breathe.
Eat shit, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇.
What the hell?
Right, come to think of it, I haven't introduced you to these two yet. This is Basilio, and this is Fidelio. They are the Magnus brothers, the elite guard of Count 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀. These two are easily some of the best characters in the entire game. I would love to tell you more about them, but right now we have a bit of a situation, and understandably, they are very suspicious of us.
Your throat all better then, Lady Juna?
Yes, much better. He gave me such a thorough examination, after all. He took good care of my throat, my tongue, my lips.
Yeah, guys, this is all a big misunderstanding. There is nothing to worry about. Oh.
What's the matter, love? Is everything all right? They're disgusted.
I received a report a short while ago. They say your face has emerged on the King's Rock.
This is really random, but I love the way he says rock in this scene.
Rock.
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 Rock. Juna has officially become our 5th party member, and that's great. I don't plan to use her. Look, I really like Juna, but in this run, late-game party members are too much of a time sink. Juna doesn't have any archetype unlocked outside of her own, so it would take a lot of resources for her to catch up with everyone else. What, did you really think that I was going to spend all that mag on her? In this magla economy? Not happening. By the way, while I was inside Luis's room, I managed to snatch an interesting book. That book is written in a mystic script that I can't read, but luckily for us, a certain scholar can help with that. This is Rella. She is Juna's sister, and she's also among my favorite characters in this game. According to her, the mystic script mentions the presence of an amazing treasure hidden deep within the island of Verga. A treasure that could very well be the One Piece. This is very convenient because Lord 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 has ordered us to go to that very island. In order to reach that location, we have to cross the sea. Normally, this would be an impossible task for your regular land runner, but the crafty Nuras managed to turn our vehicle into a proper sea runner. And this, my friend, is why Nuras is the GOAT.
Really? Don't tell me you're making the trip in that.
Oh, right. I forgot we have to travel with these two. This is gonna be quite the bumpy ride, but you know what? I think we should all put our differences aside because...
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I checked up on everyone, and it seems like they are handling the sea voyage pretty well. All except Stroll. The poor guy really can't catch a break. Juna came with a bunch of her own recipes, and this is great because I can now cook a new dish. The Cursed Love Ballad. This dish cures Hex and restores 100 MP for all allies. It's an amazing tool for restoring MP, and it's gonna get even better when paired with Trader's Summit. Also, we've unlocked a new activity. It's possible to fish with 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. Whatever you catch can be used as ingredients when cooking, and if you know what you are doing, it's possible to catch the ingredients required to cook the most broken dish in the entire game. I will tell you more about that in due time. Normally, going through the inland sea is extremely dangerous because of the sea monster that lurks in those waters. Fortunately, Sanctifex Forden has killed that monster, so we shouldn't have any trouble reaching our destiny. What was that? Wow, look, it's the sea monster! Thank you, Forden. Well, not like it matters. We've gotten quite proficient at slaying those creatures.
ends here.
Wow. It's time to talk about one of the hardest bosses in the run. The sea horror Homo Sabara. The damage output of this creature is simply insane. It has a lot of powerful attacks, but by far its most dangerous move is Random Strike. This attack deals weak strike damage to everyone 6 times. You heard that right? Whenever that move is used, every single party member is gonna get hit 6 times. This attack is so strong that it can KO everyone from the back row, and this thing has 2 press turn icons. So even if you manage to survive one attack, the second one is almost guaranteed to kill at least one person. Random Strike is extremely oppressive, but the situation is far from hopeless because there is some form of counterplay. Alongside the main body, Sabara has 4 tentacles that you can target. If you manage to destroy all the tentacles, Random Strike will only hit every party member twice instead of 6 times. Additionally, destroying the tentacles is also valuable because the boss takes more damage when they are gone. Homo Sabara has a whopping 8k HP, and for comparison, the boss with the highest HP pool prior to this fight was the Demon Baby with his 4880 HP. One thing that's important to know about this fight is that the tentacles take more damage from slash attacks. As soon as I learned about this, I realized that this was the perfect time for Stroll to shine with the Sword Master. While the warrior specializes in dealing strong single target damage, the main selling point of the Sword Master is that it has a bunch of multi-hit slash attacks, and that is exactly what you need for a fight like this one. Also, because this fight is happening during a storm, Stroll can equip the Stormy Sea Ring to turn all his attacks into guaranteed critical hits. To support our Slayer of Humans, I decided to equip the warrior on everyone else to maximize the power of skills like Hit Up and Trader's Summit. And since I also have 2 spare Stormy Sea Rings, I decided to equip them on my comrades just in case they ever needed to attack. After preparing everyone, I retried the fight, and immediately I could feel the difference. Thanks to the power of guaranteed crits, Stroll was able to deal a lot of damage to the tentacles with Raging Edge, while the others could use items to generate extra actions, as well as buffing and debuffing when needed. And then, once the tentacles were gone, Stroll could go for Peerless Troll Cleaver to deal a ton of damage to the Kraken. Thanks to this strategy, we were finally able to... Right. So unfortunately, once Sabara gets low enough, it will start using Soul Scream. If this thing is ever allowed to use that move, we will never be able to win. So we absolutely need to defeat Sabara before it gets a chance to do that. After the Soul Scream jump scare, I retried the fight many times, but no matter what we did, we simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Sea Horror. So to improve our survivability, I equipped Health Font on everyone to raise our max HP, as well as Magic Font to increase our max MP for the purpose of casting Peerless Troll Cleaver. Surviving was still as hard as ever, but thanks to our increased HP, we were finally able to last a lot longer, and that allowed Stroll to do his thing. Eventually, the Sea Horror grew its legs back and proceeded to obliterate Heisme. The situation was dire, but thanks to all the damage we had dealt, Stroll was able to end the fight with his trademark Peerless Troll Cleaver.
To me! We'll combine our strength! You will taste justice!
Yeah, this is when I learned the hard way that guaranteed crits doesn't mean guaranteed hits. For whatever reason, Stroll was a lot less accurate than usual during this battle. After this devastating loss and many more losses, I decided to switch things up. Previously, my goal was trying to destroy the tentacles in one single turn. The issue with this approach is that it forces Stroll to stay in the front row. And if Stroll is in the front row, then the entire team cannot benefit from Bardon's protective formation to decrease incoming damage. That's why I opted for a less aggressive approach. At the start of the fight, Stroll goes for Raging Edge while the others use Thunderstones to generate extra actions. With those extra actions, Stroll is able to act again, so he can withdraw to the back row while the others apply debuffs. Thanks to that play, we were able to survive the first enemy phase. On the next turn, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 used the Thunderstone and Stroll went for Raging Edge again. As expected, this attack did destroy all the tentacles, but unfortunately, Stroll also managed to miss the main body of Sabara. So instead of gaining an extra action, we lost 2 Preston icons. Wow, thanks Stroll. This was less than ideal, but with clever usage of the press turn system, I was able to heal my squad as well as bringing Stroll in the back row, and thanks to this maneuver, we managed to survive the enemy phase once again. After that, we made sure to fully debuff the attack and defense of Homo Sabara, and once 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀's turn came around, instead of throwing a Thunderstone to generate an extra action, I used the Great Fairy Dust to end the playoff phase immediately. And the reason why I went for this seemingly inefficient play is to manipulate the turn order. As you can see here, the party member who is going to act right after 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 is Stroll. So by ending my turn on 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀, I can guarantee that Stroll will be the first one to act on the next turn. I was really pleased with this play, but then Homo Sabara went for the dreaded random strike and followed it up with a slam strike that KO'd Hulkenberg. In the blink of an eye, I had lost a precious teammate, and my foe was about to regenerate its tentacles on the next turn. There was no time to waste. We had to win right then and there.
To the fore!
Get back in the fight!
After me!
Let's do this!
Let's do this!
Right on target!
With sword in hand, I cut a path. Forward! I won't hold back!
Cut! Nice hit!
I show no mercy!
In the name of justice, I shall vanquish evil. I'll cut you down.
A halfway decent result.
If you ask me, there are 2 ways to interpret the words of Sanctifex I killed the sea monster Forden. Either he lied, or he didn't know that the sea monster was a human. Personally, I'm going to pick the most uncharitable option. Thank you, Forden.
Hold on, we're sinking! You've got to be kidding!
Bail the water! You two, help us!
What? You can't just order us... Oh, this bloody rust bucket!
Despite these setbacks, we've managed to reach the island. And we got captured immediately. Wow, very nice.
By the way, anyone else find it strange that they recognized a candidate at a glance?
Probably my fault, I'm afraid. Well, fancy meeting you here.
Huh? Batlin?
Lady Juna. Calm down, you amateurs.
Hey, Del, aren't you forgetting someone?
Oi, kid. Don't make me regret this. You pull your weight or I'll make sure you do. Oh, forget it. Seems being captured don't make you less a wise arse. Fine, just get over here and I'll let you loose. Oh, you're going last.
Well, it looks like the misunderstanding with the locals has been cleared, so we can proceed with the mission. It's time to explore the land of the Mustari, Verga Island. Before tackling the main story mission, I decided to work on some side quests. I went to the Orb-wise path to get rid of the Conquistadors. Doing that convinced Juna to become my newest follower on Instagram, so now everyone can study the Masked Dancer. After that, I set my sights on the Spire of Blind Faith. Unfortunately, it looks like this area is always under the influence of the inclement weather, so we're gonna have to deal with the lack of turn icon bonus again. This tower is fairly simple to explore, until you get to the skeleton corridor. Seriously, why are there so many skeletons in there? This is giving me war flashbacks. Leave me alone, Dark Souls. Leave me alone, leave me alone. At the top of the Spire of Blind Faith, you will find a Leogron, and oh boy, this creature is quite something. This boss is level 55. Remember the sea monster that Forden swore he took care of? Yeah, that thing was level 39. This random-ass bird monster is 16 levels higher than the Kraken. But that's not all. This thing is also at a higher level than the main story boss of the Verga Island arc. Somehow!
Not like this.
Right. Of course. As you would expect, the Leogron does hit like a truck. However, there is no need to worry because Troll is here and he's going to delete this monster with his trademark Peerless Troll Cleaver. Okay, so it was at this moment I realized that something weird was going on with my damage numbers. This entire time I have felt like my damage was really good against main story bosses, but really bad against everything else. Like in similar scenarios where my attack was fully buffed and my foe's defense was fully debuffed, I would always notice a significant gap in damage numbers between optional and story bosses. At first I didn't understand this phenomenon, but eventually I learned why. If you recall, when I was talking about the level correction mechanic, I said that there is no damage penalty for being underleveled against bosses. This statement is still factually true, but it turns out that the game is very picky about what is and isn't considered a boss. In reality, there are two distinct level correction tables: a normal table and a boss table. When you are fighting a story boss, the game uses the boss table, and in that specific case, there is no damage penalty applied to you for being underleveled. However, when you are fighting something that the game doesn't treat as a boss, like a random-ass bird monster at the top of a tower, then the game will use the normal table. And in that scenario, the game will apply a damage penalty based on the level difference between you and your foe. The cap for that penalty is 16. So if you are 16 levels lower than the foe you are attacking, then your damage is getting cut in half. Straight up. Oh, another thing. Going in the front row is not a good idea against this enemy because that will enrage the bird. And when this thing is enraged, it starts using Soul Scream! Fighting this boss normally would be a pain in the ass, but luckily for us, there is another strategy that I can employ. That strategy is the same strat that I showcased against the Gup Tauros. If you recall, in Metaphor, when the support effect wears off, the ailment timer gets paused. This means that if you can time when support effects go down, it's possible to essentially extend the duration of an ailment. Back then, I didn't have all the tools to execute it perfectly, but now that I have access to all three debuff types, I can finally show you the true form of the strategy known as the Infinite Stun Lock. So the first thing we gotta do is build our squad based on the ailment we want to inflict. Leogron isn't immune to Forget, so I'm gonna use one Faker and two Brawlers because these archetypes have ways to inflict that ailment. I'm also going to bring one Gunner for reasons that will become clearer pretty soon. Once that's done, we can move to step 1, inflicting the ailment. This is actually the hardest part because Leogron has a really high resistance to Forget, meaning that moves like Skullcracker and Faker's Gamblery with a 40% chance to inflict Forget only have a 4% chance to land it. The odds are not in your favor, so it's very easy to fail this step miserably. I kept seeing the "fantasy is dead" screen over and over until eventually, after 10 attempts, Faker's Gamblery finally managed to apply Forget. Step 1 has been cleared, so we can move to step 2, applying the debuffs. For this to work, you need to apply your debuffs one turn at a time. So for example, you debuff the attack on turn 1, you debuff defense on turn 2, and then you debuff hit rate and evasion on turn 3. This is the step where we need to pray that the ailment remains active until the turn where the first debuff we applied is about to run out. Because there is some RNG involved in how long a status ailment lasts, it's possible to fail step 2 if the boss recovers from the status earlier than expected. However, if the status does last long enough, then by turn 3, you'll get in a position where one debuff is about to run out while the ailment is still active. And once you get in that position, you can move to step 3, the infinite stun lock. Now, all we need to do is reapply a debuff every time it runs out. By alternating between the debuffs this way, we can guarantee that one debuff always expires every turn, and thanks to that, we can infinitely stun lock the boss with a status ailment that it can never recover from. Fun fact, in this game, ailments are classified into 2 categories: physical ailments and mental ailments. This is noteworthy because it's possible to inflict a target with one ailment of each type all at once. Since Forget is a mental illness, I can still apply a physical ailment to increase the suffering of my foe. That's why I picked one gunner, because that archetype can inflict poison with the skill Poison Shot. Ironically, it was an item that landed the poison, not my shots, but that's besides the point. As you can see here, Leogron is suffering from both Forget and Poison. So now I can trap this thing in a loop where it can't use its skills, and every time it tries to act, it will lose 5% of its max HP. And to add more salt in the wound, I put one of my guys in the front row on purpose to enrage the bird, just so that I could see it attempt to use Soul Scream. From there, all I need to do is let the poison do its thing over the course of multiple turns, and then once the boss drops down to 1 HP, I can put it out of its misery with a Flamma bottle. Easy peasy, infinite squeezy. Oh look, a flawless victory. Thanks for the extra mag, you filthy animal. Now that our target is gone, you might think that we are done, but I do have another good reason for staying here a little while longer. In this dungeon, there is an enemy called the Leogryph, oh it's that bird again, who drops the Steel Crozier, a weapon that can be sold for 8,100 reeves. So after finding a good spot where the monster can't hit me, I can gun it down until it gets stunned, I let Heisme yoink the weapon, and then we skedaddle. The item you stole will reappear every time you enter in a battle, so you can repeat this process as many times as you want. Because the Steel skill costs 4 MP, eventually you are going to run out if you engage in too much robbery. Luckily for us, the Thief archetype comes with another skill called Plunder Magic that we can use to recover MP. And what's cool about Plunder Magic is that enemies can never recover from a stun if they get hit by it. So after refining my degenerate plunder strat, I kept yoinking the loot over and over until I reached the cap of 99. This took a while, but it was definitely worth it because I got over 800k from selling those 99 weapons. And now that I have the cash, I can finally purchase what I need. So one of the dishes you can cook is called the stale black bread. This is a really powerful item, but it requires 3 materials that are pretty annoying to get. The first 2 ingredients you need are the gel dust and the Finflower nectar. Both of these can be bought with the hunter at Verga Island. They are really expensive though, so buying in bulk costs a lot. As for the third ingredient you need, it's called the fragrant spice, and acquiring it is
Excuse me?
I'm getting angry just thinking about it. Okay, let me explain. So the fragrant spice can be bought in Martira with the green grocer girl. This ingredient is really cheap, which is great, but here is the thing. For whatever reason, you can't buy it in bulk. You can only buy 1 spice at a time, and the recipe for the stale black bread requires 3 spices per shitty bread. So every time you wanna stock up on spices, you need to talk to this girl. Pick the fragrant spice, march through the dialogue, and repeat the process until you have all the spices you need. And you can't even spam A to make this go faster because the fragrant spice isn't the first option. Conveniently, it's right in the middle, so you can't even turn your brain off. You have to remember to press down to select the spice because if you don't, you're gonna buy the rock beans by mistake. At this point in time, this is the only place where you can get this ingredient, so if you want to get it, you have to talk to this child until the heat death of the universe. This is so annoying. I have done this so many times that the dialogue lines have been seared in my memory.
Excuse me? Can we talk?
Thank you, mister.
Excuse me, can we talk? Thank you, mister. Excuse me, can we talk? Thank you, mister. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, can we talk? Thank you, mister. Oh, look, I bought a... I almost went insane while doing what you just saw, but at last, I managed to get 99 fragrant spices. This is the first and last time that I will ever purchase spices like this. I refuse to talk to the Child of Torment any longer. After this nightmare, I got to rank 7 with the lovely Brigitte, and I reached rank 6 with Bardon. At that rank, you unlock Rapid Swapper, a pretty cool ability that halves the turn cost of switching characters during battle. And once that was done, we set sail towards the Dragon Temple. On our way there, I decided to cook with Hulkenberg for a change and Wait, did you hear that? Is she making that noise with her knife? Why is the screen shaking?
You see?
Hulkenberg, why am I hearing people screaming? Yeah, so it turns out that Hulkenberg's cooking is as good as her taste in dishes. What a surprise. That was certainly an experience, but at least I managed to make some stale black bread. If you are wondering what this item actually does, don't worry, I will tell you when the time is right. We can't explore the temple just yet because of this massive tree that's in the way. Thankfully, the goat battling told me where I could purchase the ingredient required to make the Potion of Blight, and thanks to that potion, we can fight the Tree Beast. This battle actually took me by surprise. The Tree Beast has this move that allows it to recover 10% of its max HP every turn. And because this thing can act multiple times during a turn, it gets healed by a pretty sizable amount every time it's about to play the game. After getting a feel for its moveset, I swapped everyone to the Seeker to resist the Gas Cyclone, and I also inherited the skill 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀 to remove the attack buff from Concentrate. Thanks to these tweaks, survival became possible, and after throwing 15 gazillion Flamma bottles, we were able to outdamage the healing of the Tree Beast. Once the battle was over, I made Stroll study and master 2 archetypes, the Commander and the General. Doing that cost me 24k mag, and while it does sting a lot, this was definitely a worthy investment because Stroll has met the requirements to study his elite archetype. Not yet though. I'm not quite ready to part with my hard-earned Magla just yet. Oh, also, before leaving Verga, I bought an item called the Phantasmal Doll. This accessory allows its bearer to perform 2 consecutive actions. Do keep in mind that actions still use turn icons as normal. So this accessory doesn't allow you to act twice for free. It essentially lets you steal someone's turn icon to act a second time. This is another one of those pretty cool items that I never used during my first playthrough. I don't expect to use it in this run either, but I figured that I should buy it just in case. Wait, there is something else written in the skill description. Foreshadowing is a literary device in which... Alright, that's enough blah blah for now. It's time to focus on the mission. Rescuing the priestess of the temple. So in this dungeon, you have to solve a puzzle of sorts. To reach your target, you need to follow the proper path. If you fail to do so, then you will get engulfed by the fog from Persona 4. Now, finding the proper path might seem confusing at first, until you realize that you just need to look upwards to find the answer. Also, there are these mural paintings that were left by the ancients, and some of them are very interesting. Seriously, what did the ancients mean by this? After 6 minutes of exploration, I found the person I was looking for. Best girl Yufa.
My name is Euphrasia. I am priestess of the dragon god, but you may call me Yufa, if it pleases you.
I really like her accent. We found a lovely priestess, but our journey through these ruins is far from over. Because in the depths of the Dragon Temple, at the very bottom of the Canopy Chamber, lies a secret untold. My friend, welcome to Dragon Grace Shinjuku, the Lost City. As soon as I saw the ruins of Tokyo, I went, I've seen this before! I couldn't believe that Atlus had done the thing again. You know, the haha, you thought you were in Fantasyland, but in reality, you were in post-apocalyptic Tokyo all along. Gazing upon the ruins of our world after spending so much time exploring the kingdom of Uchronia truly blew my mind. Now, I am willing to bet that the majority of those who played Metaphor probably didn't get the reference behind this segment. Because I also wasn't aware that this place is a reference to another Atlus series called Etrian Odyssey. You see, the Lost City is actually an almost one-to-one replica of one of the dungeons from the first Etrian Odyssey game. But it's not just the layout that's similar. The floors also have the same names. A Bounty of Relics, the Steel Rendezvous, the Moment of Epiphany. All of these similarities are pretty cool, but then you listen to the music, and that's when it all comes together. Also, within this dungeon, you will find those ear monsters who block your path at various points. These guys are new humans, and there are two interesting things about them. One, they follow a predetermined path, and two, they only move when you do. These humans are pretty interesting because they are reminiscent of the FOE, the powerful monsters from the Etrian Odyssey games who also have unique movement behaviors. Learning about all these references got me intrigued, so I bought the Etrian Odyssey HD trilogy on Steam to see what the game was like. After launching the game, I was told to pick a name for my guild, so I went with the most fitting name I could think of. After that, I got to explore the town, and it's at that point that I had my own moment of epiphany. Shileka's goods, Shileka's weaponry, Golden Deer Pub, Golden Deer Hearth, the Rooster Inn, same name in Metaphor. Hell, even the item you use to go back to the entrance of a dungeon comes from Etrian Odyssey as well. The entire Verga Island segment is a giant love letter to Etrian Odyssey, and it really goes to show how Metaphor is a celebration of everything that Atlus has accomplished over the years. If this segment still managed to impress me, a dude who didn't even know about the references, then I can only imagine how amazing this moment must have felt for the Etrian Odyssey fans who got to experience these revelations in real time. Now, when it comes to dungeon exploration, buckle up, because this one is going to be a doozy. The Dragon Temple is easily one of the most challenging dungeons to explore in this game. Compared to the majority of dungeons that I would consider to be medium-sized, Dragon Grace Shinjuku is an absolutely massive area comprised of floors that are difficult to navigate because of their maze-like design. The enemy variety also plays a part in the difficulty. The Dragon Temple features a lot of different enemies, each with weaknesses fairly distinct from one another. If your level is not high enough to one-shot the enemies, you're gonna need to spend some of your precious MP to clear those encounters. And because it's impossible to restore HP and MP via resting while inside the dungeon, it's very easy to run out of resources long before you reach the end of the temple. Getting through this area in a single day is a true test of endurance, and while all the challenges I listed do apply to us, there are a couple of things that can be done to make the descent more manageable. I've been singing the praises of items this entire time, and this is yet another situation where they come in clutch. Having said that, even when you are loaded with ammo, it's fairly easy to run out of stuff to chuck at your foes, which is why I gave Plunder Magic to everyone. Thanks to that skill, I can stun an enemy, squeeze as much MP as possible, and then I can escape before they ever recover from the stun. Additionally, farming the butterfly enemies is really good because they drop the Magla Pill. This item restores 20 MP normally, and when you add Trader Summit into the mix, you can double that recovery to a decent 40 MP. Do keep in mind that Trader Summit is only active during battles, so it's more efficient to use your pills while fighting. Also, this is a minor thing, but I like how out of all the elevators in this place, the only lift that's still functioning is Eventually, I found the human who was blocking my path. And what followed was a 2-minute chase sequence where I kept pulling levers until I finally cornered the silly ear monster. Homo Flameo isn't that bad to deal with, all things considered. Sure, it did one-shot Stroll because, you know, Regicide moment. But other than that, the Fortnite squad was able to soak up the hits, and then I shattered its eardrums with an ice chunk. With the real Homo gone, all the other Homos blocking the way are no more, so now I can focus on my side objective. In the area called the Bounty of Relics, you can find the Mage Leaf Alento, an enemy whose drop can be sold for 12,220 reals, baby! So after learning about this, I used my Degenerate Young strat to steal as many Sylvan bows as I could. Now, the one downside about farming like this is that if you get careless, you can get killed. And if you die before you get to save, all those hours spent farming will go down the drain. This makes farming at level 1 quite risky, but I just so happen to know a mechanic that I can abuse to help with this. The autosave. Every time you pick an item or open a chest, the game will autosave. Now, what's interesting about this is that if you reload your autosave right after doing one of the 2 actions I just mentioned, the game will put you back in the state you were in before you picked the item or opened the chest. This essentially means that every item or chest you find in a dungeon can be turned into a save spot. These are the 2 most common ways to trigger the autosave on purpose, but there are also other things that can activate that feature. In this dungeon, going up or down the stairs activates the autosave, so that can be abused to save your progress. After stealing 99 Sylvan bows, I finally caved in and spent 33k mag to unlock the Samurai archetype for my boy Stroll. I then fed him a bunch of hero leaves, in part to raise his strength, but also because at rank 20, this class unlocks an amazing skill, Sturdy Stance. Sturdy Stance is a passive that renders the caster unable to dodge, but in return, it halves damage taken, and I cannot emphasize enough how good this passive truly is. Not being able to dodge can certainly be annoying at times, but it's a really small price to pay when in exchange, you can cut the enemy's damage by 50%. Sturdy Stance is a fantastic skill that can be combined with all the other defensive tools to make up for our HP deficit, and I expect this passive to become a massive boon for our crew. If the others can afford it, that is. Look, it costs 33k mag per person to unlock this class. That price doesn't even factor all the other archetypes you need to unlock as a prerequisite for getting the Samurai. And if you wanna use Sturdy Stance on an archetype that is not the Samurai, that's gonna cost 26k mag per person. So all I'm saying is that it will take a while for the Sturdy Stance Magla wealth to trickle down to the rest of us. Oh, and speaking of the Samurai class, so at rank 13, you get Unwavering Blade, a move that increases your hit rate and evasion by 3 ranks. This is cool and all until you remember that at rank 20, you get Sturdy Stance. So they gave an evasion boosting move to the class with a passive that disables evasion altogether.
I do not comprehend.
After hours of exploration and many wipes, we finally made it to the deepest part of the temple. And it is in this area that we saw the creature of legend, the deity revered by the inhabitants of Verga Island, the Dragon God.
What can I do?
Yours is a proud heart, but still, see the truth. Is this your god? A god who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a god worthy of your devotion and faith?
Arise now, priestess! Have you come here only to be saved? Or will you find purpose beyond death, to stand and fight as a savior?
O Lodestar, you torn maiden of faith, O thou anguished traveler. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken!
If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life!
All of you! Let me fight by your side!
So, about the dragon...
Everyone, my best.
I am sorry, everyone.
Alright, it's gonna be one of those again. This is one of those fights that's piece easy when playing normally, but then becomes significantly harder at level 1. First of all, the game forces you to put Yuffie in your team for this fight. This messes with my Trader Summit strats, but it's also annoying because Yuffie comes with all the downsides inherent to this run. Level 1, no archetype mastery, garbage HP and MP, low stats, no social security number, buzzword, oh look, we are dead. The real problem is the Dragon God's moveset. Not only does it deal an absurd amount of damage, but there are also so many things that it can do. This thing can buff itself, debuff all your stats by 2 stages, hit you with a ton of party-wide attacks, file your taxes, and the list goes on. All of these things make strategizing really tough, but it gets worse when you realize that we have to defeat not one, but 2 foes. The Dragon God and the human riding it, Homo Margo. The Dragon God has no weakness because of course it doesn't have one, but luckily for us, Homo Margo has a weakness. He is weak to wind. Normally, this should be a good matchup for the Fortnite strat, but unfortunately, going through the dungeon exhausted almost all of my reserve of pinwheels, so I can't rely solely on items here. In a fight like this one where survival is not guaranteed, offense is the best defense, so I started looking into ways to exploit that wind weakness, and that's when I realized something. Contrary to what I thought, you don't have to keep Yuffie on the field. You do need to put her in the party, but once the battle starts, you can just use the party menu to swap her out. So if I really wanted, I could have removed Yuffie from the field, but I didn't do that because Best Girl Yuffie is actually really solid for this fight, even at level 1. That's because her archetype is the Summoner, and this class comes with an amazing skill for this fight. Summon Eagle Lion. This skill deals heavy wind damage to all enemies, and it lowers their attack by 1 stage as well. So not only can Yuffie target the weakness, she can also debuff while attacking. And thanks to her decent amount of magic at level 1, her damage output is pretty decent. The Dragon God is very likely to use the Kunda to remove debuffs, so Summon Eagle Lion is great at baiting this move to make him waste a turn icon. After confirming that Best Girl Yuffie should stay on the field, I looked at all my archetypes, and that's when I noticed something. I realized that the archetype Stroll has just unlocked possesses the answer I've been looking for.
The power of wind!
Wind Blade, a synthesis skill that deals extreme physical wind damage to all foes. This skill is really useful, but there are still 2 issues that I have to solve. The first one is keeping Yuffie alive. With stats like these, a simple sneeze from the Dragon God is more than enough to take her down, so I gotta find a way to protect her somehow. As for the second issue, it's the fact that my DPS is still lacking. One of the quirks of this fight is that the Dragon God cannot be defeated until the human falls. Beating these 2 all at once is tricky because when the human gets low, it will absorb the HP of the dragon to recover its own. And when the dragon gets low, the human will use limitless anxiety to heal the wounds of its host. Regarding the first issue, I do have a plan to solve it. So in order to cast Windblade, you need a samurai as well as another teammate with an archetype from the Seeker, Knight, or Commander lineage. The fact that you can use an archetype from the Knight lineage is convenient because it means that I can go with the Magic Knight. At rank 20, this archetype learns Tetrakarn, a skill that raises a barrier that repels 1 slash, pierce, or strike attack for 1 ally. Exactly what I need to protect Yuffie. That takes care of issue 1, but I still need to find a way to improve Stroll's DPS. If only there was a way to make him act more often. It was at this exact moment that I remembered. I remember that the perfect accessory for a situation like this had been lying dormant in my inventory this entire time: the Phantasmal Doll. You see, what makes Windblade hard to use in this fight is the fact that it requires 2 turn icons. When you combine that cost with the way the turn order works, it is physically impossible for Stroll to use that move twice during the player phase, because by the time he gets to act a second time, there won't be enough press turns left to cast the skill. This is how it works normally, but everything changes when you throw the Phantasmal Doll into the mix. With this accessory, Stroll can perform 2 consecutive actions, so now he can go for Windblade back to back. After putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, I challenge the Dragon God again, this time with a clear strategy in mind. In this fight, Yuffie always gets to act first during the first player phase, regardless of your agility stat. With that in mind, I made her summon her Eagle Lion, Stroll went for 2 back-to-back Windblades, and then, with our blinking turn icons, Hulky applied Tetrakarn on Yuffie, while Best Girl ended the turn with another Eagle Lion. As for the Dragon God, it used Curse Chant, which surprised me, but then it followed that up with a tail swipe that most of us were barely able to survive. Noticing how low we were, I used the Cursed Love Ballad to restore MP for all allies, as well as to cure the Hex status inflicted by Curse Chant. Then, with the power of Wind and the Eagle Lion, Yuffie and Stroll dealt a ton of damage to our foes. Thanks to their combined efforts, the human was brought so low that it had no other choice than to plunder the life of the dragon to restore his own. The Dragon God then went for Dekunda, and I could not have asked for a better turn. Not only did the human make it easier to defeat his host, but our debuffs also baited the Dekunda, thus allowing us to take no damage during that turn. With the combination of a pinwheel and 2 back-to-back Windblades, we were able to defeat the human, and then fittingly, Yuffie was the one who landed the final blow.
I can do this! It is your turn!
Unfortunately, we weren't able to find the One Piece in these ruins, but at least we managed to get our hands on the divine relic 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. The celebrations will have to wait, however, because immediately after beating the Dragon God, we gotta win the second fight against the human. Homo Margo is a pretty annoying boss to take down because of his main gimmick, Reversal Prayer. This prayer changes something about Homo Margo, and as soon as this move is used, you will notice that most of your attacks won't be able to hit the human anymore. Understanding what Reversal Prayer does was pretty confusing at first, until I realized that I had seen this strategy back in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne when I fought the boss Noah. Reversal Prayer is to Homo Margo what Aurora is to Noah. As soon as I realized this, I understood what was happening. The way Reversal Prayer works is that it allows Homo Margo to modify his resistances to block 8 out of the 9 elements. You aren't told which element doesn't get blocked while Reversal Prayer is active, but you can infer what it is based on the color of the aura surrounding Margo. That aura tells you what element Margo can use. If it's blue, Margo can use ice, so the element you need to use is fire. If it's red, the element Margo can use is fire, so you need to use ice. This gimmick heavily limits your ability to deal damage, and it can easily turn this battle into a slog. Unfortunately for Margo, however, we have the perfect strategy to counter him: killing ourselves. So committing Sudoku is actually optimal here because it lets me retry this battle. Doing this allows you to change the equipment of your entire squad, so I can tailor my gear and archetypes to this battle. And now that I have reconfigured my party, I can show you the strat. So Homo Margo will use Reversal Prayer as soon as he gets to play the game. However, because we get the first turn, we can start dealing damage before the gimmick kicks in. Maximizing our damage output during the first turn is crucial, and that's why I decided to rely on Stroll for this. You see, one of the main selling points of the Samurai class is that this archetype reduces the turn cost of PLA Stroll Cleaver from 3 to 2 turn icons, making the move easier to use. So at the start of the fight, I immediately replace Yuffie with Heizme, And then, with the power of the Phantasmal Doll, my samurai went for 2 Peerless Troll Cleaver back to back, deleting half of Margot's HP in the process. The human then prayed silently, and it is at that point that I changed my strategy. Remember the stale black bread? Yeah, so that item deals 300 almighty damage to a single target. And when you have Trader's Summit, you can turn that bread into a 600 almighty damage bomb. So instead of engaging with Margot's gimmick, I can just shove black bread down his throat to give him a stomachache. Well, Homo Margot, it looks like dinner is ready. On today's menu, we have a dish full of pain, with an extra serving of pain. Savor the flavor, asshole.
This should work.
This is for the future of the Mastari! Fall!
You know, I have mixed feelings about the stale black bread. On one hand, it is an atrocious dish not fit for consumption, which definitely makes sense considering who made it. But at the same time, the fact that it's not edible is really useful, since it makes this dish double as a powerful weapon. I wanna tell her to never cook again, but at the same time, she kinda needs to keep cooking. It's... Hulkenberg, why are you the way that you are? Alright everyone, let's give a warm welcome to the newest member of our crew, Best Girl Yufa.
Aye aye, me hearties!
Huh?
Welcome aboard, Yufa.
Everyone, the enemy!
Wait. Say that again?
The enemy! The enemy!
You know what? Close enough. Welcome back, Fuka Yamagishi. And now that Yufa is here, she can keep Juna company on the bench. Sorry, sweetie, it's the Magla economy. I can't afford to send you to archetype school just yet. That aside, there is something pretty cool that I want to show you. This handsome fellow is Edeni, Yufa's brother, and he has decided to give a name to the village of Verga. The first time I played this game, I didn't think much about this scene, but now that you and I have gained enough insight to understand the references of the Verga Island segment, it is only fair that I also show you this moment.
Thus it seems only right to call it the home of the dragon god Et. Etria. One day, after years untold, I hope Etria will be a bustling town. People from far and wide will meet here. It will be worthy of its name. At least, that is my fantasy.
Etria. Hearing this after the conclusion of our odyssey is just... man, it's peak. Absolute fantasy. The threat looming over the village of Etria is no more, so it's time to do a little bit of prep. First, I sold all my Sylvan bows to reach almost 2 million Rees, baby! I am rich! After going from rags to riches, I went back to Martyra to complete Bardon's rank 7 quest. This is our fated rematch against the level 60 Great Worm.
Hey, Worm-Face! Remember when you ate us? Well, I sure do! Too many people lost out here.
Yeah, the worm is back, and its damage output is still as ridiculous as ever. I very quickly assessed that this was going to be a matchup for the Fortnite crew, so I swapped everyone to the knight and we all died.
Wasn't enough.
Since I was running low on debuffing items, I made sure to inherit Tarunda on everyone, and thanks to that, we got killed again. I needed to go a step further, and that's why I decided to inherit Marakukaja, a spell that increases the defense of all allies by 1 rank. One interesting detail about this fight is that, from time to time, Bardon will come out to buff your crew. You have no control over the type of buffs he will use, but it's still really cool to see my man contribute like this. After equipping Marakukaja, I went back to the trenches, and for the first time ever, Big Man Bardon decided to fully buff our defense. Thanks to his amazing assist, we were able to reach +3 defense and bring the worm to -3 attack all in the same turn. Combining all these defensive maneuvers gave us enough breathing room to finally start fighting back. My stock of items wasn't high enough for this fight, but by combining my ice chunks and Hulkenberg's cooking, we were able to keep pushing the human lower and lower until it revealed its ace in the hole. Whenever this thing goes for ground burrow, it will disappear and then it will emerge on the next turn to hit your entire crew. To my knowledge, any action that targets the enemy straight up doesn't work while this thing is using dig, so it's pointless to attack. Not even debuffs will work while the sandworm is using ground burrow, so if you aren't paying attention to the timer, you can get in the situation where your debuffs will run out shortly before the worm hits you with his powerful attack. So as soon as 𝙀𝙀 started using ground burrow, I made sure to reapply Tarunda slightly earlier than usual to ensure that it would stay debuffed the entire time. And then, when the sandworm was underground, I used the guard tech to allow my entire crew to guard with just 2 turn icons. By combining all the defensive tools I could find, I was able to ensure that my crew could withstand even the deadliest attacks from Homo 𝙀𝙀. And after 11 minutes of tank and spank, vengeance was finally mine.
This calls for one of these.
I've done it!
After congratulating Big Man Bardon for a job well done, I got to rank 7 and that gave me access to Escape Master. This ability makes the escape command always succeed outside of boss fights, and it's going to come in handy pretty soon. While traveling in the Gauntlet Runner, I stopped by the village of Ligma to purchase the only golden armor they had in stock, an armor that grants a slash resistance. I then made my way to the Scoundrel's Hold, and it's at that point that I really started to appreciate the Escape Master ability. Stealing from the giants is really useful because they drop the Evil Eye Talisman, an amazing item that debuffs every stat by 1 stage. And because I have Escape Master, I don't need to risk going in there to stun enemies. I can immediately start the battle, let 𝙀😗 do his thing, and then skedaddle. So thanks to Bardon, the Young strat just got even better. As for the boss of this area, this guy becomes really easy once his cronies are gone. Ah yes, he has Soul Scream, because of course he has Soul Scream. Oh my god. After catching me completely off guard, the giant proceeded to almost wipe my entire party. I thought I was gonna be a gunner as well, but 1 pinwheel and a stale bread were just enough to end the fight. One thing that I haven't mentioned yet is that stealing works against bosses. Not only does it work, it's actually really effective because of how the game functions. So after winning a fight, you will always obtain the rare drop that the boss was holding. Now, what's interesting is that if you steal the rare loot the boss is holding during the fight, you will still get the same item at the end of the battle. So Yonging essentially allows you to get 2 copies of the same item for the price of 1. Stealing loot from optional bosses is crazy good, and this is something that I plan to abuse a lot more moving forward. After leaving the cave, I went back to Brilhaven to get the Okay, I can't dodge this topic anymore. So one of the most interesting attractions in Brilhaven is the Varmareno Coliseum. Here, if you talk to the spirited receptionist, you will be able to access ranked mode, a mode where you have to overcome various challenges. As you win fights, you will keep climbing the ranks until you become the arena champion. Doing this is really worth it because some of the best items in the entire game can only be obtained here. In normal circumstances, this place should be a source of joy for me, but alas, I don't think I will ever be able to finish the arena in this run. So before you get to play in a ranked match, you need to win your fight against the Krag Manjula in 3 turns or less. I wasn't sure how this one would go, but the combination of a full brawler squad and a couple of items proved to be more than enough to defeat the Manjula in 2 turns. After that, I unlocked ranked matches, and most of them weren't that bad. The hardest one by far was the fight against the 2 bugs because you have to do that one alone. I ended up going with the gunner to hit the weakness of the Vesp, and also because the physical attacks from this archetype don't suffer any damage penalty in the back row. Dealing with these 2 ailment spamming bugs was really exhausting. But after 4 minutes of struggle, the Vesp went down, and then a couple of pinwheels were more than enough to defeat the No-Cross. Everything was going great, until the incident happened. The Silver 2 incident. So after you reach rank Silver 2, your next fight will be one where you need to beat 3 waves of monsters in overworld combat. 5 goblins and 1 gargoyle in wave 1, an orghast in wave 2, and then a gargoyle and an orghast in wave 3. Normally, this shouldn't be that bad, but you see, there is one problem. This match is timed. Timed! The damage you deal in overworld combat scales with your level. Now, dear viewer, do you see where the issue lies? This is by far the hardest challenge I have seen so far. In a 1v1 scenario, dodging is fairly simple, but against a large group of enemies, it becomes an absolute nightmare. When you are facing a group of enemies, every single enemy can time their attack independent of one another. So whenever you attack, you have to constantly be mindful of what the enemies can do to make sure you don't overcommit. Because if you are stuck in an animation at the wrong time, it's over. When you get hit by an attack, you go through a recovery animation that can't be cancelled. This is bad enough already, but it gets worse when you realize that enemies can still hit you during the recovery animation. A recovery animation that you can't do anything about. Dude, I thought we were done with the Dark Souls. Why am I still playing Dark Souls? Why? Another quirk of these arena fights is that you can't open the menu during them. This means that you can't heal yourself the normal way, but there is a workaround. During those fights, you can still use the auto-recovery command to fully heal yourself, which is cool, but definitely not enough to avoid getting spanked. I tried all the melee weapons I could think of, but none of them worked. The greatsword is kinda good here because it has hyper armor when you are attacking. It lets you trade blows without getting interrupted, so with this weapon, you can keep attacking non-stop while also clicking auto-recovery whenever you get low. This was working pretty well until I got double-teamed. Eventually, I got sick of the melee weapons, so I tried attacking from a distance. The hero passive of the Faker's archetype is called Dodge. It has a chance to trigger an auto-dodge in overworld combat, which is pretty good, but that auto-dodge is up to chance, so if it fails, you are going to die. The gunner is very good at attacking from a safe distance, but you see, it turns out that dealing damage is really difficult when you are constantly getting chased by 5 rabid goblins. These assholes forced me to keep running around like a headless chicken, and eventually, I ran out of time. I tried everything I could think of, but that didn't matter. I was either getting killed by the gang squad or running out of time. And this is just against the first enemy wave, by the way. If the first wave is already giving me this much trouble, how am I even supposed to beat the other 2 waves? I hate to say it, but I don't think this is gonna be doable. It sucks because I really wanted to get the good arena rewards, but it is what it is. At the very least, farming the arena allowed me to max out my courage. Thanks to that, I was able to talk to Alonso again and reach rank 7 with him. Alonso's rank 7 is easily one of the most important ranks in the entire game because it unlocks Magic Shop Dealmaker. This ability allows purchase of a ton of amazing new items at magic shops. This includes stronger single and multi-target damage dealing items like Beelzebub's Breath, as well as some extremely good accessories that I will tell you more about when the time is right. After that, for the sake of best girl Yufa, I went to the Land of Ceremony to defeat this thing. I don't mean to be crass, but why does it have a face that kinda looks like an ass? Oh, and if you thought my bottom of the barrel observation was bad, wait until you hear the sounds this thing makes.
Sorry.
Forgive me.
Everyone.
Yup, farting noises. Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody. My game. I'm ashamed to admit it, but Assface did manage to beat us. Twice. I got caught off guard the first time it summoned its skeleton buddy, but after switching to a Seeker party, the farts became easier to enter, and then the Flamma bottles did the trick. This was very unpleasant, but hey, now that the fight is over, I get to experience the best part about this quest. Holding hands with best girl. You've probably noticed by now, but all the people from the Mustari tribe have a third eye on their forehead. Yufa's third eye stays open most of the time, but whenever she is flustered or really happy, that third eye closes itself, and this is the cutest thing ever. And on the eve of our departure, the locals decided to hold a festival in the dragon god's name. It's a festival meant to ensure a safe sea voyage. In the place of a lighthouse, their fire is kept burning until the morning. Seeing everyone coming together and having a good time was honestly an amazing experience. And now good old Bartlin is fully on our side. This man keeps getting better and better. Oh, and they also served us some dragon's tears. These are the local delicacies of 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇, and as you would expect, as soon as food is involved, Hulkenberg is always the first one on the scene.
Sounds. I feel quite.
Right? What's going on? But he's crying. What is this fruit?
You see, in old long times ago, people ate this to reach a higher plane of existence and talk to the gods.
After saying goodbye to the locals, we boarded our runner and resumed our journey towards our next destination.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
At last, we've finally arrived at our destination, the capital of Montario, the seat of sanctism, Altarbury Heights. As soon as I got free reign, I went straight to the magic shop to purchase some of the new items I unlocked thanks to Alonso. In addition to purchasing damage-dealing items, I also made sure to buy 1 utilitarian manual, 1 dodger ring, and 4 blizzard amulets. And now, the time has come to put our stratagem in motion. Tomorrow on Saints' Day, a ceremony will be held at the Montario Opera House. Everyone will be attending the ceremony, including the Archmage himself. On that day, we will infiltrate the Opera House, wait for Juna's solo to begin, and then after the lights dim, we will use the divine relic 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀 to pierce through Luis's chest and end his life. The fate of the entire operation lies on my shoulders. To say that I'm nervous would be an understatement. There is no guarantee that our gambit will work, but now is not the time to give in to fear and anxiety. For the sake of this country, my comrades, and my old friend Grius, I will settle the score with Luis Guyaburn. Before starting the operation, I made sure to remove all the valuable pieces of gear on my comrades. As Gallica points out, you need to make sure you have your equipment where you want it because only Yufa and the protag will be available during the operation. Since the others won't be joining us, I figured that removing their equipment couldn't hurt. So to get to the backstage area, we need to find the rear entrance key. You can choose to leave as soon as you get the key, but if you stay, you can complete a side quest chain that will reward you with the Herald's Banner, a pretty powerful item that increases damage dealt while in the front row. After getting everything I needed, I used the key to grant us access to the Canopy Passage. The time has come for tragedy to befall the Opera House. For this part, you gotta win a couple of forced encounters against some Sanctis monks. However, there is a catch. Since we are a one-piece candidate, the king's magic protects us. That magic prevents the monks from hitting me, so instead of doing that, they will target Yufa exclusively. This is problematic because Yufa is the game over condition for this segment. Thanks to the 60% damage reduction of Bardon's back row boost, as well as the 50% reduction from guarding, Yufa was able to barely survive the onslaught in spite of her extremely low stats. By selecting the right archetypes and making Yufa defend, we were able to defeat the various pairs of monks that the game sent our way until we reached the last fight against the triple monk gang squad. Against 3 enemies, I knew that Yufa wouldn't be able to survive 1 round of combat, so I chose to play more aggressively to beat my foes before they would beat us. This almost worked, but 1 monk managed to survive, and then he proceeded to delete Yufa. For the rematch, I decided to change my approach. After throwing an item, I used Summon Eagle Lion to decrease the attack of all my foes, and then I ended the turn by making Yufa guard. This proved to be the right play because the attack debuff allowed Yufa to barely survive the triple threat, and that bought us enough time to wrap things up on the next turn.
Let my power support you.
Come forth now.
Fun fact, there is actually an easier way to get through this segment. As you know, normally the monks do not attack the protag because of the king's magic. However, if you use Knight's Proclamation, you can redirect all attacks towards yourself. This actually works on the monks, so as long as you keep clicking Knight's Proclamation, these guys will never be able to do anything to you. Special thanks to Jaffinator for bringing this to my attention. The last obstacle in our way is no more, so now we can go to the roof and patiently wait for Juna to begin her wait! Enhance. I said enhance! That helmet. I recognize that helmet. It's the Demonica, the sick-looking armor from Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey! Yay, baby! That's so amazing! The mission. So I'm gonna be real with you. There is no way that this is going to work. This is just going to be a repeat of what happened with Grius. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. What? It worked? Well, everyone, it looks like we have finally managed to defeat Louis. But of course.
Luis, I challenge you to a duel.
Ah, the very words I was waiting for. Then state your name. How do you declare yourself?
I am the hero. The one who will end your reign.
My name is Luis 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. I am the rightful king, he who will forge anew this unworthy country into a utopia. Attack in any number, wield any weapons. But fight with your very lives. If you live by a creed, show me its strength. Go ahead, have at me. An attempt on the life of Luis 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 is a folly most cannot afford.
I will fulfill my purpose and cut you down, Luis!
A mission? An assigned purpose? An ideal borrowed? If you think that alone is equal to my will, then you have already failed.
At last, the final confrontation with our archenemy is upon us. I have to give credit where credit is due. Luis is such a fantastic antagonist. This man took a divine lance to the chest. He is clearly wounded, so much so that he starts the fight with half of his HP gone. He is bleeding profusely, and yet he is still able to stand tall and deliver some of the best lines in the entire game. I also really like the music track that plays during this fight. It's a fitting theme for a man of Luis's caliber, and the same can be said about the official English name of this musical composition. It's not called Boss Battle 69 or Louis 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 theme or something like that. It is called You Face Louis 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀. That title perfectly conveys how important Louis is to the story of this game, and it really elevates his theme for me. Louis 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 exudes such a powerful aura, it's no wonder men and women alike are infatuated with him. Seriously, I have seen some very questionable things said about that man that I would rather forget. As for the battle, because of the wounds he sustained, Louis isn't able to fight at full strength. Having said that, there are still two things that you need to watch out for. The first one is come. Accept my challenge. Whenever Louis tells you to come, your attack and defense will drop by 2 stages. As for the other thing I wanted to mention, it is Louis's most dangerous attack.
I strike to kill!
Whenever Luis uses
I strike to kill!
he will strike one of your teammates with the intent
to kill!
It's a formidable attack, but we should be able to handle it.
I strike! I strike! I strike!
Forgive me.
Wait, why is he dealing so much damage? Since the others won't be joining us, I figured that removing their equipment couldn't hurt. Oh. Without proper gear, there was no way to endure.
I strike to kill!
I didn't think much of this loss at first, until I realized something. There is no continuous screen for this fight. After your fantasy dies, you get sent back to the last autosave. That autosave is made after you regroup with Stroll and Hulkenberg, so for these two, you get the chance to change their equipment. But for 𝙇𝙀𝙑, you don't get that privilege because you only regroup with him during the cutscene leading to the fight with Luis.
I strike to kill!
𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. This wasn't ideal, so I decided to reload an earlier save, redo the entire infiltration segment again, and then I was ready to face my archenemy once more. By the way, in case you were curious, Luis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 has no weakness. Also, he only uses single-target physical attacks. This is very unfortunate for the Archmage because I have the perfect strategy to counter him. Tantrakarn. With Knight's Proclamation, I taunt Luis, and then Hulkenberg puts Tetrakarn on the person who taunted. This ensures that Luis is always going to end his turn by hitting himself in the face. Initially, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 was the one going for Knight's Proclamation, but I quickly noticed that Luis would always disregard 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀 to target Will. This suggests to me that Luis might be coded to target Will specifically, which is extremely fitting if true. After making that observation, I just made sure to taunt with Will and that solved the problem. To speed things up, I decided to let Stroll do what he does best, and to that end, I gave him one of the best accessories in the entire game, the Utilitarian Manual. This item reduces the turn icon cost of synthesis by 1. With the Samurai, the turn icon cost of Peerless Troll Cleaver already goes from 3 to 2. And now, thanks to the Utilitarian Manual, I can reduce the cost even further from 2 to 1 turn icon. With the power of the manual, Stroll was able to unleash his devastating attack a lot more often, and eventually, the stance of my archenemy changed. I could have given the coup de grâce myself, but I decided to do something funnier instead.
Bear witness! I strike remarkable!
I underestimated you.
At last, Grius has been avenged. Our archenemy is no more, but there is still one thing left for us to do. Hey, Forden! Remember what you said about the sea monster? Oh, so that's how it is, huh? Alright, Forden, it's time to pay for your lies! Wait a minute. Who is this guy?
Face your divine punishment!
Luis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀? Oh, Forden is dead? And Luis is alive? But I saw him die! What? How the hell did you survive? Ugh, not you.
Mortal anatomy is my speciality. I knew at first glance that the wound was deep, but the heart was intact.
You're kidding. This dude was stabbed through the chest twice, broke through the glass ceiling, crashed on the stage, and he's still alive. This guy must have the devil's own luck.
I could have emerged as soon as I'd healed. But where's the theater in that?
Okay, that was a good line. I am definitely stealing that one.
No! Stop him!
Out of the way! Go! Run!
Right. Come now.
Thank you. You protect them. Yet what value do they have to you?
It's not that! This is just wrong! It's wrong, me lords!
Dal!
Dal! Vitelio!
Hey! Wake up!
Only fair thing in this world is power. With it, you can take whatever you want in this life. Or so I thought.
Tell.
But you know, if all the weak get left behind, who's left to protect them?
Stop talking, Del.
Look after Lady Juna.
Del? Del!
Lord Louis, that's what it all comes down to for you, yeah? The strong are right, the weak are wrong. Doesn't matter what you were born into, there's fairness in that. We saw you as our hope. We thought that if you had a proper strong fella on top, he'd be able to put a stop to all the meaningless discrimination. But we had it wrong. You're no ray of hope. It doesn't matter to you. Killing anyone, it doesn't make you feel unclean. You're the kind of cold-blooded bastards we hate more than anything!
𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 is easily one of the best arcs of Metaphor. It is an arc that masterfully builds tension, subverts all your expectations, and then, at the very climax of this arc, you are hit with a devastating emotional gut punch: Fidelio's death. There are many moments in this game that affected me emotionally, but this is the one that hit me the hardest. During this segment, I tried to hold back the tears, but that attempt was unsuccessful because of what happened next.
Oh, look at you, kid. You look near dead yourself. Let's hear it, Basilio. You fight. But why?
O Lodestar, ye grief-racked brother, O thou anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Not really a choice. It's back to the starting line. This time I'll lead. Ardell entrusted me with this chance. I've got to show him I've got this.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. O lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, henceforth thy fears and insecurities are thy light. Awaken.
See you around, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀.
Of all the awakening scenes in this game, Basilio's is the one that stood out to me the most. When the character awakens to the power of the archetype, they quite literally speak from the heart. It's supposed to be a very empowering scene, but for Basilio, what we get is more bittersweet in nature. He's not saying his full name or shouting his ideals at the top of his lungs. Instead, in a very soft-spoken voice, he uses this moment to bid his farewell to his brother. This is the context in which Basilio joins the squad. Normally, training a character that joined this late is something I would never do, but I am willing to make an exception for him. Basilio is one of the best characters in the game, as well as a proud member of our crew. So no matter how hard it gets, I vow to turn him into the absolute legend he was always meant to be. Oh look, it's 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀.
You!
Oh look, that was 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀. In any case, Lady Rella told us to meet her at the Royal Mage Academy. She didn't specify why we had to go there, but that's not a big deal because I get to meet another one of my favorite characters.
𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀, Dragon God of the Ice Valley, show me now the power that ended the ancient world. If you would make this a country where it is no sin to be weak or ignorant, you need strength to shape it. Let us prove that strength here.
Rella!
Then let's go. If you're gonna put your life on the line for this, then it's only right we do the same.
Come, 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 of the Ice Valley. Come, O Pillar of the 5 Chromatic Dragons, harbingers of earthly war. Heed my call, and unleash your fury once again before us.
I really wish it didn't come to this, but alas, we have no other choice than to face Saint Rella and 𝙀𝙀𝙀 the Icebound, her level 52 dragon. So this fight is pretty interesting mechanically. While both Rella and 𝙀𝙀𝙀 can attack you, only 𝙀𝙀𝙀 can be targeted. During every enemy phase, these two will take turns attacking you, and the order in which they will do so will change each enemy phase. So if 𝙀𝙀𝙀 is the first one to attack, on the next turn, Rella will be the one taking the lead. 𝙀𝙀𝙀 uses really powerful ice and physical attacks that can become extremely difficult to survive if it decides to debuff all your stats by 2 stages with Roar. Now, when it comes to the resistances, this boss has a weakness actually. 𝙀𝙀𝙀 is weak to fire, but there is a catch because of course there is one. Rella has a skill called Quartz Wall that creates a barrier against elemental attacks. This barrier cannot be removed via an item or a skill, and it will not expire until it gets triggered. So if you want to remove the Quartz Wall, someone needs to hit the barrier. This is pretty risky because hitting into a block takes away 2 of your precious turn icons, and it has a chance to give you anxiety. You also have to find a way to deal with Icy Breath. This is one of 𝙀𝙀𝙀's most dangerous moves because on top of dealing a lot of damage to your entire crew, it has a high chance to inflict Frostbite. Frostbite greatly decreases the damage of your attacks, and because it's a status, it also prevents you from using synthesis skills. This battle is notoriously difficult, but what really makes it challenging is the context in which this fight takes place. You see, as soon as you get the mission to pursue Rella, your fate is already sealed. You can't go back to another city to restock, you can't cook or read a book or even take a dump. You have no other choice than to pursue Rella. This is the part of the game that I like to call the story stunlock, and it begins as soon as you infiltrate the Opera House. These limitations make strategizing for the Rella fight a lot harder, and it is precisely for this reason that I made sure to purchase the Blizzard Amulet, the accessory that grants you an ice resistance. And now that you have the full picture, it's time to start problem solving. Removing the quartz wall safely seems difficult at first glance, but there's actually an easy way to do that. If one of Sogne's elemental attacks gets repelled back at it, the quartz wall will be removed. This is very convenient because mastering the Faker archetype unlocks Makarakarn, a spell that repels one elemental attack for one ally. So by inheriting Makarakarn, I can make Sogne remove the barrier for me. Rella will always prioritize putting the barrier up first, so thanks to Makarakarn, I can make her waste her turn. Now, you might think that exploiting the fire weakness is my top priority here, but that's not the case. As obnoxious as Quartz Wall can be, this move has one big flaw. It only covers the elemental resistances. This barrier doesn't prevent me from using physical attacks, and the reason why this is relevant is because I can use the snow to my advantage. As you can see, the weather in this area has a pink symbol, which means...
Let's do this!
Indeed, this is another fight where we can abuse the Stormy Sea Ring to get guaranteed crits, so dealing damage won't be a problem. The next issue that needs to be solved is finding a way to survive, and I just so happen to have a solution for that. In Metaphor, it's possible to have both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn active at the same time. And contrary to the Shin Megami Tensei series, where these two spells only last for one turn, in Metaphor, Tetrakarn and Makarakarn always stay active until triggered or removed. Sogne loves going for attacks that hit the entire field, so by having both repel shields up, I can cover whatever it tries to do. And because repelling an attack ends the enemy phase, this ensures that we only have to tank one attack instead of 3. Thanks to this strat and the power of the Stormy Sea Ring, Stroll was able to deal a ton of damage, and then on turn 3, after repelling the Icy Breath, my Samurai was able to seal the deal.
On your guard!
You will taste justice!
There truly is a gulf between us. You are more the warrior than I, as expected. So be it. What I lack in experience, I shall give with my life. Sister! Sogne, I give unto you all that I am!
She gave the last of her magic to the dragon?
And now it's time for phase 2. I was ready to resume the fight, but then I noticed something interesting. As you can see here, I have 5 turn icons instead of the usual 4. This confused me at first, but then I realized why this happened. When you deliver a killing blow with Peerless Troll Cleaver, you get 1 extra blinking turn icon. Clearing phase 1 counts as a killing blow, so by ending that phase with my Peerless Troll Cleaver, I was able to begin phase 2 with an extra turn icon. This head start gave me the resources I needed to safely heal my squad, debuff Sogne, and reapply the repel shields. To make the double Karn strat even more effective, I started using Knight's Proclamation on Stroll. Sogne can use single target attacks, so by taunting with Stroll, I can cover everything that the dragon could try to do. This strategy proved to be peerless, and after a couple of turns, Stroll ended the fight by doing what he does best.
Give me your aid!
Let's do this!
Let's do this!
I am bested. I see now. The true strength of your will.
I'm capable too!
At last, my role is at an end. Juna, I'm sorry. I only ever meant to protect you, but in the end, you'll have it the hardest.
Sister, please, you... Tell me, what do I do? Basilio, tell me. What do I do?
Lady Judah.
And what happens to the faithful? They'll be crushed. You're their saint. You had just put their hearts at ease. What are you?
Perhaps it was too cruel to ask for a quicker death at your hands. I leave Juna and this country in your hands.
Rella!
Thank you, Juna. Your life and will was always your own. If only I could have lived with your freedom. I admire you. Please don't let this change you, dear sister. I just wish I'd had more time to watch over you.
Alas, we have lost yet another precious ally, and it was all Forden's fault. Rella dirtied her hands to protect her sister. She was the kind of sanctist that others only pretended to be, a true saint of the people. And though she is gone, her dream will continue to live on, because we have inherited her will. The prince of this kingdom has died, and now that Rella is also gone, there is no one else who can stand up to Louis. So here is what I'm gonna do. I will pretend to be the prince. I will shoulder this burden and become a beacon of hope for the oppressed, to protect those who seek comfort in faith, to save the foolish and the abandoned, rejected by this world because of their weakness. I will do everything in my power to stop Louis 𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀. Alright, I've got some news for you. In 10 days from now, our final battle with Louis will take place in Grand Trad.
Whatever they make of it, we've come this far. All we can do now is finish our fight and strike to kill.
I strike to
kill! To that end, I decided to collect all the gold beetles I could find. This proved to be really useful because fighting 25 beetles rewards you with the Claw Breakers, an accessory that grants you resist slash, and after finding 38 beetles, you get the Flame Seal Corselet, an armor that blocks fire. Once that was done, Basilio became my newest follower on TikTok, and that gave us access to his archetype, the Berserker. Baz has fully become one of us, so I think this is as good a time as any to introduce you to our newest party member. He is the youngest of the Magnus brothers, a fighter through and through. This man deeply cares about others. He swings his axe to protect his crew. He is the one and only Basilio Magnus!
Berserker! Oh, awesome souls, do your thing!
Stay insane in a fight? Not bloody likely.
We'll combine our strength!
Get wrecked!
I like how instead of shaking your hand, Basilio gives you a bro fist. Ah, Del would be proud. Edeni has gained the ability to change the weather, so after picking my target and letting Edeni do his magic, I was able to explore the Everfrost forest without having to worry about the weather. This is where you face the Shady Soldier and his pet. These guys drop two interesting items: the Anti-Dagger Weave, an accessory that gives resist slash, as well as the new Moon Hairpin, a hat that prevents charm. And because I made sure to steal during the fight, I was able to get an extra copy for each of these items. You might think that we are done, but there is still more crime to be perpetrated. The butterflies here drop magla pills. They also give you the gel dust, which is, you know, the expensive material required to cook the infamous pain of pain. And you can yoink a weapon from the 3 beasts that can be sold on the black market. As soon as I realized how much stuff could be stolen here, I couldn't help it. I engaged in some degenerate item farming again. I stayed here for hours upon hours until I had amassed 99 of all the 3 items I was looking for. I then set my sights on the Tower of Insolence, home of my bounty target, the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙑𝙀. Fun fact, this boss is not immune to forget and poison, which means...
Let's go gambling! I can't stop winning!
And now that my bounty has been taken care of, I wanna show you something. So after the Everfrost Forest, I returned to Alterbury to sell my ill-gotten gain. I sold my stuff at the meat market, and this proved to be really useful because that's where you get to buy the brocaded koi and monster bone. These are the cooking ingredients that can be used to make a really cool dish from 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀 village.
Face me!
With what? You are using your feet to cook?
Some darker arts. Rancor!
Brother, you were walking barefoot not even a minute ago. Did you even wash them?
I have my methods.
Oi, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀, I'm talking to you. 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀! In any case, 𝙇𝙀𝙀 and I were able to create the dish I was telling you about. The finisher noodles. This item allows you to one-shot enemies in the field with a single hit for 30 seconds. This works regardless of your level, so now, whenever I eat some noodles, my level 1 squad can one-shot enemies in overworld combat without needing to play Dark Souls for 3 hours. As you would expect, this still doesn't grant me regular experience, but it lets me earn everything else, mag included. So for the first time since the beginning of this cursed run, I can finally farm mag in a way that doesn't make me want to commit regicide. This is when I truly fell in love with the Faker archetype. Their throwing knives are extremely useful for hitting enemies, and since they attack from a distance, it's really easy to avoid getting hit. Thanks to the wonderful noodles, I was finally able to escape the Great Magla Depression, and that allowed me to unlock and master a bunch of archetypes on my allies. Most notably, I was able to make everyone master the Pugilist and Magic Seeker archetypes to give them a permanent plus 50 HP boost. I also managed to make everyone master the Samurai archetype, something that I never thought would happen in my wildest dreams. After leaving the tower, I decided to fight some of the other One Piece candidates. The first one I went after was Loveless, and he was fairly easy to defeat.
You think this is over? Not even close! Die, all of you!
This is...
Forgive me.
Where it ends.
As I was saying, he was fairly easy to defeat, and after that W, I got to fight Milo. This guy is a huge narcissist, and simply looking at his smug face is enough to piss me off. The only reason why I wanted to acknowledge him isn't because of his fight, but rather because of the absolutely brutal roast he got delivered by Best Girl.
If I might ask, I've been wondering for some time, but what about you is actually beautiful? You belittle people. You manipulate them with your schemes. I genuinely don't understand. What is anyone supposed to find beautiful about you?
Silence! I am beautiful. Surely, you need only look, yes? Even a plain, simple little girl like you will understand if you look upon my...
I am sorry, but is there something I should find appealing about it?
That roast gave Milo a 3rd-degree burn so severe that according to Loveless, the dude hasn't been able to exit his runner ever since. And this is yet again why Yuffie is Best Girl. I spent the rest of my time with my beloved followers. Reaching rank 7 with Katharina unlocks Comrades in Battle. This ability allows Katharina to assist you in certain dungeons. If Katharina shows up in a dungeon, she will be able to deliver a powerful blow to a single enemy at the beginning of every battle, including boss fights. This will be relevant for a certain boss who is known for feasting on stars. I also managed to reach rank 8 with Hulkenberg as well as with Moore. Moore's rank 8 in particular is extremely good because it unlocks Archetype Evangelist, an ability that increases the stat bonuses of all your equipped archetypes by +3. Oh yeah, and while we are here, I also have one more thing that I would like to show you. This is the Book of Apocalypse, a red tome which allows its reader to face an extremely powerful foe. This book cannot be opened on a regular playthrough. In order to access it, you must be in New Game Plus, and that is an issue. If you recall, the save that I am using for the purpose of this challenge is a modified save file to access the Regicide difficulty without needing to be in New Game Plus. So normally, I shouldn't be able to open the book, but luckily for us, there is a workaround. Thanks to my fellow challenge runner Zero, I was able to modify my save file to trigger the New Game Plus flag, which is this star icon that you can see near a save file. So thanks to Zero, fighting the super boss of Metaphor will be possible. That boss is really powerful though, so we will get back to this topic when the time is right. And so, after preparing as best as I could, the fateful day of the final battle finally arrived. The time has come to defeat 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙇 once and for all.
So, you think you have the strength to protect the weak? Then prove to me these are more than empty words. Come then, and act your part in this showdown. I have a new world to build, and you will die in its name.
It's in this final battle that we get to see the fighting style of the Archmage. If you are weak to one of the 4 elements, Louis will imbue his sword with magic to exploit whatever you are weak to. This is in line with his personality, and it really makes me appreciate the first Altarbury fight even more. Back then, Louis was very quick to discard the lance. If he really wanted, he could have used the Divine Relic against us. But where is the theater in that? Louis is a man who welcomes a good challenge, so what he did is totally in character, but what I really like about this act is how it's also fitting gameplay-wise. You see, the Divine Relic 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀 is a lance that turns your basic attacks into the Almighty affinity. Almighty is an element that cannot be nullified, but as a trade-off, it is the only element in the game that can't hit weaknesses. Using Almighty is the polar opposite of exploiting weaknesses, so the fact that Louis doesn't use that element in his first and final battle is really fitting. As for the fight itself, if this man is allowed to hit your weakness on Regicide difficulty, there is no coming back. You're gone. But here's the thing. Since I have reached Alonso's rank 7, I can purchase the amulets that grant you a resistance to one of the 4 elemental affinities. Most archetypes only have one innate weakness, so if that weakness is one of the 4 elements that Louis can use, then all you have to do is cover that weakness to prevent Louis from exploiting anything. And when Louis can't exploit anything, he will default to spamming slash attacks just like in the first fight, meaning that he becomes susceptible to the Tantrakan strat again. You know, for someone who is called the Archmage, he sure doesn't use spells that much. It's very odd. This is our final battle against 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀, and yet, I feel like he's holding back. It's almost as if he's hiding something. Nah, that can't be right. It is our final battle after all, the game said so. Much like in the first fight, in this one, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙀 has no weakness. This is definitely annoying, but unfortunately for the Archmage who doesn't like using spells, I just so happen to have the perfect teammate for this situation. The one and only Basilio. Thanks to the finisher noodle training session, Basilio is finally battle ready, so now I can showcase a strategy that I haven't used yet. Weakness looping. So in Metaphor, there are a couple of skills that can inflict a one-time weakness to an element. This one-time weakness will remain on a foe until it gets struck. So if you use a skill like Hellfire Dance from the Masked Dancer archetype, you can inflict a one-time fire weakness that will disappear as soon as you land the fire spell. Now, what's really interesting is that there are certain skills that inflict a one-time weakness and deal damage at the same time. This is the case for Wanton Destruction, a synthesis skill from the Berserker archetype that deals extreme physical strike damage and inflicts a one-time weakness to strike. So because the one-time weakness inflicted by Wanton Gaming is of the same affinity as the attack itself, spamming Wanton Gaming over and over essentially allows you to give a permanent strike weakness to your foe. Wanton Gaming can be casted with an ally of the Knight lineage, so to support Basilio, I gave him the Utilitarian Manual to decrease the cost of Wanton Gaming, and I also equipped the Knight archetype on everyone else. Additionally, I have also abused all the mechanics I could think of to increase his strength stat even higher. Thanks to the permanent stat boost from Archetype Mastery, the strength boosting pieces of gear that he has equipped, as well as the +3 from Moore's Archetype Evangelist, Basilio has managed to reach 46 strength at level 1. And when you combine Basilio's strength stat with attack boosting passive skills, buffs, debuffs, and charge, you get this.
Do this!
Ah! Now that's a lot of damage!
And after landing the move exactly 3 times, Basilio Magnus was able to defeat our archenemy once and for all.
To the front.
Right, let's make this fun. It's up to you now.
Get wrecked!
Your weak spot. Beat him down, Basilio.
Haha, good. Very good. Yours is a worthy power, one untainted by petty tactics or cheap tricks. However...
What's happening?
What ails him?
Witness the truth! Good people, you would know the identity of your would-be prince. Here he is! They're no beasts, but another form of the Elder Tribe. Cast aside their guise with magic, and they reveal their true colors!
It'll kill us all! Run! What has become of him?
The Order of Magla, it's exactly like a human's.
He's not! Hey! Snap out of it! You have to stop this!
Regrettably, dear viewer, it appears that my suspicions were not unfounded. When I thought that we had him cornered, Louis Guillaburn revealed his trump card. It was a spell that he learned from the Forbidden Tome, the Book of Racism. After this colossal failure, we had no other choice than to retreat to the one place where I wouldn't be subjected to the rampant discrimination and racial prejudice. The sanctuary of my people, the ancient Eldan Sanctum. It's after we reached the sanctuary that something unexpected happened. My gaslighting skills improved so much that I managed to convince my crew that I was the prince.
So let me get this straight.
And it was at that very moment that it happened. As a reward for faking it until I made it, I was given a brand new archetype. It is the archetype of legend that will allow me to walk the royal path. The archetype known as the prince. I also talked to the Hermitess of the Sanctum, and she revealed some pretty wild things to us. Honestly, all that stuff is going over my head, so let's get back to gushing over my new toy. The Prince is an archetype exclusive to Will, and it is easily one of the best archetypes in the entire game. In preparation for this, I made sure to keep a good amount of Hero Leaves of Light, and thanks to those, I was able to power level the Prince all the way to rank 20. Mastering this archetype permanently increases Will's HP and his MP by 30. Another good thing about mastering the Prince is that it unlocks a really useful passive. The Prince is the only archetype in the entire game who has no weakness. It naturally resists both light and dark, and at rank 18, it unlocks Resist All, a passive that grants you a resistance to all affinity damage except Almighty. There are more things that I could tell you about this archetype, but I will save that for later. For now, our top priority is to return to Grand Trad.
And you are nothing but a powerless imposter.
He is no imposter, fiend.
Imposter.
Oh, imposter.
Imposter.
Ah, I see. It's Zorbing time. Welcome to Homo Gorleo Act 2, Electric Boogaloo. You know, if I had a nickel every time I had to fight Homo Gorleo right after awakening to a new power, I would have 2 nickels. Wait a minute, I do have 2 nickels. What the heck?
You don't like this.
So it's during this fight that a revelation came to me. This entire time, I've had to deal with a conundrum. In order to deal good damage, I need to send my attackers in the front row. But if I send them in the front row, they won't be in the back row anymore. And if everyone isn't in the back row, then Bardon's protective formation won't be active. This issue has been plaguing my run for what feels like forever. However, thanks to the finisher noodle grind, everyone was able to study the general, and it turns out that this archetype just so happens to have the answer I was seeking. Shelter Formation is an amazing skill that buffs defense by 2 ranks, and it also moves all allies back to the back row. So to make the most out of this skill, I gave it to Hulkenberg. I did this because in terms of agility, Hulky is the slowest character in my party, so by giving her Shelter Formation, I can ensure that my attackers can go in the front row to deal damage, and then after they are done, Hulkenberg can use Shelter Formation to bring them back to the back row to activate Bardon's protective formation. This fight serves as your tutorial on the Prince, and it's here that you learn what makes this archetype so unique. You know how synthesis skills require specific archetypes? Well, the Prince can act as support for all synthesis skills, so now it's gonna be a lot easier to use those. As soon as I got control, I wasted no time and used this ability to bombard Homo Gorleo with a barrage of powerful synthesis skills. The human was barely able to withstand our assault, and after surviving a peerless Troll Cleaver with a sliver of HP left, 1 lava crystal was all it took to destroy Homo Gorleo once again.
There!
Now that the human menace is no more, I have reached the story requirement for maxing out Gallica's Bound. This unlocks a new ability called Victory Foresight. From now on, there is a small chance that Gallica will give us 2 extra blinking turn icons at the start of a player phase.
When things get tough, remember this magic. The music meant for you will play in your head.
Thanks, Gallica. After finishing our business at the Sanctum, we return to Grand Trad, and it's crazy how much this place has changed in such a short amount of time. In our absence, Louis Guyaburn proclaimed himself the CEO of racism, and ever since he did that, the city has been in a state of unrest. The people are acting even more aggressively than usual, arguing and fighting among each other. Even the sky has changed, going from its normal color to an ominous crimson red. And this isn't just happening in Grand Trad. The Kingdom of Ukrainia is experiencing unprecedented levels of dread, and if nothing is done, the world will be driven into madness. The entire town has become hostile towards us, but fortunately, there is still one place in Grand Trad that will welcome us with open arms. It's good to see Maria and Lady Fabienne again. Same thing for Batlin too. This man has been going around the city defending us against the zealots of Louis. He is supporting us for dear life, and it's so good to see how much he has grown.
Everyone, I'm glad you made it back in one piece.
To all the people who dwell in this land,
this voice?
Soon, not but 1 month will remain. On the dawn of the day of the hero, the one who has obtained the One Piece shall inherit the kingdom. I bid thee forget not these words.
This is our final operation, and it is by far the longest deadline in the entire game. There is no turning back. We are in the endgame now.
The day of the hero draws near, which shall see the crowning of a new king. 31 days remain.
One of my favorite aspects of the final month is that the merchants of Grand Trad have upgraded their stock. Many of the important cooking ingredients can be bought here, including the fragrant spice. At last, I can finally purchase as many of these as I want without needing to talk to the Child of Doom. Thank you, Lord. Closure. You also get access to the Opera House. a place where you can do various activities that grant a ton of virtue points. I plan to reach rank 8 with all my followers, so I'm definitely gonna get some use out of this feature. Speaking of followers, the first thing I did after gaining control was maxing out the rank of all my followers who were close to rank 8. This gave me access to their final archetype upgrades, and out of these 4, Brigitta was easily the bond I wanted to rank up the most because reaching rank 8 with her unlocks the Tycoon. The Tycoon is the final class of the Merchant lineage, and if you thought the Merchant was good, strap in because its sequel is even better. I also started working on my most recent follower bonds like Basilio's. Spending some time with him allowed me to meet Vinka, one of Basilio's old pals. It's great to see these two reconnect after so long, and I can't wait to see what will happen next in these support conversations. Basilio came with the last recipes I was missing, so now I can tell you more about that broken item I teased a while ago. After cooking all 20 recipes at least once, you will unlock a recipe for a brand new item, the Sublime Spoonful. This item adds 4 blinking turn icons when used, and what's insane about it is that there is no restriction whatsoever. As long as you have enough spoonfuls, you can just keep using them over and over to ensure that your turn never ends. Now, if you thought I was going to use the spoonful, you are dead wrong. Typically, skills that can grant you more turn icons come with some form of restriction, so it baffles me that they decided to make an item that has none of that. Like in Digital Devil Saga 2, there is an item called the Impulse Stone that works exactly like the spoonful, but in that game, it feels more balanced because you can only hold 1 Impulse Stone at a time. Oh yeah, fun fact about the Sublime Spoonful. There is only one person in our party who knows how to cook this dish. Hulkenberg. There is a beautiful irony in the fact that the person with the most sus takes on cuisine and cooking ends up being the only person capable of making the strongest dish in the entire game. Absolute fantasy. In addition to giving you new items and activities, the final month also gives you a bunch of new quests. One of these is the Edge of Glory, and it's easily one of the most useful quests in the entire game because it lets you get your hands on the beloved Greatsword, a weapon that doubles the MP cost and strength of Synthesis. It is as good as it sounds, and since it's a Greatsword, I think you and I both know a certain someone who will enjoy this weapon quite a lot. The first dungeon I explored was the Disgraced Ruins. Deep within those ruins, you can find an item called the Pure White Shoes. Purifying it will turn it into the Split Shoes, a piece of gear that can be modified to repel one of the 4 elements. This place is also great because the mimics you can find here drop the hero's Jeweled Root, an item that grants 3000 AEXP when used. I think you and I both know what I did to these mimics. 99 Jeweled Roots, excellent! Now I can just leave this place to save my gift. After coming back from the ruins, I reached rank 7 with Nuras, and that allowed me to face Jean the Charlatan. This guy is really interesting, not because of his fight, but rather because of his loot. The reward for winning this battle is the Fortune God's Abacus, and because I spammed Steel like my life depended on it, I was able to yoink an extra one. The Fortune God's Abacus is the strongest weapon of the Merchant lineage, and the fact that I was able to get 2 of these is going to be extremely useful. After the battle, Nuras and I managed to retrieve all the poneglyphs, and it is at that point that we learned the true meaning behind those artifacts. So it turns out that when combined, these poneglyphs can function as components to a greater device. That device is Pluton.
It's a weapon of mass destruction.
As soon as we learned the truth, Nuras and I decided to destroy the poneglyphs to ensure that Pluton would never fall in the hands of someone like Luis, and shortly after that, our bond grew to rank 8. You know, it's been a minute since I saw Vinka. I wonder what he has been up to.
Not this again.
It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!
Vinka! It's me! It's Basilio!
Who are you? Don't know you. I hate you! It hurts! I'll kill you!
Vinka! I'm sorry! I'll make the pain go away. I promise I'll save you.
Alas, Basilio's old friend has become a menace to himself and society, so for his own good, we have to bring him down. Vinca's damage output is pretty high, and that's why I brought the entire samurai squad for this fight. Combining sturdy stance with buffs and debuffs allowed us to handle his fury, and it also gave Basilio the openings he needed to attack. The one downside of this formation is that our damage isn't as good as it could be because Vinca resists slash. However, with the power of the beloved greatsword, Basilio was still able to deal really good damage in spite of the slash resistance. And after 9 minutes of agony, Basilio was the one who put an end to the suffering.
Strike true!
Fidelio and Basilio were the victims of terrible experiments conducted by the Sanctist Church. Vinca was also there with them at the Igniter experiment facility. But unlike Del and Baz, who managed to escape, Vinca wasn't so lucky. After being presumed dead, he was tossed down the chasm with the corpses of his mates, but he survived. Ever since that day, the only thing that kept him going, the only thing that allowed him to endure that pain, was his hatred. After leaving the chasm, Basilio and I gave Vinca a proper burial. This recent turn of events saddened the both of us greatly, and yet they also strengthened our resolve. Grius, Vinca, Del, and Lady Rella, for the sake of our departed friends, I swear that I will do everything in my power to create a better world. So there is something interesting that I want to show you. If you return to More after obtaining the prince, your allies will be able to study royal archetypes. Royal archetypes are archetypes exclusive to your allies that only become available after they achieve their grand fantasy, or to put it another way, upon reaching rank 8. It took a ton of magla, but eventually Stroll was able to obtain the true heroic embodiment of his archetype lineage, the Royal Warrior. I would love to unlock the other royal archetypes, but spending the entirety of your life savings tends to leave you broke, so we will get back to this topic once I have managed to recoup my magla losses. Since it had been quite some time, I went back to the Colosseum to take on the dreaded Dark Souls challenge. With my determination at an all-time high, I went inside the arena, and then I got dumpstered again, dude, what the hell? Even with better gear and a higher HP stat, I still couldn't do it. To find a way to prevail, I experimented with a bunch of archetypes. The Berserker felt like the right choice because of its hyper armor, but in the end, its attack speed was far too slow for a challenge like this. The Summoner was interesting at first because of its big explosion AoE, but that move requires you to stay still for far too long. If you cancel the animation too early, the explosion won't go off, and when you couple that with the awkward moveset, you get a recipe for disaster. Out of all the archetypes I tried, the Prince was by far the most promising because of its moveset. The Prince has a bunch of quick attacks with good range that are great for hitting multiple enemies at once. Also, because those attacks don't lock you into long animations, cancelling your slashes to dodge is fairly easy to do. But even that mighty archetype wasn't enough to prevail. After that, I kept trying as hard as I could, but no matter what I did, the result was always the same.
Oh, he's not dying, man. This is so hard. This is so hard. Dude, Dude, I can't move. I can't move. I got stun locked. Come on, die. What, there's another one? There's a second one. No, there's no way. No. No, there's a second one. No, there's no way I'm winning this. No, never mind. No.
At that point, I was convinced that this wasn't doable, so begrudgingly, I decided to stop chasing my dream of clearing the arena. But you see, it was when I was about to give up that CTOBN asked me an interesting question. How does the Knight Hero passive work? As soon as he said that, I immediately understood what he meant. You see, the hero passive of the knight is called auto-repel. The way it works is that it gives you a chance to reflect an enemy's attack in overworld combat. Since I had nothing to lose, I tried the knight archetype, and that's when I realized that the damage dealt by the repel was far better than my own damage. And then I died. Don't get me wrong, auto-repel is indeed amazing, but because the activation rate is up to luck, you have no way to control when it happens. So in order to overcome this ordeal, I would need to face tank everything, heal whenever low, and put my faith in auto-repel. With this new plan in mind, I re-challenged the arena gauntlet and it went as you would expect. I got close so many times, but try as I might, I could never reach the satisfying result I wanted. However, unlike what happened when I first took on this dreadful challenge, this time I could see the metaphorical rays of hope breaching the cloud layer of my fear and anxiety. So no matter how many times I fell, no matter how many times the game kept beating me down, I kept getting back up. If reality is intent on denying me victory, then I shall will it into existence.
Come on. Charging in. Careful, Dad.
Your health is concerning.
Dad.
There they are.
Right there. Charging in. Forward.
There they are.
Hey.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Yes! Oh! Oh! I finally did it! Oh! I beat Dark Souls! Oh!
Can't breathe.
Price on the money.
I'll use this.
After this victory, I kept winning my fights and rising through the ranks until I finally became the champion of the Colosseum. I never thought that this would happen during this run, but it did. And thanks to that, I was able to get my hands on all the precious rewards from the arena. Most notably, the Gambler's Manual, an accessory that doubles the damage of critical hits, and the Overlord Sash, an accessory that doubles the cost and damage of synthesis skills. After being honored for my valor in the Colosseum, I felt like it was finally time to confront my archenemy. So my comrade and I boarded the Gauntlet Runner, we made our way to the castle in the sky, and then we prepared ourselves for the next task at hand, climbing the face of the palace. The Royal Garden is the first area of the palace that we get to explore, and it's here that two gameplay elements of Metaphor make their grand comeback. The ear monsters and the swamps that slow you down. Oh yeah, about the ear monsters. There is actually a simple way to deal with them. When you engage them, they will always attack first, but as long as you are able to survive their attacks, you can just run away from the fight, and that will make them despawn. It took a while to get around because, you know, swamp, but eventually... but... Why am I laughing? But eventually, we defeated the 2 humans blocking the path, and then we moved... and then we got to the palace corridor. By the by, the enemies here have some pretty nice loot to steal. This is especially relevant for the Zeocropos who drop the Herald's banner, as well as the Moldy Lich who hold the Undying Mantle. This mantle is one of the few armors in this game that can grant you a resistance to dark, so I made sure to yoink 4 of them. You can also find really good items in this dungeon, like the Knight's Last Stand, a piece of gear that lets you survive a lethal attack with 1 HP once per battle. After grabbing all the good stuff I could find, I completed the maze, and then I started working on my next objective. There are many statues that we need to destroy, and each of them is guarded by a powerful foe. A lot of these bosses are just recolors of enemies we have already seen before. Oh look, it's that bird again. Quite frankly, I have no respect for these guys, so I'm going to use them to showcase one of the most broken strategies in this game. So when you reach rank 3 with 𝙇𝙀𝙑, you unlock the Assassin. This class gets Shadow Dwellers, a passive that gives you an evasion boost that becomes stronger the more archetypes of the same lineage you have. And then at rank 7, you unlock 𝙇𝙀𝙑's elite class, the Ninja. This archetype gets Third Eye, a passive that halves the hit rate of enemies when you are attacked. These 2 skills stack, and when you combine them, it becomes ridiculously easy to dodge attacks. And mind you, this is before buffs and debuffs are thrown into the mix. When you factor in buffs and debuffs, whoever has this skill combo becomes almost impossible to hit. This is already impressive, but what really makes the dodge strat go from good to absolutely disgusting is the Dodger Ring. This accessory makes it so dodging an attack depletes all of the attacker's turn icons. So not only are the enemies going to miss you, they are also going to lose all their turn icons as soon as they miss, so you can easily prevent them from playing the game. And to make this strat even more effective, you can throw Knight Proclamation in there to ensure that your dodge tank will always be targeted. The Shadow Dweller's Third Eye combo is pretty tough to pull off in Regicide because of the Magla cost, but unfortunately for my opponents, I just so happen to have the perfect ally to demonstrate this cheesy combo. Now take it away, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀.
I see your game.
Beautiful dodge, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀.
You think yourself equal to a Yu-Jeep's agility? Too slow!
That's finesse! That's finesse!
Too slow!
That's finesse!
I see your game!
Finesse!
I'm barely staying awake. Oh, power of kings!
Now that's finesse! Beautiful dodge, 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀.
Just so you know, this is the last time you will ever see me abuse this strategy. I just wanted an excuse to showcase this broken strat at least once. The next obstacle the game throws our way is a bit different. Instead of fighting a boss, this time we are trapped in the banquet hall and we must destroy all the trance crystals scattered across the room. Oh, and there is a time limit. Nice try, game, but unfortunately for you, I came prepared. Before reaching the palace, I made sure to get a lot of finisher noodles. Thanks to them, I was able to destroy all the crystals as well as the skeletons guarding them. After clearing all those obstacles, I decided to farm some Magla. This dungeon's layout doesn't lend itself well to the finisher noodle strat, but after a bit of searching, I found a good spot in the first area of the palace. At the end of this little session, I had enough mag to unlock the Berserker on everyone, and then Basilio mastered the 2 archetypes required to unlock his ultimate archetype, the Royal Berserker. Oh, also, there is something weird that I want to show you. During my Magla farming session, this happened.
Faker!
Yeah, somehow my normal working animation glitched out and it got replaced with this. The poop walk. This glitch doesn't have a name, but I have decided to call it the poop walk because it reminds me of the poop walk. A very bizarre glitch from Dark Souls 1 that looks very similar. This is actually the 4th time that this glitch has happened during this playthrough. I don't fully understand how it works, but it looks like opening your menu as you are about to stop sprinting, and then changing Will's archetype is what causes this. Maybe. Interestingly enough, the poop walk isn't exclusive to your walking animation. It also causes your other animations to break, like all your attacks in overworld combat. The poop walk will stay active until you decide to stop running. If you happen to know what causes this glitch, feel free to share your wisdom in the comments. And that concludes my presentation on the poop walk. Metaphor ReFantazio, everybody! With that done, I went to the corridor ruins to defeat Zorba. There are two things that you need to know about Zorba. The first one is that Zorba has no weakness. As for the second, it's the fact that in this fight, he has two modes. An attack form, which is the one you are looking at right now, and a defense form that he can shift to. In this form, Zorba takes significantly reduced damage to all the elements, including Almighty. I find this form very memorable because of that one line Zorba keeps saying when it looks like this.
Limitless magla flows through me! Limitless magla flows through me! Limitless magla flows through me!
For old time's sake, I decided to bring out the Merchant Squad to handle this Zealot. Since items deal fixed damage, they are pretty decent at dealing damage to Zorba while he is in defense mode. Also, keeping him fully debuffed while he's in this form is really good because it will make him spam Limitless Magla flows through me. And if he's too busy spamming Limitless Magla flows through me, then he won't be able to threaten us. With the power of debuffs and the pain of pain, we were able to push Zorba lower and lower until one last stale black bread was enough to... Ah, yes, he has Soul Scream. Because of course he has Soul Scream. After that loss, I got sick of Zorba, so I decided to destroy him before he could Soul Scream. And to achieve that, I used my secret weapon, Tycoon. The Tycoon is easily one of the craziest archetypes in the game. The main thing you wanna be doing with Tycoon is clicking Gold Rush. This is a heavy physical Almighty attack with a high chance to crit. This skill is already good on its own, but it gets even better because the Tycoon learns two passive skills that perfectly synergize with Gold Rush. Critical Trade, a skill that doubles the chance of dealing a critical hit, and Almighty Boost, which increases Almighty damage by 20%. But what truly elevates the Tycoon is the fact that it gets an extremely powerful weapon. Remember the Fortune God's Abacus? Yeah, so that weapon triples the cost and strength of attacks that expend money. This does mean that you will need a decent amount of money to ensure that you won't run out of funds mid-battle, but that's definitely worth it because when you get your money up, Tycoon gets the funny up. So I used my Magla to unlock the Tycoon on both Will and Stroll, and thanks to the extra weapon I stole, each of them was able to equip the Fortune God's Abacus. Now, all of these things are cool and all, but why stop there when we can stack even more passive skills? With a full squad of archetypes from the Merchant lineage, we can unleash the full power of our inherited skills. First, I add Eat Up, a passive that increases the damage of physical skill attacks. With 4 archetypes of the same lineage, its effect goes from 10% to 30%. After that, I equip Sense of Kinship. This passive increases attack by 10%, and at full power, that boost goes up to 50%. Then, I equip Diligent Discipline, a skill that increases critical hit rate. Normally, the boost it gives is only 5%, but at full power, it becomes a 30% boost. And then I draw Pot of Greed, a card that lets me draw 2 additional cards from my deck. And now that I have combined all these tools together, it is time to show you the true power of my archetype. Soar like a dragon, my Tycoon! Show him the power of our infinite wealth!
Nice hit! I am ready for his Tycoon! My new form proves I'm
Right on target! Nice hit!
Enemy! Lord Luis! Damn it! Not again! Lord Luis!
Okay then. All the obstacles in our way have been cleared, which means that there is only one thing left. The final battle against 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙇, my sworn enemy declared by fate. Wait, is he leaving? He is leaving! Are you kidding me? Never mind, we've been debated again. So it turns out that the final decisive battle will take place on October 26th, a day before the Day of the Hero. We've got 7 days left before that time comes, and I just so happen to know what we will be doing. You see, there is a tale known as the Legend of the Three Towers. Across the kingdom of Ukrainia, 3 towering structures can be found. The Spire of Blind Faith, located south of Verga Island, the Forsaken Tower, located north of Bridlehaven, and the Tower of Insolence, located north of Altabury. These relics of a bygone era are shrouded in mystery. No one knows how they came to be, but according to the legends, a secret power dwells within each of those spires. However, in order to obtain that secret power, one must prove that they are worthy. And to prove their worthiness, they must overcome various ordeals. The Hero's Rest, the Mad Mischief, and the Bygone Legacy. These ordeals are known as the Trials of the Dragon. Before taking on the trials, I took an entire day to max out my last remaining bonds, Juna and Best Girl Yufa. Reaching rank 8 feels great because I get to engage in the forbidden act of holding hands with Best Girl once again, but there is also another reason why I wanted to bring this up. At rank 6, Yufa unlocks the elite form of the Summoner archetype. And that form is noteworthy to me because of its name. It's the Devil Summoner. Yup, that's right. In this form, Yufa gets to summon demons from Shin Megami Tensei! Yeah, baby! Na 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 la 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 la. The name of this archetype is clearly a reference to the Devil Summoner spin-off series from Atlus, which contains titles like the Soul Hackers games, as well as the Raido Kusunoha games. By the way, thanks to a video from the YouTuber Faz, I recently learned something interesting about the Devil Summoner archetype. Apparently, one of its skills was cut during development. That skill would allow you to summon a very iconic demon from the Shin Megami Tensei series. This skill cannot be accessed normally, but, fortunately for us, the modder Sierra was able to use its leftover data to recreate it. And thanks to them, I can show you what this unused Devil Summoner skill looks like in all its uncut glory.
I shall put all on the line!
Yup, it's Mara, the long schlong himself. I am kinda sad that this skill isn't accessible in-game, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise because the thought of seeing Yufa summon her Mara is, yeah.
Look at the size of that thing.
Too bad for you though, I have already planted that seed in your mind, so now you can't unsee it. But you know what's really funny though? This unused skill was far enough into development that they had already recorded lines for it. So now, you get to listen to the cast of Metaphor saying Mara's name.
Mara! Mara!
Mara!
Mara!
Mara!
Mara!
Mara!
As for Juna, she's also interesting because at rank 6, you unlock the elite form of the Masked Dancer. And that archetype is called the Persona Master.
Persona! Persona!
Persona!
Persona!
Persona!
Persona!
Persona!
After a bit of prep, I went to the Spire of Blind Faith to challenge my first Elder Dragon, the Devourer of Flames, a boss whose name will prove to be very ironic fairly soon. This level 70 dragon has a bunch of powerful skills in its toolkit. It has 4 turn icons, it can raise its attack by 3 stages with Great Dragon's Wrath, and most importantly, this boss has no weakness. But what truly makes this boss memorable is the disgusting combo it can pull off. At some point, the Devourer of Flames will use Bewitching Blaze to charm your entire party. This will prevent everyone from playing the game, and then on the following turn, the boss will do this. Yeah, so immediately after raising everyone, it will use Burn Down. This fire attack is guaranteed to deal 9,999 damage, so you absolutely need to find a way to block the fire element. There are a couple of ways to approach this fight, but there is actually a really easy strategy to beat this guy. For this to work, you're gonna need one masked dancer. In my case, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 will be the one doing the dancing. I also recommend giving him the Utilitarian's Manual as well as the Crimson Split Shoes to repel fire. First, we stall until the Devourer of Flames goes for Bewitching Blaze. I recommend guarding whenever possible to ensure that Bewitching Blaze cannot charm anyone. Seeing that move means that the Devourer of Flames will go for Burn Down on the next turn, so it's our cue to start putting our strategy in motion. Normally, the Devourer of Flames blocks fire, but with the help of Hellfire Dance, we can ignore its resistances to inflict the dragon with a one-time weakness to fire. After that, the three others click Makarakarn, and now it's time to show you what happens when the Devourer of Flames tries to burn everything down. You know, for a boss called the Devourer of Flames, he sure couldn't handle the heat. With the first member of the trio defeated, I went to the Forsaken Tower to face the Devourer of Nations. This guy looks just like the fire dragon Mona we faced back in the mines, except it's much bigger. I don't think these two are related, but my headcanon is that after leaving the mines, fire dragon Mona hit the gym and trained until it became the Devourer of Nations. Much like the Devourer of Flames, the Devourer of Nations has no weakness. But where the two fights differ is that the Devourer of Nations is much harder. Part of the difficulty with these dragons is that they always go for Great Dragon's Wrath. Because this move buffs attack by 3 stages, it's actually pretty tough to debuff them faster than they can buff themselves. Another issue with the Devourer of Nations is its extensive moveset. It has slash and fire attacks, that annoying tail swipe, oh my god, it's the tail swipe again. But by far its most surprising move is Icy Breath? This one always catches me off guard because I never expect a fire-breathing dragon to have a nice move. It hurts, by the way. I went with a squad of samurai to use sturdy stance, but even with that passive skill, the damage dealt by this thing is still absurd. Now, in light of all of this, you might be tempted to use your gear to nullify fire. Don't. Do not block fire. If you block it, the dragon will click Great Dragon Shriek and you will lose. You also can't use Tetrakarn or Makarakarn either because this thing knows all reset, a skill that removes nearly all beneficial effects, including the repel shields. Because of all these restrictions, coming up with a reliable strategy for this fight is quite challenging. But you see, because I unlocked the Royal Berserker before this fight, I can showcase a strat that only Basilio can pull off. The Basilio Infinite. So Basilio's Royal Berserker has a unique passive called Noble Berserker's Soul. The description of this skill states, if wielder lands a critical hit with a physical attack, no turn icon is lost. Now, in normal gameplay, this passive is balanced because as soon as you take any action, your allies will get their turn to act as well. While Basilio can avoid consuming a turn icon when he crits, his allies cannot. So eventually, your turn will end. However, if you manage to get into a situation where Basilio is the only party member alive, then you can abuse Noble Berserker's Soul to attack infinitely so long as you always crit. Basilio's attacks don't have an increased crit rate, so they aren't good for triggering this passive, but with skill inheritance, you can give him the Gold Rush attack from the Tycoon. So in order to pull off this strat, we are gonna need to figure out 2 things. A way to get our allies KO'd easily, and a way to raise our crit rate as high as possible. For your allies, the easiest way to do this is to let the enemies knock them out in combat, and then you run away. This game always revives party members at the end of a random encounter, but it only leaves them at 1 HP, so as long as we don't heal them, we can ensure that they will fall easily. As for solving the crit rate issue, that is harder. I went with a squad of berserkers to get the most out of Diligent Discipline. I also made sure to use the critical meatballs to raise Basilio's crit rate even further, but even that wasn't enough. No matter what I did, there was always a point where Basilio would stop critting and shortly after, he would get clapped. By the way, whenever Basilio gets KO'd, he will say this.
Zal, I'm coming.
Why yes! Listening to this over and over gave me depression. How could you tell? Eventually, I got really tired of missing my crits, so I decided to ditch all my inherited damage boosting passives in favor of crit boosting ones. Diligent Discipline, Critical Trade, and Spirit of Adversity, a passive from the martial artist that increases critical hit rate when the wielder is mortally wounded. And to guarantee that Basilio would be able to survive at really low HP, I gave him the Knight's Last Stand and I used the Steadfast too. Both of these items have the same effect, and the best part is that they stack. So by combining them, I can guarantee that Basilio will be able to survive 2 lethal attacks with 1 HP. It took a lot of tweaking, but eventually I was able to make Basilio's crit rate go even further beyond. And when you manage to pull this off, you get to do this.
All yours.
My son must wait. Just a little while longer. I'll use this. Thanks.
Someone help me!
As if I die.
Basilio's looking pretty rough. Don't push yourself too hard, okay?
Here I go.
Someone help, please! Basilio's get him healed up.
Here I go.
Nice, Basilio. That's what they get when they mess with you.
Oh, awesome souls, do your thing.
Come on!
You better be ready. Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. You better be ready. Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. Here I go. Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. Come on. You better be ready. Here I go. Come in. Oh, awesome souls, do your thing. Get out!
With the 2 dragons gone, there is only one foe left for us to face, and it's the worst one. This is the Devourer of Stars, or as I like to call it, the Devourer of Cancer. Okay, before I start spewing my vitriol, let's go over the positives. Unlike the other dragons who have 25k HP, the Devourer of Stars only has 20k. Additionally, this is one of the dungeons where Katharina shows up, so at the start of every attempt, she will always delete a third of the boss's HP, making the battle a tiny bit less cancerous. That's it, there are no more positives. Only pain. Only pain. So the Devourer of Stars has no weakness, but you see, it's actually worse than that because this boss repels slash, repels strike, repels pierce, repels fire, repels ice. This boss repels everything! Except Almighty. But it repels everything! You might think that Almighty is the way to go for this fight. That's also what I thought, until I learned that this boss has a hidden Almighty resistance that cuts your damage in half. Isn't this fun? Don't worry, it's about to get worse. So at the start of every fight, the Devourer of Cancer will always use his first action to cast Miasma Whirl. Miasma Whirl reduces the max HP of everyone to 300. In the normal playthrough, you should have between 500 and 600 HP at this point, so Miasma Whirl is actually pretty nasty because it essentially cuts your HP in half. But funnily enough, in this run, it actually doesn't change much because most of my team doesn't even have more than 300 HP. Miasma aside, another thing that makes this fight really rough is Great Dragon's Wrath. In the Devourer of Nations fight, this move wasn't too bad because the boss could only use it once per turn. However, things are different this time because the Devourer of Cancer will always spam Great Dragon's Wrath until its attack is at +3. This means that it will always hit you with its attack stat maxed, and that quickly becomes an issue when you look at its moveset. The Devourer of Cancer has a lot of powerful attacks like Poison Tail. Oh look, it has a Tail Swipe, because of course it has a Tail Swipe. Ah god, what is it with dragons spamming Tail Swipes in this game? I thought I was playing Metaphor ReFantazio, not Monster Hunter. On top of dealing a ton of damage, Poison Tail, as the name implies, can poison you. Actually, the Devourer of Cancer has a couple of ways to inflict ailments, and this quickly becomes an issue because of its signature attack. Loathsome Claw is an almighty attack that deals heavy damage and always crits when you have an ailment. So if it really wants to, the Devourer of Cancer can just spread ailments and kill everyone with guaranteed crits before you even get to play the game. Also, while fighting this boss, there are a couple of hidden rules that you need to know about. The first one is that if your buff level in any stat reaches +3, or you use the Repel Shields, the Devourer of Cancer will use all reset to remove all your buffs. The second rule is really important. Do not fully debuff the dragon. If you bring this guy to -3 in any of its stats, it will remove all debuffs with the Kunda, then it will use Omega Soul Scream, and then you will Omega die. There are a couple of problems that we need to solve, but by far the biggest one is dealing damage. In this game, some attacks can deal damage while ignoring resistances. This is the case for the Bullet Barrage skill from the Dragoon class, so I could use that, but the problem with these skills is that they cannot hit any weakness, meaning that they aren't that great for abusing the press turn system. So naturally, the next thing I thought about was giving a weakness to this dragon. I can't use moves like One-Ton Gaming because in order to inflict a weakness, the attack needs to land first. I wasn't sure about how I should tackle this at first, until I realized that the specific archetype lineage had the answer I was seeking. And that's when it hit me. The answer is Persona!
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 So the most interesting things about the Masked Dancer lineage are the dance skills. These skills are noteworthy because they are the only skills in the game that can inflict a one-time weakness while also ignoring resistances. Dance of Purge Light is a skill that inflicts a one-time weakness to light, and if you are wondering why I'm focusing on this one specifically, it's because this skill synergizes really well with another archetype, the Savior. The Savior is the elite archetype of the Healer lineage, and this class can use Divine Punishment, a skill that deals extreme magic light damage to all enemies and inflicts a one-time weakness to light. Normally, Divine Punishment doesn't work on the Devourer of Cancer because it repels light. However, if I use Dance of Purge Light with my Persona Master first, I can turn that repel into a weakness, and then after doing that, I can start using Divine Punishment to infinitely loop that weakness. The Healer lineage is pretty interesting because the first two stages have two weaknesses, but then when you reach Savior, this archetype loses its strike weakness. Thanks to that, I only need to worry about covering the weakness to Dark. I'm really glad that I took my time to steal a bunch of Undying Mentals because I can equip those on my Saviors to give them a Dark resistance as well as +5 magic. So for this fight, my formation is the following: 3 Saviors and 1 Prince. Each Savior is wearing the Utilitarian Manual to decrease the cost of Divine Punishment down to 1 turn icon, and then the Prince is there to allow our allies to cast their Synthesis skill. For my opener, I always lead with the same crew members: Juna, Hulky, Will, and Stroll. Juna is my Persona Master, and she also has the highest agility stat. Thanks to that, she always gets the first turn, so I can use Dance of Purge Light to inflict the light weakness, use the party menu to swap her with Heisme, and then we can start weakness looping. This opener proved to be very solid. The rest of the fight, however, not so much. Even with weakness looping, I was still having a hard time surviving the insanely powerful attacks of the Devourer of Cancer. I kept retrying the fight to see if anything would change, but time after time, I was proven wrong. I wasn't sure about how I could improve my strategy until I noticed something. So up until now, I've been telling you about the various quirks of the Devourer of Cancer, like how it will always try to reach +3 attack with Great Dragon's Wrath, or how it will always use or reset if you have +3 in a stat. These quirks make the fight harder, but what I didn't realize initially is that I can use them to my advantage. These moves do not deal damage, so by baiting the dragon into using them, I can make it waste some of its press turn icons, and that limits the amount of turn icons it can use to deal damage to me. So at the start of the fight, I use the Persona Master opener, and then after swapping out Juna, I can put my refined strategy in motion. While Stroll and Heisme loop the weakness, Will uses the extra actions to debuff the Devourer of Cancer to -2 in every stat, and then Hulky uses Shelter Formation to buff our defense. Oh yeah, about Hulky. Before the battle, I gave her Guard Lore. This passive allows her to start the battle at +1 defense. So by combining Guard Lore and Shelter Formation, Hulkenberg was able to reach +3 defense on turn 1. During the enemy phase, the Devourer of Cancer went for Miasma World as expected. It then used All Reset in response to Hulkenberg reaching +3 defense, and then because of the debuffs, it used its 2 remaining turn icons to buff its attack to the max. So thanks to my strat, I managed to get through round 1 without taking a single hit. Next, I devised a plan to get out of round 2 alive. So at the start of round 2, my saviors loop the weakness, Hulkenberg uses an Amnesty Talisman to remove the attack buff of the dragon, and then once Will's turn comes around, he can use his secret technique, Hero's Cry. This skill costs 99 MP and it can only be used once per battle, but when you do use it, it will add 4 blinking turn icons. So in other words, Hero's Cry is basically Soul Scream! Thanks to my bootleg Soul Scream, I have enough extra actions to bring the Devourer of Cancer really low, buff our defense to +3, and then debuff the dragon's attack to -2. This ensures that the Devourer of Cancer will waste 3 of its 4 press turn icons, removing my buffs and fully buffing its attack, meaning that it will only have 1 turn icon left to deal damage to me. Also, to make the fight more consistent, I used another synthesis skill from the Savior. Magical Injection raises a barrier that protects against status ailments for all allies, and this guarantees that no status effect will prevent us from using our synthesis skills on the following turn. As expected, on the second enemy phase, the Devourer of Cancer wasted 3 of his 4 turn icons, removing buffs and buffing itself, and then, with its final action, it landed a critical hit with Loathsome Claw because of course it did, but thankfully Stroll was the target. Thanks to the Knight's Last Stand, Stroll was able to survive the crit with 1 HP left. And then the dragon went for another Loathsome Claw that Will was barely able to survive. It got really scary for a minute, but in the end, we were able to survive round 2. From there, all that remained was giving the Devourer of Cancer a taste of its own medicine.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? On me, we go together.
You can do this!
We've defeated the 3 Elder Dragons, but we aren't out of the woods yet. You see, the 3 towers serve a dual purpose. Beyond mere testing grounds, these pillars serve to uphold a barrier. By conquering the 3 spires, I was able to break the seal casted on the Dragon Temple. So now, I can return to the Altar of the 12 to take on the final trial. It's time to face the most powerful dragon who served the heroes of Eld. The Elegy of the Soul. The Elegy of the Soul is a level 75 boss with 30k HP who has no weakness. But you see, the real problem isn't the fact that this boss has no weakness. It's the fact that on top of having no weakness, This guy also has hidden resistances to all elements, including Almighty. Now, when it comes to the fight, what truly makes the elegy unique is its gimmick. This boss is the only enemy in the game who can use the power of archetypes. And I gotta say, getting destroyed by the very same skills I have been using throughout the game is very strange. It's like I'm facing myself. So one thing that becomes pretty clear after a couple of tries is that the elegy follows a pattern. This boss always starts his turn by channeling an archetype, and the archetype he will channel will change every turn. So for example, elegy will channel the Seeker on turn 1, the Warrior on turn 2, the Knight on turn 3, so on and so forth until he reaches the Prince, and then he will restart the cycle all over again. Oh, and a word of advice. For this fight, do not equip anything that could repel an element, because if you do so, the elegy will spam Armageddon's Final Sire, an attack that always deals 9,999 damage. So we have a boss whose attack rotation changes every turn, and who can also delete you with a 9,999 nuke if you don't follow their rule. You know what? Close enough. Welcome back, Elizabeth Persona 3. While every turn the elegy takes does require you to play a certain way, it's important to note that some turns are more annoying to handle than others. Turn 4 in particular sucks a lot because that's when the elegy switches to the 5th archetype. He will use Agitator's Art to inflict rage on your party, and if that succeeds, he will then follow that up with Hazy Moon Nightblade, an attack that will hit you as though you are weak to it if you have an ailment. The 5th archetype usually marks the beginning of the end because after that turn, the elegy will cycle through archetypes that get increasingly harder to handle until he reaches the Prince. And if you aren't dead by then, you will definitely be after that turn. Another issue in this fight is that I do have to pay attention to how low the HP of this boss gets. When the Elegy of the Soul gets too low, he will start using Hero's Cry to grant himself 4 extra actions, and this cannot be allowed to happen. I kept challenging the Elegy, and thanks to the ass-beating he gave me, I was able to learn a lot of valuable things. As I told you earlier, you can't use gear that repels an element in this fight because doing so will get you nuked. This is typical super boss behavior in Atlus games, so that didn't surprise me. What is surprising, however, is the fact that the Elegy does not punish Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. I find this really odd because 2 out of the 3 dragons you fight before Elegy have specific things that they will do to punish you if you use the repel shields. You would think that the strongest dragon would have a contingency plan for some of the strongest spells in the game, but hey, I'm not complaining, that works for me. Additionally, getting smacked around also gave me a better understanding of how the fight works. The thing about the Elegy of the Soul is that it essentially follows a script, and knowing this is really valuable because it means that I can come up with a game plan for every turn of the fight. So after getting all the intel I needed, I started thinking about my action plan. There are 2 issues that need solving in this fight. I can't let the Elegy reach the 5th archetype because that's when the fight gets out of control, and I can't afford to leave it on low HP because that's the trigger for Hero's Cry. When you take these issues into account, my best bet is to come up with a strategy that allows me to win in 3 turns or less, something that this game has conditioned me to do, funnily enough. I started tweaking the builds of my party members, and after hours of team building and experimentation, I was able to come up with a solid plan, or, as the YouTuber Magcardio would say, a flawless plan without flaws. Let me give you the rundown. The team composition for this fight is gonna be 2 merchants and 2 tycoons. This is the same comp I used against Zorba, but the main difference between then and now is that this time I messed with the agility of my allies to manipulate the turn order. So this is what the turn order looks like after my shenanigans. As you can see, with my current setup, every turn we are alternating between a merchant and a tycoon, and a merchant and a tycoon. The reason why I did this is to employ a strategy that works really well in games with the press turn system, the flip-flop. The goal of this tactic is to position your teammates in such a way that you can flip-flop between them to use the press turn system efficiently. Metaphor uses the press turn system, so it's possible to pull off the flip-flop in this game as well, but it requires a bit more work. While the turn order for the first player phase is entirely based on agility, every subsequent player phase after the first one will have its turn order based on who acted last. And that is why, to accommodate for the unique quirks of this game's turn order, I did things a bit differently. So with the way my team is set up, The turn order for the first player phase will always play out the same way. 𝙇𝙀𝙑 will act first because he's the fastest, then Will, then Hulkenberg, and then Stroll. With that in mind, I gave 𝙇𝙀𝙑 a skill from the Commander archetype which is called Formation of Vigor. Formation of Vigor moves all allies in the front row and increases their attack by 2 stages. Since 𝙇𝙀𝙑 has the highest agility, giving him Formation of Vigor is really good because it ensures that he can buff my attackers before they get to act. After using Formation of Vigor, Will get his turn, and then I will be left with 3 full turn icons. Since Will and Stroll are damage dealers, they can abuse the critical hits of Gold Rush to generate extra actions, and then Hulkenberg and 𝙇𝙀𝙑 can use those extra actions to support the squad. Now this is the important part. The reason why I did all of these things is because playing in this specific way ensures that Hulkenberg will always be the last one to act. By making Hulkenberg act last, I can guarantee that Stroll will be the first one to act on the next player phase. So on turn 2, the turn order will be Stroll, 𝙇𝙀𝙑, Will, and Hulkenberg. So by influencing the turn order of the first player phase, I can guarantee that the turn order for every subsequent player phase will always play out in a way that allows me to consistently use the flip-flop tactic. With the strategy figured out, I gave the Gambler's Manual to Will to double the damage of his critical hits. Stroll got the Herald Banner to boost his damage while in the front row, and then I challenged the Elegy of the Soul to execute my flawless plan without flaws. During turn 1, the first 3 actions of the Elegy are always the same. He will channel the Seeker archetype, he will buff his crit rate with Adventurer's Curiosity, and then he will buff all his stats with Heat Riser. Normally, Elegy will start attacking you after performing the 3 actions I just mentioned, but you see, I discovered something interesting about this turn. In turn 1, Elegy prioritizes buffing over dealing damage to you. He will only start attacking if his stats are in the positive, and this can be abused. So for turn 1, my strat is the following. 𝙇𝙀𝙑 uses Formation of Vigor to buff our attack, then, thanks to some Gold Rush crits, I can flip-flop between dealing damage to the Elegy and using 3 Evil Eye Talisman to fully debuff the boss in all his stats. As expected, when Elegy gets to play the game, he uses Seeker archetype followed by Adventurer's Curiosity and Heat Riser. Now here's the thing. Because Elegy prioritizes buffing over attacking, he will spend his 2 remaining turn icons spamming Heat Riser to cancel my debuffs. So by debuffing all his stats in turn 1, I can manipulate his AI to prevent him from dealing damage to us. Now we are on turn 2, and this one requires a different approach. On turn 2, Elegy will channel the Warrior archetype, buff his attack to +3 with Concentrate, buff his accuracy and evasion to +3 with Unwavering Blade, and then he will use an attack that hits your entire squad. So for turn 2, I use the flip-flop to smack Elegy around while Hulkenberg and 𝙇𝙀𝙑 debuff him to -2. Then, when the Elegy is at -2 in all his stats, 𝙇𝙀𝙑 goes for Tetrakarn on Stroll to protect him since he has the lowest HP stat among our group, and then after Will smacks Elegy, Hulkenberg can click Shelter Formation to bring everyone in the back row right before our turn ends. In response, Elegy will use Warrior archetype, Concentrate, Unwavering Blade, and then he will try to hit our entire squad. Thanks to the debuffs, as well as the defense buff from Shelter Formation, my other 3 allies are able to barely survive the Vorpal Blade, and because Elegy's attack triggered the repel on Stroll, his turn immediately ends, so he is unable to use his last remaining turn icon to finish us off. Now we are on turn 3, the Elegy is at -2 defense, and his HP is fairly low. The only thing left for us to do is flip-flopping some more until the deed is done.
Closing the distance. No holding back!
Right on target.
My son must wait. Just a little while longer. I was saving this.
Coin can buy this power. I won't hold back!
Nice hit! That was perfect!
It is not over yet. This should help.
I can't afford...
They're down! Right? They have to be! Right?
Oh yeah, there is something that I forgot to tell you about, and I have to mention it because it's honestly... that quest! How do I even describe this? Okay, so in Altarbury, you can talk to this woman. This is the gentle merchant, and she has a very interesting request. All she wants is for you to take a bath in the Altarbury hot spring, and then put some of the hot spring water you bathed in into a vial. Now, I know that this sounds really shady, and quite frankly, it is, but I was so curious to see where this quest would go that I decided to do as she said. So I took a bath, collected the water in the vial, then I gave the vial back to the merchant, and it's after doing this that she revealed the true purpose behind this request. You see, this merchant specializes in making bath salts. And the reason why she asked such a peculiar request was for the sole purpose of reproducing this prince-infused water to sell it to the people of this country. And you wanna know how she called these bath salts manufactured from my bath water? The prince's serene embrace. This is not a joke, by the way. I am not making this up. This is a real quest that they put in the game. Now, when I did this quest for the first time, I was weirded out, obviously, but in the end, I took solace in the fact that this was just a fantasy, that it was pure fiction, something that would never happen in real life. That was until I remembered that this did happen in real life. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, in 2019, the social media influencer Belle Delphine made headlines for selling her used bathwater online. Now, I know what you are thinking. Surely no one would ever buy something like that. Buddy, it happened. People bought it. $30 per bottle. 30 USD per bottle of bathwater for all you thirsty gamer boys. So, yeah, remember, sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Now, am I saying that Belle Delphine's stunt is the reason why we got the bathwater quest in Metaphor ReFantazio? No, definitely not. What I am saying is that Belle Delphine did her bathwater stunt in 2019 and Metaphor released in 2024. I will let you come to your own conclusions. It got really close, but in the end, I was able to achieve all the things that I wanted to do within the deadline. On October 25th, I used the bathroom to get my last luck boost, and then when the night came, I got to experience something truly special. On the eve of your departure, you will get the chance to spend some time with every single one of your followers. At the end of these conversations, each follower will give you a key item that grants a stat boost tied to their respective archetype. When I realized what these items did, I felt moved. Throughout this journey, I have helped my followers, and they have also helped me back. They have provided me with powerful archetypes and useful abilities that were essential for getting where I am today. In the beginning, it was just Gallica and I, but now, we have a ton of supporters. We've been through so many things together, and these people have decided to give me gifts. Gifts that provide the very thing that I cannot obtain through normal means. This is potentially the last time that I will ever get to see these people. So in order to push forward without regrets, I gave each of them as much of my time as I could afford. I bantered with the members of my crew. I sat down with the allies who made this journey bearable. Then I spent some quality time with Maria, and it's after our conversation that I noticed something beautiful. This specific wall has been decorated with all the drawings that I gave to Maria. These drawings represent key moments of our journey, and just looking at them like that is enough to fill me with determination.
By request, I've pushed the Skyrunner to her absolute limits too. On my honor as a right, I swear the old girl will get us there in one piece. We've come too far to waver now. Nowhere left to go but forward.
It is not so much a place as it is raw magla, furious and unchecked. The shores of the hereafter spill forth from the royal scepter, now in the hands of Luis. If it is the sun that proclaims the day, and the moon that ushers the night, then the celestial lord of these red skies, ill with anxiety, is the Tyrant star. We await tidings, be they favorable or ruinous. The future of the kingdom will at last be decided.
I will fulfill my purpose and cut you down, Luis! I am the last of my house, I am the last of my noble bloodline, and in the name of my people, I will strike you down where you stand!
I am knight, I am commander, and last of the honor guard!
I believe the arc of life depends not upon birth, by these hands soiled or sinless. I fight!
I have sung 1,000 songs. I've known their power my whole life. My music is lost on you. Listen and learn! If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life.
Ardell entrusted me with this chance. I've got to show him I've got this.
The day of the hero draws near, which shall see the crowning of a new king. One day remains.
This is the final dungeon in the game, and it also acts as a point of no return. As soon as you get here, you will not be able to go back to the places you previously visited ever again. You also won't be able to cook either, but there is a silver lining. Once you reach the star, Nuras will start selling you essential goods, and you can also return back to him anytime to heal your entire crew for free. Now, I would like to touch on something. The music track that plays in this dungeon is called Melancholy Star. It's the track that you are currently listening to, and if you've played this game, then you know that this isn't the first time that you've heard this track. Melancholy Star is the music that plays on the title screen. It is also the track that you listen to every time you study an archetype at Academia. I love this because it gives your adventure a sense of going full circle, and it really conveys how far you've come. As for the dungeon, the Tyrant Star features various enemies, each holding a really good item for us to plunder, so it's the perfect area for Heismate to do what he does best. But what truly makes this place special is its unique mechanic. The Tyrant Star features a grand total of 6 Melancholia crystals, each guarded by a stronger version of the many humans that we face during our journey. Oh god, the demon baby is back! You aren't told exactly what destroying the crystals will do, but one thing that becomes very clear is that the game really wants you to get rid of them. What you decide to do with these crystals will influence how difficult the final boss fight will be. There is more that I could tell you, but I will save that for when it's relevant. For now, all you need to know is that I do not plan to destroy any crystal whatsoever. This place is interesting to talk about for 2 reasons. The first one is that the Tyrant Star is the only place in the entire game that features infinitely respawning red crystals. You get a decent amount of resources from destroying them, so thanks to these crystals, I will be able to farm some mag. The second thing that I want to mention is that in the Melancholia depths, there is a special spot with 2 red crystals. These crystals spawn a bunch of toothed monsters, and if you are lucky, a big one will appear. Triggering a squad battle with this big chungus will allow you to face 2 unique enemies. The Argent Crown repels all magic, while the Gold Crown repels all physical elements. These 2 can drop some insanely powerful accessories, so I tried to farm them, but I quickly ran into some issues. I thought that using almighty attacks would be effective against them, but I was wrong. These random-ass tooth monsters have a hidden almighty resistance that is so high that it can render the powerful gold rush from the Tycoon completely useless. And remember, because these two aren't treated as bosses, the game applies the normal level correction table when fighting them, meaning that my damage is cut in half. Because of this Molotov cocktail of obnoxious restrictions, everything I tried proved to be ineffective against the humans. I truly believed that I was out of options, until a thought crossed my mind. One of the synthesis skills that the prince can use is Armageddon's Final Sire, the very same move used by the Elegy of the Soul that always deals 9,999 damage to all enemies. Normally, this skill is kinda meh in Metaphor because your damage numbers can go into the 5-digit realm pretty easily, but in this specific situation, it is the perfect answer. The required item for unlocking this skill is the Chronicle of the End. To obtain this item, you must have studied all the royal archetypes. I proceeded to send these homos to the Shadow Realm, and let me tell you, the joy I felt when I saw those damage numbers was truly unparalleled. It took a couple of tries, but eventually, I got the two accessories I wanted. I will tell you more about them later. Also, these two enemies drop health and energy instances, the two stat boosters that can increase your HP and MP respectively. You can farm these guys as much as you want, so if I really wanted to, I could have farmed a ton of instances.
But where's the theater in that?
The biggest hurdle I've had to deal with is the lack of easy ways to raise my HP. To me, the low HP is a quintessential aspect of this entire journey, and it's for that reason that I refuse to fix it via stat boosters. So after nuking the tooth monsters for the fun of it, I started my big Magla grinding session to unlock the various archetypes I wanted to have for the endgame. Thanks to all the mag I acquired, I was able to max out the martial artist and the soul hacker on everyone to give them the permanent HP boost, and I did the same thing for all the other magic archetypes that could let us raise our MP. I also unlocked the Destroyer archetype for my allies. This one is really good because it has two passives that are great for skill inheritance. Health Vessel, a passive that raises your max HP by 30%, and Revenge Seeker. When you are in the front row, Revenge Seeker increases the damage of all skills proportional to the amount of HP lost. So if you've lost 50% of your HP, your skills will get a 50% damage boost when used in the front row. After mastering my destroyers, I resumed the mag grind to achieve my true goal, studying every single archetype on every single party member. So Metaphor tracks how many archetypes you have studied with the archetype mastery percentage. Every time you reach a specific percentage, more will give you a reward. And in order to get the best reward from more, you need to reach two specific breakpoints, 80% and 100% archetype mastery. So, without hesitation, I threw myself in the Magla mines. The grind was mentally taxing, but the Magla pay was good, so I kept pushing. And after many hours of labor, I had finally done it. Every member of my merry crew had obtained complete mastery over the archetype system. This allowed me to get my hands on all the weapons tied to your archetype mastery, and by far the best rewards I got were the ones for the prince. Once you reach 80% mastery with Will, you will get the Reverend Crown. This crown is an exclusive piece of gear for Will that gives you an extra blinking turn icon at the start of every player phase. Then at 100%, you will get the King's Sovereignty, a sword for the Prince archetype which prevents anxiety for all allies, an ability that's going to be really useful against the final boss. After finishing our preparations, my crew and I went to the depths of the Tyrant Star to slay 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 once and for all. For this fight, I'm bringing the Prince, the Royal Berserker, and two Destroyers. If you are wondering why I'm using this team, it's for the sole purpose of using
Wonton.
I'm sorry, everyone.
With his 5 press turns, Luis can rack up damage pretty fast, so I made sure to slap sturdy stance on everyone. Thanks to that, the fight felt a lot better, until he pulled out Hamadine. The Berserker is not the safest archetype lineage to bring in this fight because of its innate light and dark weaknesses, but at the very least, I can improve the situation by granting a light resistance to my crew with the Dawn Amulet. Sadly, I wasn't able to cover the dark weakness, but that shouldn't be a problem because Luis doesn't use that element. One thing that I have noticed about this fight is that Luis is really good at landing critical hits with his unique moves. Critical hits have a chance to give a character anxiety, so things can easily snowball if he starts getting too many of them. This is exactly why I wanted to get the king's sovereignty before this fight. Thanks to this weapon, we didn't have to worry about anxiety, so that made pummeling Luis a lot easier. And eventually, we pushed him low enough to reach his second phase. Ah, so he has a dark spell after all. Yeah, that Mudodyne caught me completely off guard. I tried to revive Hulky, but then she got regicided again, and so did Stroll. Basilio and I were the last men standing, and while we were low, the same was also true for Luis. So to wrap things up, I used Formation of Vigor to buff Basilio, then I used Soul Scream! And now, Luis, allow me to read you a poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. You've angered Basilio, so it's over for you.
I'm Berserker! I do not fear death. And yet...
Alright dude, you've lost. Now please give up.
Wait!
Wait, is he running again? Oh my god, he is! Okay, please give me a moment. Come on, Luis. Let's settle this mano a mano. Oh, it's you, Moore. Thank you for the help. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the battlefield.
Archetypes embody the power of heroes who sought to change the world. And even having mastered such power against Luis, you could accomplish nothing. You cannot sacrifice your one life for an empty dream.
I don't want to turn my back on my ideals.
Why can't you see that those ideals will only invite ruin? That world is beyond your help. Beyond any utopia. You must face reality.
Here. This is it!
So you would vainly struggle onward in the real world. The novel I wrote for you seems to have kindled only ideals of naivete in you. It was in this story, in this book, where you found your ideals. Haven't you always dreamt of utopia? Why do you resist it now? Why refuse me?
By this power.
Why? You were my first reader. You of all people have to understand. Why did you... What? So this is what it means to truly strive toward an ideal. If you go back now, your ambitions will avail you nothing. You'll only die a dog's death. What is it that drives you so?
You know, Moore, at first, all I cared about was obtaining the king's greatest treasure. I thought that obtaining that treasure would allow me to achieve all my ambitions. So to me, defeating Luis was just a means to an end. This is what I once believed, but today, that is no longer the case. During my journey, I went across the kingdom of Uchronia. I saw countless people from the various tribes, each grappling with their own insecurities. It took me some time, but eventually, I realized something. I realized that I was no different than them. The world labels people and judges them by their metrics. This system creates a rift between the strong and those who are deemed weak. And by all accords, I am weak. My crew and I, we are all weak. Because of our inability to become stronger through normal means, we've suffered countless losses. And yet, in spite of that weakness, we've never stopped pushing forward. By supporting each other and by thinking outside the box, we've been able to overcome so many obstacles. We didn't get this far because we discarded our weakness, but rather because we accepted it. It is thanks to the bonds that we have forged that we were able to overcome our fears and anxieties. The ideals that Luis espouses are values that I cannot condone. To him, the weak are useless, they are powerless, they can do nothing, and for that, they deserve to be killed. This man has become a threat to the entire nation, and for that, he must be stopped at all cost.
Are you this determined to cling to your beliefs? Is that truly what separates us and keeps me confined here?
So no matter how many times he defeats me, I will keep getting back up. Because it doesn't matter how weak we are, it doesn't matter how powerless we seem, as long as we can still fight, we will never give up. For the sake of our departed friends, and for those who come after, I will make this a country where it is no sin to be weak or ignorant. So please, more, don't give up. Believe in us. Believe in the power of hope.
Fascinating. Even as you face down the gravest oppression of reality, still you persist. Still you seek the world's unknowns as precious possibility, I see. Well, if you can believe there is more to the story than the end I see, then it is yours to tell.
Thanks, Moore. Well, we've reached the end of the road. Past these doors lies our final confrontation with Louis 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀. But before we step out of academia, I think it's finally time to see what's inside the Book of Apocalypse. This is Red Scale Apocalypse Dragon, but personally, I prefer calling him Clifford. Clifford, the big red dragon. This level 99 Elder Dragon has 60,000 HP, hidden resistances to all elements including Almighty, and last but not least, this boss has no weakness. So this guy has all the properties that you would expect from a super boss of his caliber. Blocking elements is fine, but if you repel anything, he will use Ill Wind, an attack that deals 999999999999999 damage. You also can't cheese him with Tetrakan and Makarakan because that will trigger his Omega Soul Scream! Clifford starts with 3 turn icons, and if you are wondering why I'm saying starts, it's because he can get more. Essentially, this boss has multiple phases. Every time you deal enough damage to reach a new phase, he will use Dragon's Contempt. Dragon's Contempt permanently grants Clifford 1 turn icon every time it's used. This means that the lower you push him, the more actions he will get, and consequently, the harder the fight will become. One thing that I learned the hard way about this fight is that it's timed. You have a certain amount of turns to get through each phase, and if you take too long, Ill Wind. So after getting a better understanding of the fight, I figured that killing this thing ASAP would be a good strategy. To that end, I gave all the buffs I could think of to Stroll, and then I let him do his thing. This felt great. Until I learned another hard truth about this fight. Clifford can use Dragon's Contempt multiple times in a row if you skip phases, but that's not the biggest issue. The real problem is this.
Can anyone heal him?
Yeah, so it turns out that dealing too much damage is another way to trigger Ill Wind. It's when I learned this that I truly realized how tricky this fight was gonna be. If you take too long, Ill Wind. But if you go too fast, also Ill Wind. After these revelations, I concluded that I needed to approach this fight differently. This is what convinced me to try a brand new formation, the Suck Strat. Suck stands for Summon Undead King, an attack that deals severe dark magic damage to one enemy. This attack is easily one of the best magic spells in the entire game, and to make it even better, I'm going to pair it with another skill. Blackguard's Hammer is a synthesis skill that deals severe physical dark damage to one enemy, and also inflicts a one-time weakness to Dark. This synthesis skill is only available on 2 archetypes, the Prince and the Dark Knight. So to pull off the Suck strat, we are gonna use this team comp. Prince on Will, Dark Knight on Hulkenberg, Summoner on Juna, and Royal Summoner on Yufa. Will and Hulky are enablers. Their goal is to use Blackguard's Hammer to create a weakness, and then the summoners use Suck to exploit it. In order to pull off the Suck strat, I need to manipulate the turn order to make sure that my enablers always get to create a weakness before my summoners attack. As you can see, right now Hulkenberg is attacking after Juna because her agility is too low. This isn't ideal, so to fix it, I messed with Juna's gear and I used 1 speed incense on Hulkenberg. Doing that allowed both of them to reach the breakpoint of 30 agility. When party members have the same amount of agility, the turn order is dictated by the slot positions. So by swapping the positions for Juna and Hulkenberg in the party menu, I was able to get the exact turn order I was looking for. By the way, there is something that you need to know about Summon Undead King. Unlike melee attacks which deal more damage in the front row and less damage in the back row, spells can be used from the safety of the back row without suffering any damage penalty. This is true for every spell except Suck. For whatever reason, Suck is the only spell that is treated like a melee attack, so if you use it from the back row, it will deal significantly less damage. I have no idea why it works like that, and I can only assume that this is due to an error. So yeah, if you are using this skill, keep in mind that you have to use it in the front row. Now that you are familiar with the team comp, let's go over the specifics. Since Clifford doesn't punish you for blocking elements, I decided to give everyone a fire immunity. Thanks to the Flame Seal corselet, as well as the 3 armors that I got from the Dragon Trials, nullifying fire is fairly simple and that makes some turns less stressful. Hulkenberg and Will are both holding the Utilitarian's Manual to make Blackguard's Hammer easier to use. Will's role is to provide support, so he has Shelter Formation and Formation of Vigor for buffing purposes, Item Connoisseur to double the effect of any consumable he uses, and lastly, I gave him Magic Vessel to raise his max MP by 30%. Juna and Yufa are both using the same inherited skills. Magic Circle, which is basically Heat Up but for magic skills, Sense of Kinship, Revenge Seeker, and Sturdy Stance. Sturdy Stance and Revenge Seeker synergize very well because not being able to dodge guarantees that they will get hit, and whenever they do get hit, they will be able to deal even more damage thanks to Revenge Seeker. I made sure to give Sturdy Stance to everyone, but even with that skill, Clifford was still dealing too much damage. If this dragon gets to attack whoever he wants, he will easily tear them to shreds. That's why I'm really glad that the Suck strat involves the Dark Knight, because Hulkenberg is easily the MVP in this fight. For this battle, I gave her Health Vessel and Sturdy Stance to improve her ability to tank, as well as another important skill. Holy Knight's Proclamation is a skill from the Paladin archetype. It's an upgraded version of Knight's Proclamation that allows you to draw the aggro and guard at the same time. Hulky's build is already great, but to make it even better, I added something else to the mix. You know how repelling is a no-no because of ill wind? Well, it turns out that there is an exception to that rule. Skills with a chance to repel do not trigger ill wind. So to abuse this, Hulkenberg is running Counter, a passive with a 15% chance to repel physical elements, as well as Magic Counter for the 15% chance to repel magic. And to make these skills more likely to activate, Hulkenberg is holding the Lance of Judgment, a weapon that raises the activation rate of counter skills from 15% to 25%. With my team building completed, I opened the book once more, and this time, greed aside, what gives me the most trouble in this fight is the extremely varied moveset of this beast. Every time you push Clifford to a new phase, he will use Dragon's Contempt, and then his moveset will get expanded. Phase 1 and 2 are fine for the most part, but things really start spiraling out of control in Phase 3. In that phase, Clifford gets access to powerful ice skills, and this is really obnoxious because that's exactly what Yufa and Juna are weak to. I wasn't sure about how I could solve that issue until I saw it. See, it took me a while to realize it, but Clifford is kinda similar to Elegy. And by that, I mean that the attacks he goes for aren't completely random, so by learning his pattern, you can anticipate what he will do. For example, right after using Dragon's Contempt, the attack string he will choose will change based on the phase you just reached. When you get to phase 2, he will use a bunch of physical attacks. When you reach phase 3, he will use the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 and then a bunch of random elemental attacks. This attack string in particular is what makes reaching phase 3 scary because there is a chance that Clifford will select those dreaded ice moves. However, now that I do know the pattern, I can formulate a countermeasure. Thanks to all the bouts I've had with this dragon, I've gotten pretty good at anticipating when he will use Dragon's Contempt. So when I'm 100% sure that I've dealt enough damage to reach phase 3, I can swap one of my summoners with Basilio. Basilio has the Paladin archetype, so as soon as he gets on the field, I use Shelter Formation to bring everyone in the back row, and then Baz can use Magic Guard to nullify one elemental attack for all allies in his row. This play is really good at covering whatever elemental attack Clifford can use, and because Hulkenberg is still taunting, she can redirect attacks towards herself to protect the entire squad after the Magic Guard barrier wears off. With all the knowledge I acquired from studying my losses, I opened the book once more with the intent of defeating the Harbinger of the Apocalypse. While Hulkenberg is busy tanking, we use the openings she creates to debuff the dragon, and then when the time is right, everyone goes in the front row to unleash the full power of our tactic. Thanks to Suck, we can flip-flop between granting a weakness and exploiting said weakness to deal massive damage. The good thing about this tactic is that I have set it in such a way to allow for both offensive and defensive play. After one attack rotation, I still have enough turn icons to bring everyone in the back row, heal Hulkenberg, and then let Hulky end the playoff phase with Holy Knight's Proclamation. The damage dealt was enough to push Clifford to phase 2, and as expected, the boss used Dragon's Contempt followed by a bunch of physical attacks that Hulkenberg could tank. But then, out of nowhere, he decided to sneak in a random Poison Tail. Another dragon with Poison Tail! That Poison Tail ended up critting Will, but thanks to Hulkenberg's counter, the dragon wasn't able to continue his offensive. Then our turn came around, and instead of healing our HP, I prioritized removing the ailments, recovering our MP, and buffing. See, on the turn after reaching phase 2, Clifford will always spam a bunch of fire attacks, and that is precisely why I knew that I could get away with not healing my squad. From that point onward, it seemed like I had finally managed to get this battle under control. Whenever possible, we gave Clifford a taste of the good old Suck, and whenever I knew that ice attacks were coming, I would always bring Basilio back to protect us. Thanks to this strat, we were able to keep pushing Clifford lower and lower until we got to phase 4. You can tell that you are in phase 4 because immediately after using Dragon's Contempt, Clifford will use Tetrakarn. Everything was going well at first, but then things took a turn for the worse when Clifford used Charge, charmed my party with Bewitching Blaze, and then he proceeded to hit us with a charge-boosted Poison Tail. Thanks to our buffs and debuffs, we managed to survive this terrifying sequence, but at what cost? Now we are low on HP, the debuffs are about to run out, and everyone except Hulkenberg is suffering from ailments. But wait, it gets worse. On the next enemy phase, Clifford is going to decimate us with a powerful ice attack. The shadow of death is looming over the battlefield, and if I don't use my 4 turn icons wisely, our best attempt will go down the drain. So after curing the ailments, I swap Yufa for Heisme, and I use the extra action to heal everyone with Will. Now it's Heisme's turn to act, so I can use his turn to swap Juna for Basilio, Hulkenberg clicks Holy Knight's Proclamation, and then Basilio can use our last action to cast Magic Guard. Thanks to this clutch play, we were able to block the Icy Breath, and because Hulkenberg got a magic counter activation, the dragon's turn ended immediately. What follows is a sequence that perfectly demonstrates why Hulkenberg is the MVP in this fight. We are in phase 4, Clifford has 6 turn icons, and Hulkenberg is still able to hold the line. Thanks to our fantastic tanking abilities, we were able to get back to a good board position. Eventually, Clifford got tired of not being able to break Hulkenberg, so he decided to hit us instead. And that is when he sealed his fate. His HP was low, his stats were fully debuffed, and he had committed the grave mistake of bringing my damage dealers in critical health range. It took 26 minutes of intense thinking to get here, but at last, it is finally time to seek revenge.
If I can get no one here fights them.
It's up to you now.
Here's your cue! You hit their weakness!
Let's stay calm.
Don't let them down!
Let's work together.
I'm counting on you.
Darkness!
Still right! If I get on the end, I can do this! Yeah!
Moving to the front! Join with me!
Let's go!
Drown! May yet cling to life.
Too early for my exit. Be a waste to let this sit.
We knew you'd help.
Everyone is counting on me. I pray you're ready. It is your turn! They're down! Right? They have to be. Right?
You know, I gotta say that this run gave me a new appreciation for this boss. In regular play, you deal so much damage that you can basically kill Clifford before he even gets to do anything. However, in this run that is anything but regular play, I couldn't do that, so I really had to learn the fight inside out, and that felt great. And now, there is only one obstacle left in our way. The time has come to defeat our archenemy 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 once and for all.
His aura is entirely different. It's a magla burst. Luis is becoming a human.
Come on then! No choice now. We prove ourselves with all that we are!
Let's go then! This is our final battle!
Again, the world must be shattered, and again it must be rebuilt anew. The inequities of the world can only be cleansed if the strong subsume the weak. Now, be a noble sacrifice.
One thing that becomes clearer while looking at Luis is that his appearance is very much inspired by various depictions of the fallen angel Lucifer in history as well as in the Megaten series. There are many connections that you can draw between Luis and Lucifer, but by far my favorite one is tied to his human form. So during my first playthrough of Metaphor, I was also reading the Divine Comedy, the well-known poem from the Italian writer Dante Alighieri. During this journey, Dante and Virgil travel through the 9 circles of hell. And it's in the 4th ring of the 9th circle of hell called 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇 that Dante and Virgil stumble upon the devil. What's very interesting about this section of the poem is how Dante describes the devil. In the Divine Comedy, the devil is described as a giant demon frozen up to the waist in ice at the center of hell. He has 3 faces, each associated with a distinct color: yellow, red, and black. In 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀, the devil can be seen tormenting the 3 worst sinners of history at once by chewing on their flesh with his 3 mouths. I don't know what compelled me to read the Divine Comedy around the same time as my first playthrough, but I'm glad I did, because you can really see how Luis's final form was inspired by this work of literature. As for the fight, Masked Dude has one strategy he likes to use. At the end of each enemy phase, he will use his last turn icon to cast New Dawn's Sacrifice. This move will summon a Magla puppet in one of his 3 mouths. If you don't destroy the puppet in time, Masked Dude will swallow it, and the outcome of this action will depend on the type of puppet he swallowed. So naturally, after seeing this, you will want to destroy the puppet ASAP, but before you do that, there is something you need to consider. This boss has no weakness. Additionally, each mask has a set of hidden resistances. The Mask of Ire takes 90% less damage from physical attacks, the Mask of Joy takes 90% less damage from magic attacks, and the Mask of Mirth has a balanced 50% damage reduction to everything. Because of these hidden resistances, depleting the health bar of each mask might seem like a daunting task, but there is a pretty simple way to deal with this.
1 ton, 1 ton, 1 ton, 1 ton, 1...
Indeed, by inflicting a weakness to the masks, we can overwrite their hidden resistances to deal a lot of damage. This is precisely why I went with the Basilio formation for this fight. Thanks to 1 ton gaming, we were always able to destroy the puppets before they got swallowed. With each 1 ton gaming we landed, we were pushing the masks lower and lower. First, we took down the Mask of Mirth, then we broke the Mask of Ire, and then, after Basilio brought the Mask of Joy low enough, Hulky used her trademark stale black bread to send Louise back to the depths of 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙇.
I crush you!
You've got them right in their weak
To the fore! Let's do this!
We'll combine our strength!
Take that!
Be forward! This should work. Still up?
There!
My perfect world! You will be a sacrifice. You will sustain the strong. Oh, weak one. Oh, peon.
This is it. Destroyer Caradrius. This is the true ultimate final form for real this time. I swear to God, there better not be another form after this one of Louis Guillaburn. Immediately after beating Mask Dude, you will get thrown into this battle and oh boy, this fight is absolutely insane. The final battle against Louis Guillaburn is extraordinarily difficult for a plethora of reasons, but by far the biggest contributing factor is the choice you make in the Tyrant star. There are multiple versions of Destroyer Caradrius, and which version you face will depend on the amount of crystals you have destroyed. If you choose to destroy all 6 crystals, you will fight the easy version. But if you do not destroy any crystal at all, then you will face the Uber version, which is significantly harder. In essence, there are 4 key differences between the 2 versions. The first one is the HP. While Easy Louis has a respectable 40k HP, Uber Louis boasts an impressive 80k HP. Yup, he has double the HP, and don't worry, it's about to get worse. The second major change is tied to the moveset. In my first playthrough, the one thing that really confused me during the Destroyer Caradrius fight is this sentence. The link has been severed. From time to time, Louis would just lose a press turn because the link has been severed. Back then, I could not figure out why this was happening, but today, I know the answer. In his moveset, Louis has 6 unique skills. What's interesting about them is that each of these 6 skills is named after one of the humans we fought during our journey. Gorleo's Wing Beat, Avades's Dusting, Jaluzo's oh god, it's the demon baby! I love the inclusion of these skills because they help build the final battle against Louis as the culmination of all the challenges we faced during our adventure. But you see, these moves also serve another purpose. Louis has 6 human skills in his arsenal. Do you remember how many crystals there are in this dungeon? That's right, 6 crystals, each guarded by a stronger version of the 6 humans we faced throughout the game. So when the game says that the link has been severed, what it really means is that Louis tried to use one of his skills, but the attack failed because the crystal linked to that skill is no longer around. Not destroying the crystals means that I will have to deal with all 6 of these annoying skills. The third difference is tied to his press turn count. Easy Louis has 5 turn icons. Wanna know how many turn icons Uber Louis has? 8. He has 8 turn icons! This single change makes Uber Louis so much more oppressive because he gets to act over and over and over and seriously, this is a turn-based RPG. Are you done yet? When do I get to play the game? But wait, it gets far worse. You see, playing the game extremely often is only one half of Louis' strategy. The other half is preventing you from playing the game, and this is where the fourth key difference comes into play. High pressure. High pressure is a skill that decreases your amount of starting turn icons for the next player phase. With 4 characters, you always start with 4 turn icons. Against Easy Louis, high pressure only removes 1 turn icon, so whenever it's used, you will have to work with 3 turn icons instead of 4. However, if you are fighting Uber Louis, the number of turn icons stolen by high pressure goes from 1 to 3. And this isn't a move that Louis rarely uses, by the way. Not only does he always open the fight with high pressure, but he also regularly goes for it at specific intervals throughout the fight. This is by far the most significant difference between the two fights. With high pressure, Uber Louis severely reduces the amount of things you can do, and when you combine that with his 8 turn icons, it is very easy for this boss to put you in positions that you simply cannot recover from. Oh, and I almost forgot. This boss has no weakness. The most urgent matter is finding a way to deal with high pressure. I can't prevent that move from being used, so my best bet is to find ways to increase my amount of turn icons. Faker's Gamblery would be pretty good here, but I have no intention to use it again, so I started looking for some alternatives, and that's when I learned something interesting. High pressure only affects your normal turn icons, so if you can get extra turn icons from other sources, those won't be affected. This is really good because there are 2 things that I can use to increase the amount of turn icons I get at the start of every player phase. The Reverend Crown and a very special ability from Hulkenberg. You see, Hulky is the only character who can channel the Royal Knight. This archetype comes with a unique passive called Noble Knight Soul, which grants you 1 blinking turn icon the turn after a proclamation skill is used. So by having the Reverend Crown and making sure that Hulkenberg always clicks Holy Knight's proclamation every turn, I can guarantee that I will always have 2 extra turn icons after high pressure is used. These tools do not trivialize high pressure whatsoever, but at the very least, they will give us a fighting chance. The next important issue to solve is Louis' ridiculous number of turn icons. Letting Louis act 8 times in a row is simply too dangerous. That's why it's important to make sure that he can't use all of his turn icons, and there are 2 ways to go about this. The first method is to let Heismay do his thing. Heismay's ultimate archetype is the Royal Thief, and it gets access to a unique passive called Noble Thief's Soul. That passive is basically a dodger ring but in skill form. So if you build Heismay like a dodge tank, all he needs is 1 single dodge to deplete all of Louis' precious turn icons. Now, as funny as it is to see our favorite little man-bat completely trivialize the final boss, I have already showcased this strategy before, so I don't plan to use it against Louis. As for the second method, it involves 2 special accessories. Remember the giant tooth monsters I defeated? Yeah, so these 2 drop some of the best accessories in the game. The Mirror of Asya, which repels all physical affinities, and the Mirror of Atziluth, which repels all magic affinities except Almighty. So by equipping one of these mirrors on Hulkenberg and spamming Knight's Proclamation, you can give Louis a taste of the good old Tantrakarn strat one last time. Initially, this is what I was planning to do. I could have used the power of the mirrors to hard counter Louis,
but where's the theater in that?
As much as it annoys me to admit it, Louis and I have one thing in common. We both love a good challenge. So, I decided that I would try to beat Louis at its full power without broken strategies or overpowered items. So no OP dodge strat, no Basilio Infinite, no Faker's Gamblery or Tetrakarn or Makarakarn or Mirrors or broken Sublime Spoonful. Just my level 1 crew and our wits against the most powerful boss in the entire game. And let me tell you, this was a very, very, very bad idea. With the mirrors, surviving is very consistent, so I can use the Prince, Royal Knight, Royal Warrior, and Dragoon formation. In this formation, the Dragoon uses Mania Bullet to give a one-time weakness to all physical affinities, and that allows Troll to deal a lot of damage with his peerless Troll Cleaver. This is how the fight normally goes, but as soon as you remove the mirrors, that strat does not work anymore because we simply cannot withstand the barrage of attacks. Even with the 60% damage reduction from Bardon's protective formation and from being in the back row, Uber Luis can still deal over 100 damage to us. And keep in mind that this is with the damage reduction from sturdy stance. To truly convey to you how dire the situation is, let's look at the Traveler's Voices. This menu shows us the data of the various parties that players used for this section of the game. As you can see, the levels of these parties range from the mid-60s all the way to level 99. So in a normal playthrough, your party should have between 600 and 999 HP. But in my case, the easiest way to fix this issue would be to farm health instances, but since I wasn't willing to do that, I decided to explore the other options available to me. Without the ability to dodge or a consistent way to repel attacks, the only other mechanic that I can use to waste some of Luis's precious press turns is blocking his attacks. After beating Clifford the Big Red Dragon, the game will give you the Hero King's Ring. This ring allows you to block all the affinities in the game except Almighty. Blocking is not as powerful as repelling, so if I really wanted, I could have slapped that ring on Hulkenberg to make the fight less ridiculous.
But where's the theater in that?
Unfortunately, the voice in my head wasn't satisfied with that outcome. That accessory still felt too cheap to me, so I decided to add it to the ban list. This was another grave mistake. No matter where I looked, I couldn't find a way out of the hole I had dug myself into. I could not survive the attacks, I could not even deal good damage, and my enemy was still standing tall, completely unfazed. The situation was already looking grim, but then it somehow got even worse. For you see, it's when I was at my lowest point that Luis decided to reveal why he was truly worthy of his title, the CEO of racism.
The Resant, a foolish people shackled by insecurity. Be gone from this world.
Wait, what? The Resant? A tribe condemned?
Whenever you see this dialogue, it means that on the next turn, Luis will use a tribe condemned. This skill will one-shot the crew member of the tribe Luis targeted that is currently on the field. Not only is this skill undodgeable, but it also bypasses any ability that could allow you to survive a lethal blow. And what's really deadly about the tribe condemned is how well it synergizes with Luis's moveset. Sometimes, if the turns line up just right, Luis can announce which tribe will be the victim of a hate crime in the same turn where he uses high pressure. So whenever that happens, not only are you going to suffer from the lack of actions caused by high pressure, but on the turn after that, one of your teammates is guaranteed to bite the dust. No matter how well my attempts went, every last one of them always ended the same way. Inevitably, Luis would target the Resant, one-shot Hulkenberg, our strongest link, and then everything would start spiraling out of control.
Hope has yet to perish. Now stand. Thy destiny is to become the new king.
I wish I could stand, but what can I even do at this point? If only there was a way to deal with a tribe condemned. At the very least, if I could find a solution to that problem, then maybe I could... wait. This skill will one-shot the crew member of the tribe Luis targeted that is currently on the field. It was at this very moment that a thought crossed my mind. So what would happen if I switched out the party member targeted by the racism before they could get condemned? To find the answer, I went back to face Luis. Then, when the time was right, I switched out the targeted party member, and that's when I learned something incredible. If there are no tribes facing elimination, Luis will still try to commit a hate crime, but it will fail, and that will waste one of his turn icons. When I saw this, I was amazed, of course, but it also made me realize something. The only reason why this tactic works is because every single member of our crew is the sole representative of their tribe. If we were all from the same tribe, we would have no way to overcome this ordeal. but it is precisely because our party is diverse. It is precisely because of our differences that we are able to avoid the condemnation. For the first time in ages, I managed to solve one of the main problems posed by this fight. As insignificant as this might seem, this small win gave me hope. And that hope opened my eyes to some strategies that I hadn't considered before. Hulkenberg is easily one of the most vital party members for this fight. And while her role is to mostly click Holy Knight's proclamation, there is another skill that she can use. The Royal Knight has a synthesis skill called Ultimate Guard that raises a barrier that nullifies one non-almighty attack for all allies. Additionally, while I have forbidden the majority of the tools which can easily repel a ton of elements, there are still some forms of repel that I can use. Another skill that the Royal Knight possesses is Omni Counter, a passive that grants a 15% chance of repelling a non-almighty attack. With the Lens of Judgment, those odds go up to 25%, so while I cannot fully rely on this skill to save our lives, there is always a small chance that Hulky might be able to cut the enemy phase short. Because Omni Counter is not guaranteed to proc, it's nowhere near as strong or as reliable as the mirrors. So if I really wanted to make things more consistent, I could have slapped the counter and magic counter passives on everyone.
But where's the theater in that?
So in the spirit of the challenge, I decided that I wouldn't use skill inheritance to equip both skills. I would only use them if they naturally came with the archetype that I wanted to use. One of the skills I had overlooked is Unyielding Blood, a skill from the martial artist archetype. This passive allows one ally to endure a fatal attack and it restores them to full HP once per battle. This passive is absolutely fantastic, and thanks to that, we can finally survive scenarios that used to be guaranteed wipes. In addition to using Unyielding Blood, I went back to the drawing board and I started thinking about each role that my teammates would need to fill for the final battle. For Will and Hulkenberg, it's a no-brainer. Both of them must equip their unique archetypes in order to support the crew and deal with high pressure. Hulkenberg is supposed to stay on the field for the entirety of the battle, but there is one exception to that rule. If Louise decides to target the Roussant, then she has to switch out. This means that I must find someone who could replace her, specifically during the one turn where she wouldn't be able to contribute. It's for that reason that I turned 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀 into a paladin. As a paladin, 𝙇𝙀𝙀 knight's access to Holy Knight's proclamation, and he also has decent resistances thanks to the gear he has equipped, so he should be able to fill in for Hulky whenever the time is right. This takes care of our defense, so now I need to figure out what our offense will look like. Yufa and Juna will channel the Savior, while Basilio and Stroll will equip the Royal Berserker and the Destroyer respectively. These archetypes can easily apply a weakness and loop it, so they are the most consistent at dealing damage. After all this planning, I left Academia to figure out how I should tackle the first part of this battle. Divine Punishment truly shines in phase 1 because this attack deals damage to all enemies. So as soon as the weakness is applied, Juna and Yufa can loop this skill to destroy the Magla puppets and deal damage to the 3 masks all at once. Once Mask Dude gets low enough, I use my items to bring everyone's HP and MP as close to full as possible. And then, when the time is right, I can end phase 1 to start phase 2. One of the key aspects of my strategy for this fight is that I need to make sure that every turn ends with my crew buffed and Luis debuffed. And if you are wondering why that is the case, it's because this allows me to manipulate Luis's AI. If you have buffs active, he will immediately remove them with the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀, and if he is debuffed, he will immediately remove those with the 𝙀𝙀𝙀. Because of the way his AI works, Luis will never allow you to keep him debuffed. This means that the only window where you can make use of your debuffs is during the player phase. This is the main reason why surviving Luis's attacks is so difficult, and while this might make you believe that debuffing Luis is useless, that couldn't be further from the truth. When there are no buffs or debuffs for him to remove, Luis will start debuffing you and buffing himself. However, if you make sure to always end your turn with buffs active and debuffs applied on Luis, then on the next enemy phase, Luis will use his first action to cast the 𝙀𝙀𝙀, and then his 5th action will be used to cast the 𝙇𝙀𝙀𝙀. As long as buffs and debuffs are applied, Luis will always use the 𝙀𝙀𝙀 and the 𝙇𝙀𝙀 in this specific order. This is the reason why I always want to throw one Evil Eye Talisman to debuff Luis and click Shelter Formation to buff our defense. By meeting these requirements, I can prevent Luis from buffing himself And I can also delay when Luis will use the 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀, meaning that I get to keep my defense buffs for far longer. Phase 2 is still as ridiculous as ever, but compared to all my previous attempts, this was the first time that I truly felt like I had found the right team for Luis. Ultimate Guard worked just as well as I expected it would. I made sure to swap out the targeted party member whenever Luis tried to commit a hate crime, and thanks to weakness looping, we were consistently hitting our foe. Everything was going so well, but then... You see, the one downside of Ultimate Guard is that it cannot protect us from Almighty. This is very unfortunate because Luis has two powerful Almighty attacks. Margot's Beckoning, which is a single target attack, and Butera's Sandstorm. Butera's Sandstorm is easily the most annoying attack in this fight. Not only does it hit the entire field, but it also decreases our accuracy and evasion every time it hits. Eventually, Luis started spamming his Almighty moves over and over, then he got a crit on Will, and after that, there was no way for us to recover. But instead of dwelling on that loss, I exited Academia right away to get back to the fight. Getting through Phase 1 was relatively straightforward, and then when I got to Phase 2, something incredible happened. For the first time since I started fighting Luis, 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀 used Victory Foresight. That assist gave us enough turn icons to do everything that we needed to achieve, and thanks to that, we managed to get out of the first enemy phase relatively unscathed. With the weakness applied, my damage dealers kept looping Luis. Thanks to the extra actions they generated, Hulkenberg could act twice per player phase, so she was able to cast Ultimate Guard to protect the crew and end her turn with Holy Knight Proclamation. By playing this way, we were able to barely stay alive, and if we were lucky, Hulkenberg's Omni counter could activate to stop Luis in his tracks. Everything was going relatively well, until it started happening. Despite the fact that they were not debuffed, for whatever reason, my damage dealers kept missing extremely often. Eventually, Luis targeted the Nidia, so I swapped Juna with Basilio. Since there were no buffs or debuffs active and my board position was looking good, I figured that Basilio could attack Luis.
Here I go. All right!
Okay, I know that Basilio just missed and we lost 2 turn icons, but at least Yuffie can still use Divine Punishment. There is no way she will also miss her.
Yuffie, come on!
I just lost my entire turn because of misses. Luis used high pressure and he's going to kill Basilio on the next turn. That's it. There is no way we are recovering from this. We are done.
I'm focusing my power! I can protect us.
When I saw this happen, I couldn't believe it. In our moment of need, when our fears and anxieties were about to reach their peak, 𝙇𝙀𝙀 came in and gave us 2 blinking turn icons. The exact gift we needed to handle the high pressure and avoid certain doom. 𝙇𝙀𝙀 cannot fight, and yet, in that very moment, she did what no one else could, proving that she is a proud member of our crew, just as important and vital as everyone else. With 𝙇𝙀𝙀's assistance, I was able to apply Ultimate Guard, buff our defense, debuff Luis, swap out Basilio, and I still had enough action economy left for Hulkenberg to end the turn with Holy Knight Proclamation. Thanks to that, we were able to survive one of the deadliest turns of this battle. 𝙇𝙀𝙀 gave us hope, and from that point onward, we fought even harder than before to achieve our mission.
All right, here and now. We'll take him down.
I call upon royal power within!
Oh, power of heroes!
Oh, power of kings!
I call upon a royal soul!
Oh, souls of kings, give me strength!
Oh, awesome souls, do your thing!
Come forth, royal soul!
After 49 minutes of struggle, Juna's Divine Punishment managed to hit Luis where it hurts. His stance had finally changed. He could no longer keep up the facade. For the first time, Luis realized that he wasn't in control anymore. He realized that he was losing. I was overjoyed by this turn of events, and I truly believed that the nightmare was almost over. But then...
Feel true terror.
Yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. When Luis gets really low, he will always use his last turn icon to cast Soul Scream! As if dealing with his 8 actions wasn't hard enough, now Luis can potentially act 12 times per turn! Once we reached that point, this hellish battle became even more exhausting. With his increased action count, Luis was KOing party members left and right, but thanks to our unyielding blood, we were able to withstand the rampage. Like a cornered animal, Luis's offensive became even fiercer than before. And as if it wasn't bad enough, my allies kept missing their attacks and putting us in terrible situations. It got so bad that I had to use Hero's Cry earlier than intended just to make sure that we could keep fighting. Our MP was low, our supply of items was almost exhausted, we kept missing, we could barely stand on our feet. I started making some mistakes because of how long the battle was lasting. Some turns were so difficult to solve that I had to sit there for minutes on end just so that I could figure out a way to use all my actions as efficiently as possible. And yet, in spite of everything, we did not falter. Instead, we fought even harder than before. Hulkenberg kept protecting the entire team with all her might. Will kept the crew buffed and ensured that everyone always had enough MP to cast their skills. Juna, Yufa, Stroll and Basilio attacked Luis with everything they had. And whenever one of them was unable to push forward, just like in a relay race, they would pass the baton to the people in the reserve so that they could continue fighting. When the pressure was at its highest, Gallica activated her victory foresight to keep us going. Even Aizme, who was only supposed to be a replacement for Hulkenberg, came on the field multiple times to support us. All of us. Every single one of us fought as hard as they could for the sake of our ideals. Luis tried everything he could to crush us, but no matter how hard he hit us, no matter how hard he tried to destroy us, he was unable to sever our bones. It took 1 hour and 26 minutes of pain and suffering to get there, but at last, our archenemy was on the verge of life and death. All that remained was showing him the strength of our will once and for all.
A world born of fantasy. It must not be.
His Magla has gone out of control. At this rate, even a man of Luis's mental strength would lose his grip on sanity.
In the end, even he couldn't escape his own anxiety.
Then by his own logic, we've got to put him down. The weak deserve to die. The bastard's own words, yeah?
If he saw a threat in our power, then let us wield it.
You can't just believe in nothing. Nobody can rely on themselves alone. It's a pitiful way to live, and it's time we put an end to it.
Luis 𝙀𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀! Here and now, I will strike you down!
Okay, it's time to do this! Give us our final call to arms!
Come on, everyone. Let's go! Strength! I'll crush you!
Here I go. You better be ready.
I will protect you!
Thank you.
I owe you.
Thanks.
Why has it come to this?
Let's make an end of it!
You can do this!
You'll be dust!
My world!
Dawn breaks.
Look! He's done it! He's finally beaten Luis! Not yet. I have my ideals.
Witness!
Everyone's fighting their fear and anxiety. Nobody knows for sure what's right. And even through all that, the people have declared you king!
We fight for more than justice. Show him our will against his. Show him the fall of his world!
Hold fast to your ideals! 'Tis your sworn duty as king!
You've wielded the power of kings! It's time to stop following their footsteps! Now it's your turn to take your place with them!
Your fantasy is naught but lies!
What? What's going on?
Fantasy is more than an empty dream. It's a dream with the power to change the world!
At last, the deed is done. I have finally bested my adversary 𝙇𝙀𝙑𝙀𝙀𝙇. His face has disappeared from the King's Rock, and it will never show up ever again.
Not yet.
Okay, I admit, that was just me pranking you. And that's the story of how I beat Metaphor ReFantazio at level 1. In the end, I never found the One Piece, the so-called treasure of legend that the king once held in his possession. But you know what? I don't mind one bit, because I found something more valuable. Thanks to our efforts, we've proven to the entire kingdom that great things can happen when we look past our tribal differences. I do not expect all the discrimination and prejudice to disappear overnight. After all, change takes time. However, as the new king of Ukronia, I believe the world can change by our hand. And to that end, I will face any odds. You know, now that I think about it, this journey has taught me something. It's kind of funny, but in a way, each of us is like a piece. And when we manage to put our differences aside and work together, then it is as if we truly become one. Oh, I get it! So that's what the king meant. The One Piece was a metaphor!